Chapter 559. Sudden developments. Upon entering the room, Yun Tianxiao spotted a male cultivator sitting at the room's center. He appeared to be fiddling with something sparkling in his hand. Yun Tianxiao then swept his gaze across the room and astonishingly found no sight of Yun Qin. Startled, his heart trembled as he grew vigilant. He stared at the man and slowly said, "Who is your esteemed self and where is that girl Yun Qin?" The magic treasure in his body was already stirring restlessly inside body. Han Li chuckled and raised his head. "Could it be that brother Yun has already forgotten about me?" "It's you?" Yun Tianxiao was greatly shocked when he clearly saw the man's appearance. Without any further thought, he fled in a streak of light. Too slow. Just after Han Li emotionlessly said this, a light pulsed from his hands. Then with a flourish of radiance around Yun Tianxiao, 5 copper bands of varying colors appeared around his limbs and neck. These bands released a low hum before tightening and restraining him. He screamed out of fright and hastily thought to release his magic treasure. However, his magic treasure didn't move in the slightest, as if it were shackled. Yun Tianxiao was frightened out of his mind and couldn't help but panic, loudly screaming, "Senior Swift Crane, please save me." But just as he shouted this, Han Li opened his mouth and spat out an azure streak of light. It revolved once around Yun Tianxiao before cleaving off his head. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Han Li snatched the storage pouch from the corpse and recalled his 5-element bands. The chain of events had concluded at lightning speed. But at the same moment Yun Tianxiao's storage pouch entered Han Li's grasp, he heard a loud explosion from within the room. The room's wall had been smashed open and Taoist Swift Crane flew inside the room through the cloud of ash. The old Taoist gloomily glanced at the beheaded corpse on the ground and turned his gaze to Han Li. With killing intent shining within his eyes, he shouted, "You're courting death." He then flicked his hand and a streak of blinding, scorching white light arrived in front of Han Li in an instant. With pupils contracted and a trembling heart, Han Li wildly enlarged the 5-element bands in his hand, covering his body in a multicolored cylinder. At that same moment he took a red and yellow jade scepter out with a turn of his hand. Since this was the first time Han Li had blocked a nascent soul cultivator's attack since reaching late core formation stage, he naturally had some interest in testing whether or not his incisive treasures could receive the attack. However, despite his calm exterior, he felt completely perturbed and uncertain. Bang! White and rainbow light collided. Han Li felt as if he was struck by a heavy hammer, and was sent flying before striking the wall behind him. His head was left spinning from the impact. Ha! While Han Li was still in a daze from the strike, Swift Crane let out an astonished shout. With yet another white light appearing before his eyes, Han Li took a cold breath and resolutely waved his jade scepter. A red and yellow barrier of light appeared around his body from within the rainbow cylinder. As a result, he was able to receive the next attack much better than the first. He only staggered a few steps away before regaining his bearings. Han Li then steeled his heart as his mind began to stir, and a pair of silver-white wings emerged from his back. Leaving a roll of thunder behind, he instantly disappeared, dodging the next streak of white light. A moment later he reappeared at another corner of the room. Han Li had now identified the true form of Swift Crane's white light. It was a small jade hammer covered in sparkling white light and the oval head was covered in talisman characters. Although it was only the size of a palm, it released astonishing spiritual chi. After Swift Crane's strike had missed, his face stirred and he extended his arm. With a rustle of wind, the small hammer returned into his sleeve. A trace of astonishment flickered from Swift Crane's eyes as he said, "I didn't expect that a core formation cultivator would be in possession of so many ancient treasures. What is your name?" Han Li pursed his lips and was about to say something when the door of the room suddenly opened as Lady Fan excitedly entered the room. Lady Fan gave Swift Crane a formal bow and spoke to him with an exceptionally respectful tone. "Senior Swift Crane. This is Senior Li, who I specially invited in order to deal with the traitor Yun Tianxiao. I hope Senior will be at ease. I am willing to double any conditions that the traitor may have raised." When Swift Crane heard this, he frowned and turned his gaze to the corpse on the floor. His expression wavered. Fortunately, Han Li only had to silently stand in place. However, Lady Fan appeared quite nervous as she watched Swift Crane's expression. Swift Crane eventually relaxed and said, "All right, since this is an internal matter of the Exquisite Sound sect, this old Taoist won't meddle. But don't forget what you just said, Lady Fan." Lady Fan felt her heart swell with relief as she pledged with a beaming smile, "Please be at ease, Senior. I won't dare to break my word." The old Taoist nodded his head and glanced at Han Li with suspicion. After a moment of silence he suddenly asked, "Where did fellow Taoist Li cultivate? Your appearance is quite unfamiliar." Han Li's heart trembled and he pondered for a moment. When he opened his mouth to dispel Swift Crane's suspicions, he was only able to utter, "Junior," before his face pulsed with azure light and underwent a massive change. The wind spirit energy within his body had suddenly flared. From its violent eruption, it was clear that Feng Shi was close by. With fury and alarm, Han Li suppressed it with the entirety of his magic power. After forcefully suppressing the wind spirit energy, he felt cold sweat lining his body. Han Li let out a breath of relief after saving himself from the crisis, but when he turned his gaze to Swift Crane, he saw a trace of astonishment. It then turned into a strange expression of delight. Han Li suddenly thought of something and grasped his face. He instantly paled. The flare of wind spirit energy had caused him to revert back to his original appearance. A malevolent expression appeared on Taoist Swift Crane's face as he shouted, "Han Li!" Han Li let out a stream of curses in his heart. Without taking the time to think any further, he flapped his wings and suddenly disappeared with a flash of lightning, leaving only thunder behind. At that same moment, the old man flung his sleeve and disappeared in a streak of light. The only one left inside the room was Lady Fan, who was left in a bewildered daze. A flicker of silver light appeared above Twin Peaks Island, accompanied by the sudden appearance of Han Li. In the following moment, a streak of white light violently flew up from the island and quickly pursued him. Han Li's expression sank and he immediately imbued the thunderstorm wings within his body with divine devilbane lightning. An instant later he reappeared 100 meters away. These flashes continued, each time with thunder left in his wake. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had already been reduced to a small black dot on the horizon. When Swift Crane saw this, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He then came to the conclusion that the wings were certain to be a treasure from the Heaven Void Cauldron, and his heart grew wildly fervent. With a shout, he transformed into a streak of blinding radiance and set off in hot pursuit of Han Li, tearing through the skies with booms left in his wake. In an instant, the black and white dots could no longer be seen from the island. In the lead, Han Li was slowly increasing the distance between him and Taoist Swift Crane with the incredible speed of the thunderstorm wings. It wouldn't take Han Li much longer until he shook off the Taoist Swift Crane with his current speed. But at that moment, the wind spirit energy flared once more within his body and continued to flare in regular intervals. Han Li was forced to periodically stop and use his magic power to suppress the backlash of the wind spirit energy. However, this delay had given Swift Crane the opportunity to latch his spiritual sense onto Han Li, allowing him to ceaselessly pursue him. However, this wasn't Han Li's biggest worry. The flares of wind spirit energy were growing increasingly violent, displaying just how close Feng Shi was to him. Helpless and on the edge of despair, Han Li steeled his resolve and rushed towards the small island with the transportation formation. He hoped Lady Fan had truly given the order to complete the transportation formation and that they had managed to complete it by the time he arrived. So long as he was able to reach the island, he would have the opportunity to escape pursuit from Swift Crane and Feng Shi. Although the thunderstorm wings were astonishingly fast, it consumed a significant amount of divine devilbane lightning. As a result, after he gained enough distance from Swift Crane, he swapped the wings for his blood-red cloak. Chapter 560. The Return of Feng Xia's Han Li flew. He continued to use his magic power to suppress the flare-ups from the wind spirit energy. However, his body still trembled from the effort, and it was becoming more difficult to control with each flare. The current situation filled Han Li with dread. He now suspected that the reason why Feng Shi hadn't used the wind spirit energy more frequently during the previous chase was likely due to a combination of his exhaustion from refining the magic treasure and the backlash from the green liquid. Had these intense flare-ups occurred back then, events would have played out much differently. However, upon seeing the small island in the distance, Han Li grew relieved. Although it had taken him 2 days to arrive at the small island in the past, it now only took the majority of a day while flying at his top speed. So long as the transportation had been finished by the time he arrived, he would be able to return to the inner star seas without harm. Although he would have to guard against a few nascent soul eccentrics, it was better than being relentlessly chased down by the metamorphosed demon beast, Feng Shi. While these thoughts bounced around in Han Li's mind, he heard a voice transmission from behind him. Swift Crane said in a slow, calm and gentle voice, "Fellow Taoist Han, this humble Taoist holds no malicious intentions. I only wish to exchange for a heaven mend pill. There is no need for fellow Taoists to flee with such intensity." Truly, his words felt sincere, kind, and lacking any hint of maliciousness. Normally, one would feel quite favorable toward such a voice. However, Han Li wasn't moved in the slightest by his tone or words, and inwardly cursed upon hearing them. Due to his decreased speed from switching to the blood-red cloak from the thunderstorm wings, Han Li could once again see Swift Crane's light in the distance whenever he looked behind him. As soon as the old Taoist had entered within range of him, he started using some sort of abnormal technique to continuously send Han Li bewitching messages filled with enticement in an attempt to slow him down. During a moment of carelessness, Han Li had nearly been affected by the technique. Fortunately, the Great Development Technique had automatically activated and protected him, promptly clearing his mind. Although he had managed to avoid falling into Swift Crane's trap, Han Li still felt his body break out in a cold sweat. It appeared that even nascent soul cultivators were adept in the usage of bewitchment techniques. Swift Crane's own techniques far surpassed Lady Fan's. They were even on par with Yuan Yao's. As for the old Taoist's promises that he merely wanted to trade for a heaven-mend pill and meant him no harm, Han Li would have to be touched in the head to truly believe that. As Han Li saw the small island growing closer, he didn't dare to delay his departure and streaked towards the island with a flourish of sparkling red light. At that moment, a brilliant light flashed from across the sky, filling the air with a chilling whistle. A vague black dot appeared where the light had faded away, and instantly grew larger as it flew in Han Li's direction at a frightening speed. When Han Li saw this, his heart shook. Even if he couldn't clearly see the black streak's appearance, that fearsome speed and violent whistle couldn't possibly be from anything other than a certain grade 9 windbreaker beast. As Han Li bitterly cursed, wings instantly emerged from his back in a flash of silver light. Since the demon had already appeared, Han Li strove his hardest to reach the small island, else he would have no chance of survival. Even if he were to turn and flee at that moment, he feared he wouldn't be able to escape Feng Shi's fearsome speed even if he exhausted the entirety of his divine devil-bane lightning. With that thought, Han Li disappeared with a roll of thunder, turning into an arc of silver lightning. Each time Han Li reappeared, he was drawing closer to the small island. When Swift Crane heard the piercing whistle, his expression greatly changed. Although the Taoist didn't know who that person was, he could faintly feel that they were a fearsome character. When he saw the black dot make its way toward Han Li without the slightest hesitation, he naturally believed that it was for the Heaven Void Cauldron and he became extremely anxious. Desperate, Swift Crane opened his mouth and spat out a mist of blood essence. The mist turned into a huge, blood-red cloud and enveloped the old Taoist. The white crane patterns on his robes then glowed with a white light and completely absorbed the surrounding blood mist, instantly staining the crane scarlet. Swift Crane then began to spin his body around, enveloping himself in a blinding white light and releasing the cries of cranes. A 10-meter-long crimson crane with emerald green eyes appeared before him. When Swift Crane saw this, his face grew sullen and he sat upon the huge crane in a blur. He then quickly clapped the head of the crane. Its eyes flickered with green light as it extended its wings, carrying the old Taoist 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Although he was still slower than Han Li's lightning movements, he was still far faster than before. As a result, a bizarre scene unfolded in the nearby skies. As Han Li pushed forward with his warped movements, both the whistling black blur in front of him and the crimson crane from behind him rushed straight towards him. A few seconds later, Han Li had arrived above the small island. At that same moment, the black blur was now only a few kilometers away, traveling at an unbelievable speed. Han Li's heart turned icy when he clearly saw the demon beast's appearance. It was a bizarre form with the body of a bird and a fish tail, both covered in 3-meter-long feathers. Below its abdomen were 2 incredibly sharp claws covered in inch-large scales that sparkled with an azure light. Feng Shi was using his demon beast form to hunt him down. Although high-grade demons found it awkward to fight against humans while in their beast form, it allowed them to use their innate characteristics without restraint. In this case, it allowed a windbreaker beast to display their innately extraordinary speed. After taking a cold breath of air, Han Li didn't dare to further delay and disappeared in a flash of silver light. He reappeared at the island's surface only to disappear once more. When the demon beast saw this, his piercing whistle came to an abrupt halt. With a few more flaps of his wings, he crossed the remaining couple of kilometers in a mere instant. After arriving above the island, he transformed into his human form with a bright flourish of azure light. Much to his dismay, Swift Crane saw Feng Shi's transformation as he continued to chase after Han Li. After seeing that Feng Shi looked nearly the same as an ordinary human, he felt a chill run down his entire body. Staring in awe, Swift Crane felt his blood run cold. Grade 9 demon beast? And it's an extremely fast bird type. Ordinarily, when high-grade humans and demon beasts met, it didn't necessarily result in a battle to the death. But if there was a huge disparity in the strength between them, a bloodbath was unavoidable. After all, regardless of whether it were for the demon beast's cores or the humans' nascent souls and golden cores, they were both extremely coveted by the opposing side. As grade 9 demon beasts were slightly above mid-nascent soul cultivators, the old Taoist inwardly cursed at the encounter. Were this any other time, he would have already turned tail and fled without a word, but with the heaven void cauldron before his eyes, he couldn't bring himself to relinquish it. As a result, he raised his hands with a pale face and held an ancient blue mirror in one hand along with a small jade hammer in the other. With the two ancient treasures in hand, the old Taoist's courage was strengthened and he gloomily stared at the demon beast. When Feng Shi saw Han Li's wings and his adept usage of them, he was initially amazed before subsequently becoming filled with an immense, bitter regret. Even if he managed to kill Han Li and refine the thunderstorm wings, he would only be able to draw out 70% of the magic treasure's might at most, since it had already recognized another master, further stoking the flames of hatred towards Han Li. As a result, even though Feng Shi had seen Swift Crane, he had completely ignored the old Taoist. His mind was completely focused on Han Li. He faced an Taoist and coldly shouted, F***ck off, before blurring in the direction of the island. Taoist Swift Crane was stunned for a moment before gritting his teeth and flying in pursuit. The Heaven Void Cauldron was the top-ranked secret treasure in the Scattered Star Seas, and even if he had to risk his life, he had to acquire it. At that moment, Han Li quickly changed his face while he was flying through a passage after breaking through the stone gate. After several more flickers of lightning, he appeared before the transportation formation where several exquisite sound sect cultivators were currently bantering with each other. When they saw Han Li appear, they instantly found their throats choked from the shock. Han Li appeared at the side of the transportation formation before wildly roaring at the disciples. Is the transportation formation finished? One of the disciples recognized Han Li and respectfully replied, Ah, yes, Senior Li. The transportation formation has been finished. However, we've yet to test it. We were. But before she could finish speaking, his body blurred and he appeared inside the transportation formation. At nearly the same moment, a hole was suddenly ruptured from the ceiling and the demon cultivator Feng Shi dropped down in a streak of azure light. Han Li's face instantly drained of blood. Anyone remained silent in the face of Flood Dragon's interrogation about him would find themselves immediately attacked. As a result, many cultivators came to believe that the massive wave of attacks from the Flood Dragons was likely a result of this cultivator Li. Just what had this person done to enrage the Flood Dragons to this degree? When word of this spread, it became common to hear people cursing this unknown cultivator for having invited this calamity upon all of them. It reached the point where everyone wanted to find this cultivator Li and capture him, delivering him to the Flood Dragons as an apology and to appease their rage. However, everyone was bewildered to discover that there was no one by the name of Li among the higher-grade cultivators. So even if they wanted to apprehend him for his offenses, they were incapable of even trying. In a flash of white light, the now infamous Han Li appeared in an unfamiliar place with a greater displacement medallion in hand. As a result of his careful nature, Han Li had already prepared for the possibility of meeting enemies upon arrival and had preemptively changed his appearance to that of an unfamiliar man. Before he had even managed to recover from the dizziness caused by the teleportation, Han Li heard a lazy voice from his side. It seems that your esteemed self has a penchant for punctuality as well. You and I were the first to arrive and are stuck waiting on the others. Upon hearing this, Han Li inwardly trembled and grunted in response before moving off of the formation and standing off to the side. Not far from the transportation formation, there was a black-clothed man wearing a hood that grinned upon seeing Han Li, revealing his gleaming white teeth. However, when Han Li clearly saw this person's appearance, he immediately felt his stomach lurch. The man appeared truly frightening with a face so shriveled he looked like a skeleton. Additionally, his eyes twinkled with a faint blue light. Despite his shock, Han Li didn't dare to scorn him, because he could tell at a glance that this skeletal-looking man was a mid-core formation cultivator. He could already be considered a rarely seen high-grade cultivator among the Scattered Star Seas. At the same time that Han Li saw his face, the skeletal man realized Han Li was a late-core formation cultivator. Astonishment clear in his eyes, his tone became much more respectful as he continued, "The others should be arriving soon, so please feel free to take a short rest, brother. We can look forward to all of the rewards we will reap from the upcoming operation, hehe." Han Li was at a loss about what to do, but under such vague circumstances he could only nod his head and maintain his stiff expression to avoid making any mistakes. He felt his heart slightly relax after examining his surroundings, and discovering that they matched the description of Bright Emperor Island that Lady Fan had given him. When the exquisite sound sect disciple had said that the transportation formation was untested, Han Li had felt slightly uneasy. Chapter 562, Yuan Yao and the Azure Yang sect. Just like the skeletal man and the fiendish man, the new arrivals didn't ask any questions about Han Li's identity either. When the elegant man saw that there were 5 people present, he directly saluted the 3 people that had arrived earlier and respectfully said, "I am Kuyu. With respect, I've come to deliver your orders and guide you. Here is my proof of identity, please feel free to confirm it." The elegant man then took out a black command medallion and handed it over to Han Li. As he clearly had the highest cultivation among the 3 that had first arrived, he naturally took the leading position. Han Li wordlessly received the medallion and glanced at it before casually tossing it to the skeletal man. The skeletal man took a cursory glance at it as well and then casually tossed it back to the elegant man. He then said with a lazy tone, "What use is there in showing the command medallion? Since a Foundation establishment cultivator such as yourself was allowed to use the teleportation formation, there is little doubt about your role. As for our identities, there is also no use in examining them. We've only arrived here due to receiving orders as enforcers. It is impossible for there to be outsiders. So how about you start telling us our orders?" The skeletal man appeared quite familiar with the process and boldly spoke with an expression of impatience. When the elegant man heard this, he hesitated for a moment before revealing an embarrassed smile. He didn't raise the matter about identifying Han Li or the others and only let out a dry cough before introducing the old man at his side. "This is Senior Ding, an enforcer of the Azure Yang sect. Your assignment is to assist Senior Ding in capturing a criminal of the Azure Yang sect." Senior Ding will continue with the details. This junior's role was merely to introduce him. He then obediently stepped back and deferred to the old man beside him. "Azure Yang sect? Don't tell me that it's Lord Three Yang's Azure Yang sect?" A blue glint appeared in the skeletal man's eyes as he revealed astonishment. When Han Li and the fiendish man to his side heard this, they also revealed surprise. The Azure Yang sect elder surnamed Ding faintly smiled and saluted the 3. "Hee, it seems there is no need for me to speak of my sect's founder since you already know his name. The martial ancestor has personally requested coalition leader Arch Saint Six Paths for this matter. This is due to the fact that not only is the criminal a core formation cultivator but she is also in possession of many of the Azure Yang sect's most valuable treasures. It has already been many years since she escaped, but we recently acquired word of her whereabouts. Had the martial ancestor personally set out to capture her, it would naturally be quite easy, but unfortunately he has more pressing matters at hand. As such, he was forced to ask you fellow Taoists for assistance. With us 4 core formation cultivators, we will be able to capture that which alive with certainty." When he said that last sentence, his expression subconsciously became stern. After hearing him say, "which," the fiendish man bewilderedly asked, "Is this criminal a female cultivator?" Han Li frowned, having faintly recalled something. "That's right, the witch is called Yuan Yao. Originally, she was a concubine that was prepared for the young sect master. However, it was beyond our expectations that this witch would be so vicious and merciless, and using her outstanding beauty and bewitchment techniques, she conspired with another woman and killed the young sect master in secret. Yuan Yao then took the young sect master's treasures and precious medicine pills and fled, later succeeding in core formation. As that young master was martial ancestor Three Yang's sole descendant, he naturally has a bone-deep hatred for the woman and views her as a top priority. The transportation had been flickering with light when he had entered, but once he was about to teleport, the formation had lost power for some unfathomable reason. This caused him to gloomily rub the back of his head. He was at a loss of what to do. Leaving behind the people guarding the formations, Han Li and the party arrived on the side of a mountain. In the distance, a village could vaguely be seen. The party of 5 then took to the skies and under the guidance of the Azure Yang sect elder, they left the island and flew north. The flight was uneventful and the party flew in silence. With Han Li's detached and withdrawn mannerisms, none dared to tactlessly chat along the way as he possessed the highest cultivation among them. About half a day later, the group of 5 spotted a small island about 10 kilometers wide ahead of them. A cold light flickered within the old man's eyes as he came to a stop, and coolly said, "This is the place. The witch should be hiding inside one of the hills." Han Li and the others soon came to a stop and gazed at the island in the distance. Apart from some sparse vegetation, there were only a few small stone mountains and the spiritual qi was extremely scarce. After taking a look at the island, the fiendish man couldn't help but doubtfully ask, "Fellow Taoist Ding, are you not mistaken? The witch is a core formation cultivator. Why would she cultivate in a place like this?" "Be at ease, there is no way our info is wrong," the old man surnamed Ding replied with complete confidence. He then formed his hands into an incantation gesture and flung his hand out, causing a streak of bright yellow light to streak across the sky. A short moment later, a burst of yellow radiance suddenly shone from one side of the island. The old man was happy after seeing this and hastily turned his head to the other three and explained, "One of our sect's disciples remained here to monitor the woman. It seems that she has yet to leave the island." After that was said, they waited for a moment more before a streak of red light approached them from the direction of the yellow light. A moment later, the red streak of light arrived in front of them and faded away to reveal a gray-clothed mid-foundation establishment cultivator that appeared to be about 40 years old. His robes were identical to the old man's robes with azure flame emblems embroidered into them, but the flames were far smaller than those on the old man's robes. When the man recognized Old Man Ding, he hastily bowed to him and respectfully said, "Disciple greets Marshal Uncle Ding and seniors." The old man waved off his greeting without paying it any attention and asked in a deep voice, "Is the witch still on the island?" "She is still there. The witch has yet to leave ever since this disciple tailed her back to this island." The middle-aged man spoke with certainty. The old man spoke with a deep tone, "Good, you've done well in your assignment. When this matter is over, you will be promoted to an inner disciple within the sect. Go ahead and lead the way." When the middle-aged man heard this, he had a rapt smile as he repeatedly thanked the old man. He then turned around and flew to the small island. In the blink of an eye, the party arrived above the small island. The middle-aged man then pointed to a stone mountain and respectfully said, "On the witch's return, this disciple saw her approach that mountain and then disappear without a trace. Although I couldn't investigate closer due to my low cultivation, I reckon that woman's cave residence is inside that mountain." When the skeletal man heard that, a strange light flickered within his eyes as he gazed at the mountain. He then slowly nodded his head and said, "That's right. The mountain's exterior is clearly under the effects of high-level restrictions. Unless one were to examine that particular mountain up close, they wouldn't be able to discover anything strange about the island." Chapter 563. Getting ahead. After hearing the skeletal man's description of the formation, a scowl momentarily appeared on the old man's face. "Humph. That woman stole all of the young master's technique records during that day, so it isn't strange for her to be able to do this. After I break through the spell formations, I will have to trouble you fellow Taoists to assist me." Relax, even if the woman possesses exceptional powers, it is still impossible for her to escape. The skeletal man smiled and spoke with a careless expression. The old man agreed and clutched his hands in an incantation gesture as a blinding yellow radiance suddenly erupted from his hands. "Break!" As the old man shouted, the yellow radiance left his hands and struck the mountains down below. The blast produced a rumble that echoed throughout the air. The scene of the mountain began to ripple in a manner similar to a large rock suddenly dropping into a serene pond. With a ripple of white light, the scene underwent a massive change, revealing beautiful verdant mountain along with massive fluctuations of spiritual qi. "This is..." The skeletal and fiendish man gazed at the scene in astonishment and couldn't help becoming dazed with their mouths gaping open. Old Man Ding swept his gaze past the two and proudly said, "Hee, this is my sect's secret spirit constraining formation. It is one of the only spell formations in the world capable of concealing spiritual qi. That witch's cultivation is insufficient and she was only capable of concealing a portion of the spiritual qi. If our own martial ancestor were to personally place down this formation, it would be easy for him to prevent it from leaking even a trace of spiritual qi." Han Li was astonished by this as well, and his heart stirred after hearing the old man's explanation. If he could acquire the method for creating the spirit-constraining formation, his cave residences in the future would be far safer. Following the disappearance of the illusion formation, a stone gate was revealed by a pulse of green light at the center of the mountain. It seemed to indicate the location of Yuan Yao's cave residence. "Let's begin our attack." A malicious glint appeared in the old man's eyes. The skeletal man nodded and shot out a strange black edge from his mouth. The weapon was rather odd, appearing to be half saber and half sword. As for the fierce man, he let out a roar and hurled a halberd with an ominous, cold aura towards the mountain. Han Li was shocked to see such a massive weapon being used as a magic treasure. Such a weapon was a rare sight indeed amongst cultivators. The old man had personally spat a white flying sword out of his mouth with a shout. But when he saw that Han Li had yet to take action, he couldn't help but be puzzled and ask, "Fellow Taoist, why haven't you?" Han Li faintly smiled and was about to casually make up an excuse when the mountain door suddenly opened, and a green light burst out from within. When the old man saw this, he wasn't able to say anything further. All the other cultivators' attention had been captured by the sudden change. The green light revolved in front of the gate once before fading away to reveal a black-robed woman who possessed striking beauty and skin as fair as snow. The woman smiled with luminous, moist eyes, and her every movement seemed to contain a trace of charm. This was obviously Yuan Yao, who had parted ways with Han Li after leaving Heaven Void Hall. He hadn't seen the woman for many years, but not only did her appearance remain the same, her charm seemed to possess an even deeper degree of allure. When the woman swept her gaze across the people there, her expression immediately changed upon seeing the Azure Yang sect's elder. A layer of frost suddenly seemed to cover her face. Knowing that her charm techniques would be of no use to the cultivators before her, Yuan Yao's expression quickly grew unsightly. She turned her gaze away from the old man as if in contempt and icily said, "Why have you fellow Taoists arrived at this little woman's residence?" When old man Ding saw this, he grew furious in his heart, but as he was a gloomy and shrewd sort, none of it was revealed on his face. Instead, he sinisterly smiled and said, "Which there is no point in feigning ignorance. You killed my sect's young master and took his treasures. Do you still believe you can escape?" Yuan Yao didn't bother to respond to the old man, choosing to examine the other cultivators instead. As a result, she felt her heart sink. The old man and the fiendish man were only early core formation cultivators such as herself. However, the skeletal black-robed man and the azure-robed man with the unremarkable appearance would be quite difficult to deal with. Their cultivations were at mid and late core formation respectively. Despite the astonishing power of the several magic treasures in her possession and the few secret techniques that she had cultivated over the years, if those four were to join hands, the results would be far from good. The skeletal man and the fiendish man were clearly shocked when they saw Yuan Yao's beauty, and gave each other a mutual glance of regret. If the woman hadn't offended the Azure Yang sect's venerable Devil 3 Yang, she would have definitely been an ideal Tao companion. It was truly a pity. As she confronted the dire circumstances before her, her expression remained steady as she bitterly laughed and waved her empty hand. A white light started to revolve around her hand, and when she stroked it, it started to brightly shine and release a large expanse of green and yellow mist. In a mere second, the mist covered the entire mountain. When the old man saw this, he shouted and the flying sword in front of him hastily chopped towards Yuan Yao. However, Yuan Yao merely laughed and silently disappeared into the mist with a blur. The old man frowned when he saw this. Then with an expression of disdain, he clutched his hands in an incantation gesture and pointed at his flying sword. "Humph! You dare to display a trifling illusion formation in front of me?" The flying sword released a clear ring before wildly twirling through the skies. In an instant, it turned into a 10-meter-long disk of whirling light that ruthlessly swept past the mountain and cleanly scattered the fog. A second later, the stone gate could be seen once more. When the fiendish man saw this, he pointed to his own magic treasure without the slightest hesitation and caused the halberd to swell in size several times before fiercely chopping at the stone gate. Flashes of yellow and green light erupted each time the halberd struck the gate. To Han Li's side, the skeletal man was about to send his own strange blade to attack when he suddenly shouted in shock, "Not good!" The witch ran from the back of the mountain. "Quickly chase after her." He then turned into a streak of black light and quickly flew around the mountain. When Han Li heard this, a strange expression flickered within his eyes, but he stood in place without moving. It appeared the fiendish man was extremely confident in the skeletal man's words. He immediately stopped attacking the gate after hearing his words and set off after him. When the old man saw this, he wore a doubtful expression and hesitantly asked Han Li, "Fellow Taoist, did he speak truly?" This old man didn't sense anything. When Han Li heard him, his face remained unchanged, but an odd expression flickered within his eyes as he calmly said, "That fellow Taoist spoke truthfully. She did flee from an exit on the other side of the mountain. Those two fellow Taoists have already barred her way and are in the middle of a battle with her." Han Li's arms were held behind his back as he gazed into the distance. The old man joyfully said, "That is great. If we arrive to assist them, we will certainly be able to capture that witch." Han Li turned towards the old man and gazed at him with a peculiar expression as he leisurely said, Yes, if we were to head out, that woman would be easily captured. But before that, there is something I'd like to borrow from you. Old Man Ding appeared perplexed and paused for a moment before asking, "Borrow? What does fellow Taoist wish to borrow from me?" "Nothing important. Just your head." Han Li rubbed his nose with a smirk. Then before the old man could respond, he spat a streak of bright azure light from his mouth. It circled once around the old man before his head tumbled off of his body. Soon after, Han Li shot out a streak of azure light from his hand, wrapping up the head and dragging it into his hand. He then narrowed his eyes and enveloped the azure light around the head. Because he had acted so quickly, the head still wore an expression of a strange bewilderment and had yet to even smell of blood. Han Li sighed and muttered, "Don't blame me. Blame the terrible luck you had for seeing me arrive through the transportation formation." When Kuyu and the Azure Yang sect sentries saw this, they were immediately terrified and tried to hastily flee on their magic tools. Unfortunately for them, a casual wave of Han Li's arm released 2 streaks of sword light that immediately penetrated their chests. He then raised his head and turned to the direction of the mountain while wearing a strange expression. Han Li clicked his tongue and said with an impressed tone, "I didn't expect for Yuan Yao's cultivation to have reached such a higher level." He then flew off in a streak of azure light. In the sky behind the Green Mountain, the skeletal man and the fiendish man were in a contest using their magic treasures against a strange red hammer as they continuously cast magic techniques in Yuan Yao's direction. At that moment, Yuan Yao was completely enveloped in a cloud of black smoke and shot over 100 streaks of green devil fire, intercepting their magic techniques with rings of explosions. But as she fought, she continuously retreated and attempted to think of a plan to flee. As her opponents were rich with battle experience, their perfectly coordinated strikes forced Yuan Yao to focus the entirety of her attention on defending against their attacks. When the fiendish man and the skeletal man saw Han Li flying over, they were overjoyed. When Han Li arrived near the battle and his light faded away, the fiendish man appeared discontent and hastily called out to Han Li, "Fellow Taoist, quickly help. If we attack together, the woman will be captured without fail." "Wait, where is fellow Taoist Ding?" This was a matter of his own sect, how could he possibly delay? "You don't need to wait for him. Fellow Taoist Ding is right here." Han Li then expressionlessly reached behind him and tossed the old man's head to the fiendish man. Chapter 564. A gift. After hearing Han Li's tone suddenly turn harsh, the fiendish man felt that something was amiss. When he saw Han Li had tossed over a severed head, he felt his heart drop, but he unconsciously blurred forward to catch it. In the same instant he moved forward, he clearly saw the severed head's face. He felt his heart quake upon realizing that the pale severed head belonged to Old Man Ding. The skeletal man was similarly aghast when he saw that it was the head of Old Man Ding. With great coordination, the two quickly drew close to one another the instant they discovered the situation had gone awry. They then commanded their magic treasures to return to them before staring at Han Li with vigilant expressions. Although Han Li was a late core formation cultivator, if the two of them joined hands they could possibly rival him. As a result, they didn't appear to possess the slightest fear. Not far away, Yuan Yao was watching all of this unfold in utter confusion. Despite not using the opportunity to escape, she still maintained the devilish technique that surrounded her body and had her strange red hammer revolve around her out of caution as she silently observed the strange actions of Han Li and the others. Han Li shot a deep glance at Yuan Yao before turning his gaze back to the skeletal man and the fiendish man. Without offering any further explanation, he waved both his arms with a faint smile and over 20 small azure swords flew out from his sleeves like 2 schools of fish. Then in a sudden burst of light, the flying swords shot directly at the pair of cultivators. When the skeletal man and the fiendish man saw this, they couldn't believe their eyes and had incredulous expressions on their faces. Ordinary core formation cultivators had to exhaust most of their fortune just to refine a single magic treasure, and now this traitorous ally before them had suddenly took out over 20 flying swords. With this single display, the two immediately knew that Han Li was no ordinary late core formation cultivator, and didn't stand a chance against him. The skeletal man's expression paled and he suddenly yelled, "Scatter! To each his own." Just as he finished yelling, he transformed into a black streak of light and flew away. Upon hearing this, the fiendish man immediately retrieved his halberd without another word and rushed away in the opposite direction. His speed wasn't much slower than his partner's. He seemed to be exceptionally proficient in running away. When Han Li saw this, his expression sank and he quickly formed an incantation gesture with both his hands before pointing to his flying swords. The swords then glowed with azure light before each sword produced 3 identical sword lights, transforming the original 24 swords into 96 and doubling the strength of each of their auras. Han Li then flung his sleeve and imposingly uttered, "Separate." As soon as the word was uttered, the azure swords split off in 2 groups. Each group of flying swords then united together with a pulse of azure light and formed their own distinct swarms of light before swiftly setting off. Han Li's use of the divine ability Sword Shadow Phantasm technique left the skeletal man and the fiendish man deathly white when they turned their heads around to look. They then began to circulate the entirety of the magic powers in their bodies while fearing for their lives. 1. First introduced in Chapter 217. It is a technique that allows swords to produce an illusory copy of themselves. At his current strength, each of the sword illusions are able to retain 1/3 of the power of the original weapon. Han Li stood still and merely glanced at the two with a trace of pity. The swarms of sword lights traveled at a speed that ordinary cultivators couldn't hope to match. Although I've managed to reach this stage with the assistance of many chance encounters, there are still several matters that I must consult with you about. Yuan Yao was momentarily stunned before concealing a giggle with her hand. Ask as you please, but if Brother Han doesn't find my humble home distasteful, wouldn't it be better to have our chat there? The woman treated Han Li with obvious intimacy, perhaps due to him having just saved her life. Without putting on any airs, Han Li saluted her and agreed, "Then I will have to trouble you to lead the way." Yuan Yao's complexion flushed and she descended onto the island with a smile on her face as Han Li followed her into her cave residence. Yuan Yao's cave residence couldn't be considered very large, but it was tastefully arranged in an elegant and clean manner. Additionally, the residence's passageways were lined with rare and colorful plants, filling the ordinarily dull cave residence with color and a pleasant fragrance. When Han Li saw this, he couldn't help but warmly smile as Yuan Yao led Han Li into a stone hall over 30 meters wide. After Han Li took a seat at the table, she steeped a pot of fragrant tea and happily sat across from Han Li. "Brother Han is quite famous within the Scattered Star Seas. You've acquired quite the reputation. Nearly everyone has heard of how the top-ranked secret treasure in the Scattered Star Seas fell into the hands of a core formation cultivator surnamed Han. Judging by how fellow Taoist entered late core formation in so few years, could it be that you have consumed the legendary Heaven Mend pill? Is the medicine truly as miraculous as the legends say?" As soon as Yuan Yao sat down, she revealed an unconcealed longing towards both the Heaven Mend pill and the Heaven Void Cauldron. Han Li paused for a moment before silently smiling. The woman was quite clever. She clearly had taken the opportunity to raise the matter of the Heaven Void Cauldron and the Heaven Mend pill without showing any hostile intentions. Han Li couldn't help but feel favorable towards her. Han Li sighed and shook his head. "Since fellow Taoist Yuan mentioned it, I won't try to fool you. The Heaven Void Cauldron really is in my possession. However, due to my shallow cultivation, I've been unable to open the cauldron ever since I acquired it. Whatever treasures it contains are completely inaccessible to me for the time being. By the time my cultivation progresses and I have the ability to open it, the Heaven Mend pill will no longer be of any use to me." Since his cultivation far exceeded her own, he didn't feel the need to lie and calmly revealed the truth of the matter. "You've yet to open the Heaven Void Cauldron?" When Yuan Yao heard this, she paused for a moment, before revealing an expression of slight disbelief. Han Li frowned and was disinclined to offer the woman any further explanation. Instead, he coughed several times and decided to clearly strike at the heart of the matter at hand. He stared at Yuan Yao and slowly said, "Would fellow Taoist Yuan happen to have any more myriad spirit milk on her? You should know that with the Heaven Void Cauldron in my possession, trouble has a way of constantly finding me. This along with many other unexpected matters has caused me to consume nearly all the myriad year spirit milk that you gave me. If you have any of it remaining, I am willing to pay a high price for it. You definitely won't suffer a loss." Han Li would have lost his life several times over during his time in the Outer Star Seas, were it not for the myriad year spirit milk. After realizing just how important this item was, Han Li was naturally unwilling to let go an opportunity to acquire the other half of the spirit milk originally in the bottle. With this, he would have yet another life-saving item the next time danger came to seek him out. When Yuan Yao heard Han Li, she paused for a moment before unconsciously frowning. A moment later, she took out a jade bottle from her waist and placed it at the center of the table and pushed it towards Han Li without any hesitation. The woman serenely gazed at Han Li and said, "I haven't used even a drop of the myriad year spirit milk. Brother Han can have it as a gift, so there is no need to give me any spirit stones or items for it." Chapter 566, Soul Rise Technique. When Yuan Yao answered Han Li's question, her face revealed a hopeful expression. That's right. I had acquired a jade slip from the Azure Yang sect's young master that described the soul nurturing wood contained inside Heaven Void Hall. As such, I prepared myself to go to the Heaven Void Hall with intention of acquiring the divine wood. However, I didn't expect that it would be far more dangerous than the legends made it out to be. Were it not for your assistance on several occasions, I fear I wouldn't have made it out of Heaven Void Hall, as I had only recently entered core formation at the time. Senior Martial Sister Yen Li's primal soul mostly recovered her strength at this point, after being nourished by the soul-nurturing wood for so many years. Although she can't possess a body of her own accord, she can still possess a different fleshly body with the Soul Rise technique. Han Li's expression slightly changed when he heard this. Soul Rise technique? Is that a type of technique which draws the soul into a fresh corpse and brings it back to life? That's right. Han Li stared at the woman and imposingly said, Fellow Taoist Yuan, do you know what you're trying to do? Not to mention the danger when using this technique, but the cost of using such a technique is more than an ordinary cultivator can bear. Not only does one's cultivation need to be at least at core formation to use this technique, but due to its heaven-defying nature, it will also subject your cultivation to unbearable strain. As an early core formation cultivator, it's very likely that you will shatter your core upon using the technique and drop down back to foundation establishment stage. When Yuan Yao heard Han Li's warning, she grew silent for a moment before playing it down by saying, Of course I know all of that. When possessing a living person's body, so long as one didn't violate the 3 inviolable laws, it's a relatively safe matter. Since the Soul Rise technique is fundamentally different from possession and causes a fresh corpse to revive, it naturally possesses a high cost. A trace of spirited light appeared within Han Li's eyes and he solemnly warned, With the aid of the soul-nurturing wood, why can't your senior martial sister take the initiative to possess a body? Can't you just wait until after reaching the mid-core formation stage before using the Soul Rise technique on your senior martial sister? If you try to form another core after having it shattered, it's so incredibly difficult that it could be considered nearly impossible. Yuan Yao calmly replied, Senior martial sister suffered far too heavy an injury and has existed as a soul for far too long. Her consciousness has already started to dim and it isn't something that the soul-nurturing wood is capable of blocking. She only has 1 or 2 years at most before she thoroughly loses her sense of self. If I were to wait until then to use the Soul Rise technique, she would only be a mindless husk. And just as it so happens, I recently came across a very suitable fresh corpse and have already spent a lot of effort into laying down the spell formation for the Soul Rise technique. Had no one disturbed me, I would have begun the ritual in the coming month. Although a slight trace of sorrow could be seen on her face, she appeared determined. Having heard this, a strange emotion flickered within Han Li's eyes. A short moment later, he let out a breath and asked, Did Miss Yuan say this with the intention of asking me for help? Yuan Yao wore a resolute expression with wide eyes. Brother Han just saved me a moment ago, so it would be improper for me ask you for assistance. However, the Soul Rise technique requires a place of profound yin, and will produce effects that spell formations cannot conceal that will attract the attention of other cultivators. Because I was branded a criminal by the Azure Yang sect, I have been unable to acquaint myself with any other high-grade cultivators apart from you. I can only hope that you'll stay for the next few days and offer this little woman some protection as she employs the ritual. As this matter relates to the life or death of my senior martial sister Yen Li, I will agree to any conditions I am able to so long as you agree. Han Li grew silent for a moment with a pensive expression. According to how he would ordinarily act, he wouldn't even consider staying behind. He had his own share of troubles and couldn't afford to take on anyone else's. However, Yuan Yao wouldn't hesitate to shatter her own core if it meant she could save her good friend. This touching act had stirred up emotions that Han Li had kept locked away deep within his heart. After a moment of deliberation, he came to the conclusion that so long as he didn't encounter any mid-nascent soul stage cultivators, he wouldn't be in any danger at his current cultivation. If any ordinary cultivators were to spy on what was happening, he would be able to easily exterminate them. If all he had to do was protect the woman for a few days, then it wouldn't take much effort on his part. With that thought, Han Li came to a decision and rubbed his nose. He wryly smiled and said, It seems I don't have a heart of stone after all, because for some reason I just can't refuse you. Since you're even willing to shatter your own core, I will assist you in raising Miss Yen Li's soul, and will act as your protector just this once. I require no other conditions aside from you having to tell me what is amiss with the weeping soul pearl. I have felt apprehensive about refining the treasure ever since you mentioned it. Also, the place of profound Yin isn't be on this island, yes? This place has already been exposed, so it would be a very good idea to conduct the ritual elsewhere. When Yuan Yao heard Han Li's response, her beauty appeared to blossom as she wore a thankful expression. She then took out a green jade slip and handed it over to Han Li saying, "I am truly grateful for your assistance, Brother Han. However, please don't worry. The place of profound Yin isn't here, it's on another island. Although it is only several days away, we should be safe from the Azure Yang sect's pursuit for more than enough time for me to conduct the ritual. As for the matter of the Weeping Soul Pearl, it is quite simple. The Azure Yang sect young master's Weeping Soul Beast wasn't completely refined. As such, the Weeping Soul Pearl used to control it is flawed. After refining it, one would periodically experience headaches. Additionally, once it is more deeply refined, the headaches would become far more severe. I merely refined it to less than half of completion in order to deal with the first trial of Heaven Void Hall, the Ghost Mist, but it still left me restless and troubled. I also have the refinement technique for the Weeping Soul Beast itself." Chapter 567. Heavenly Omen. Yuan Yao looked at the sky before turning her head to Han Li. In a sincere tone she said, "In 4 hours' time the Yin Qi will be at its strongest. That's when I'll begin to use the Soul Rise technique. The entire process will take 3 days, so during that time, I will have to trouble you to guard me." Han Li nodded and looked around the valley. He frowned, asking, "Apart from the illusion formation, there seems to be nothing else. Won't it be dangerous if a strong enemy were to fully occupy my attention and leave you vulnerable?" Yuan Yao bit her lip and spoke with a hint of helplessness. "I know, but I don't possess any more powerful spell formation tools, and didn't I have much time to prepare? So it's a risk I have to take." Han Li crossed his arms and held his chin in his hand before saying, "In that case, leave the spell formations to me. I still have a few sets of spell formation tools that hold decent strength. Although they are by no means exceptional, it's still better than leaving you undefended." Since he had already decided to help, he may as well do his best. When Yuan Yao heard him, her eyes shined delight as she said, "Brother Han, you're proficient in the Tao of formation spells? Since that's the case, I will feel much more at ease when I'm undergoing the ritual. Thank you for your troubles." Han Li silently smiled in return and then took off to the skies and examined the valley's surroundings. He slowly descended back onto the island a short moment later as he thought, "Since time is short, I should start putting down the formations right away." With that, Han Li began to wave his arms and produced slivers of consciousness, summoning over a dozen huge ape puppets at his side. He then took out many sets of spell formation tools and handed them to the puppets. Han Li stood there and used his spiritual sense to control the puppets and had them start laying down formations around the valley. Yuan Yao curiously gazed at the puppets' movements for a moment, but then began to hurriedly make her own preparations. The Soul Rise technique was no trivial affair. To fully employ the technique, it required extremely careful preparations. Additionally, one needed to test the formation on the ground to avoid any mistakes from occurring part-way through. Elsewhere on the island, Han Li managed to place down 5 moderately powerful spell formations within 2 hours with the aid of his 8 puppets. Although they wouldn't be able to withstand persistent attacks from a core formation cultivator, they would be more than enough to deal with any foundation establishment cultivators. At the heart of the valley, Yuan Yao finished placing down all of the spirit stones for the spell formation, and struck the crux of the formation with an incantation seal, activating the spell formation. In response, the spell formation began to hum and flicker with a jet black light. Eerie strands of black chi suddenly began to appear around the formation, converging towards the glacial jade coffin at the center. Yuan Yao revealed satisfaction at the sight and hastily struck the formation with another incantation seal, stopping the spell formation. Yuan Yao walked out of the spell formation and turned to Han Li, while happily saying, "There doesn't seem to be any problems. The spell formation is working as expected." After seeing her cheerful smile, Han Li slowly said, "Fellow Taoist Yuan, have you thought this through clearly? After shattering your core, your path to immortal cultivation will cease. It will be nearly impossible to climb back up to core formation stage." Yuan Yao's smile disappeared, and after a brief moment of silence she calmly said, "If it ends, then let it end. The only reason I was able to live until now was so I could accomplish this." Chapter 568. A frightful retreat. The old man surnamed Zhao seemed to recognize the two and immediately smiled before replying, "So it turned out to be the Mei siblings." This old man was traveling nearby with his sect members when he saw that an astonishing change had occurred on an island in the distance. "As a result, we only just arrived here. You siblings seem to be quite experienced. Do you see anything strange about the heavenly omen? The woman politely replied, Brother Zhao must be joking. If you don't know about the heavenly omen, then how are my brother and I supposed to? However, it seems to be intertwined with quite a bit of yin qi. I suspect that an extremely vicious and evil treasure is being brought into this world. As for the man by her side, he merely nodded in a detached manner. The old man didn't mind how the man behaved. Instead, he lightly coughed and thought to say something else when the melodic sounds of a flute arrived from a distance away. A green streak of light twinkled in the distance and streaked towards them. The woman's expression changed several times after hearing the flute sounds, but her face soon returned to normal. Old man Zhao was initially stunned, but he soon thought of something and took another look at the woman with a baffled expression on his face. As for the man by the woman's side, a trace of anger appeared in his otherwise calm expression. A short moment later, a green speck of light approached them, revealing a young man who was flying through the air as he held onto a flute in front of him. With his handsome appearance and fluttering white robes, he appeared confident and relaxed. The white-clothed man flew before the group of people and loudly spoke to the woman with high spirits. I would have never guessed that Miss May had already arrived here. A trace of helplessness appeared on her face and she reluctantly replied, Fellow Taoist Fu, you've also come. She didn't seem particularly happy to see him. The woman's elderly brother spoke with a hoarse, cold voice. Why are you here? My little sister has already said that she is unwilling to become your Tao companion. Why do you continue to try and associate with her? Do you think that I won't dare to drive you away just because you have a core formation cultivator as a master? Regardless, I am sincerely enraptured with your younger sister. So long as she remains unmarried, I will always pursue her. Fellow Taoist May has captured my utter devotion. The white-clothed man went into a daze as he glanced at the woman surnamed May. When the woman heard this, her cheeks blushed and she turned around, no longer paying him any heed. As for her brother, he revealed a harsh expression. Combined with his monstrous, undead appearance, he appeared particularly frightful. Still, the white-clothed man continued to stare at the woman from behind without paying any attention to anyone else. Old man Zhao rolled his eyes and decided to alleviate the tension by changing the subject to the island. Cough. There is no need for emotions to cloud your reason. In a short moment, I fear there will be far more fellow Taoists, so if any treasures truly appear on the island, then we had best act quickly. Otherwise, a core formation senior could arrive, and we will be left helpless. The three were slightly shocked upon hearing that. The white-clothed man casually took a look above him and his expression suddenly changed. The heavenly omen has started to change. The old man and the May siblings couldn't help but look up in shock upon hearing him. Sure enough, the incessantly rolling black cloud had started to revolve around a center point, and the huge cloud of yin qi that gathered down below the island had suddenly started to expand, as if a black monster had suddenly emerged. What is that? Could it be that a treasure has suddenly entered this world? The woman asked with a face pale from astonishment. A strange expression appeared on her brother's face as he gazed at the island and said, Let's go take a look regardless. Perhaps an opportunity will appear before us. When the woman heard her brother, she hesitantly said, But what if it isn't a treasure? What if it is an expert refining a top-grade technique? Can we afford to provoke such an individual? Her brother impatiently said with a cold voice, There is nothing in this world without risk, and there is always a level of danger associated with acquiring treasure. Additionally, if there truly is a senior on the island, we will merely ask to be excused with some polite words. Then, without paying any further attention to the others, he stamped on the sword magic tool beneath his feet and flew in the direction of the small island. The woman paused for a moment before rushing after him with a worried expression on her face. The white-robed man revealed some slight hesitation and looked in the direction of the old man. Seeing that the old man had yet to act, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He frowned and asked, Fellow Taoist Zhao doesn't want to find out what is happening? You were the first one to propose heading to the island, but you seem to have changed your mind. The old man chuckled and twirled his beard as he calmly said, This old man merely made a suggestion. I never said I'd be the one to go. Moreover, I've brought a group of juniors with me and I don't want any harm to come their way. If there is truly any treasure, then you three fellow Taoists may have it. Humph. Brother Zhao's words are quite pleasant to hear, but I suspect you merely wish for us to scout for you. The white-clothed man glared at the old man before staring in the direction of the May siblings and rushing after them with gritted teeth. The old man watched as the white-clothed man flew into the distance, before faintly shaking his head and muttering, Oh, beautiful women are truly a cause for calamity. Those emotions of yours will only bring you great trouble. When the disciples behind him heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. As the three cultivators flew into the island and directly entered the area underneath the heavenly omen, the old man's spirit shook as he stared at the island in nervous anticipation. However, he suddenly heard a cold voice from behind him. "Well, aren't you smart? You didn't go to brave the danger. Well, even if there was a treasure, just how would you split it with your disciples?" When old man Zhao heard this, his heart was greatly shaken. He and his disciples hurriedly turned around, but they couldn't find even a trace of another person. The old man grew fearful after spotting no one, but he hastily spoke with a hurried tone. "I don't know which senior has graced us with his presence, but I, the grandson Sex Zhao Qiao, pay my respects to you." Without a body in sight, the cold voice fluctuated throughout the air without an obvious point of origin. The grandson sect. A trace of hostility appeared on Wen Tianren's elegant face as he icily said, "That's right. If your esteemed self is unwilling to tell me your name, then I won't demand it. However, I do have some knowledge of the core formation cultivators in each sect, and from your unfamiliar appearance, it appears that you are a vagrant cultivator. Since that is the case, I will give you and your Dao companion two choices. You either enter the coalition and become an enforcer of my divine dove hall, following all of my commands, or you will die here by my hand. Listen to your orders? Enter your coalition? You're a member of the Starfall Coalition?" When Han Li heard him, he was stunned, but soon re-examined the man with gaze of doubt. The young woman said with a neutral tone, "Young Master Wen is a brilliant student of the Starfall Coalition's Arch-Saint Six Paths. It wouldn't be considered a disgrace if you were to swear allegiance to him. Additionally, with fellow Taoist cultivation, you will be placed in an important position within the coalition." "You're a disciple of Arch-Saint Six Paths?" Han Li's expression stirred. Although he knew the man's identity had to be unordinary, he hadn't expected it to be shocking to this degree. When Wen Tianren saw Han Li's shock, his expression remained the same despite a trace of pride appearing in his eyes. He happily enjoyed the amazement he saw from Han Li when he heard of his identity. He didn't feel any shame in using his identity as Arch-Saint Six Paths disciple, as he considered one's identity to be a resource. However, Wen Tianren's spirits quickly fell when Han Li's expression turned into a sneer. Using a derisive tone, Han Li said, "So it turned out to be a young master of the Starfall Coalition. I apologize for my lack of manners. However, I don't possess the slightest intention of entering your esteemed coalition, nor do I have any intention of dying. Rather, I have another proposal. How about I take young Master Wen's life instead?" From Wen Tianren's overbearing manner, he clearly understood that this man wasn't benevolent in the slightest. Not only did he feel a trace of killing intent from his spiritual sense, but he faintly felt that the young master planned on killing him regardless of whether or not he surrendered. Since Han Li was going to end up fighting him either way, he saw little reason to bother entertaining him. Others might hold the enormous Starfall Alliance in fear, but Han Li held it in little regard. After all, with the Heaven Void Cauldron in his possession, he may as well be a fugitive from everyone in the inner star seas. "Good, very good." When Tianren furiously smiled and stared at Han Li with an increasingly icy gaze. In the instant he finished speaking, he spat out a streak of blue light. Just as the blue light left his mouth, it burst with dazzling light and disappeared from sight. Han Li's face grew stern, and he unconsciously waved the jade scepter in his hand, causing a barrier of red and yellow light to instantly cover him. In the moment the barrier appeared, the blue light had struck the light barrier with a muffled thump. Han Li's expression faintly changed after being pushed back 10 meters by the strike. At that moment, he clearly saw that the blue streak was a peculiar awl that was several inches long. It crackled with blue light and had talisman characters winding around it. Without any further thought, Han Li flicked his fingers, sending 10 streaks of azure sword chi in the direction of the blue awl. Without any further reservations, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and took out his 5-element bands. They immediately shined a rainbow light and hummed. With his other hand, he flung out over 20 flying swords in the direction of Wen Tianren. Wen Tianren didn't appear surprised in the slightest at having his attack blocked. Instead, he calmly pressed his hands together and summoned a small flag. The 4-inch-long flag flickered with purple light and possessed an astonishing spiritual chi. At that same moment, he glanced in front of him to see a swarm of flying swords and revealed an expression of surprise. He didn't dare to be negligent and quickly waved the purple flag in his hand, causing countless purple clouds to be spurred out. They completely enveloped him and hid him from view. A trace of annoyance appeared in Han Li's eyes, as he had wanted to use the 5-element bands to restrain Wen Tianren. Instead, he had the bands combine into one huge ring and protect his body. At that same moment, he formed an incantation gesture with his hands, activating the Sword Shadow Phantasm technique. The 24 azure swords suddenly blurred and multiplied into a swarm of 96 azure streaks, piercing through the azure cloud in an overbearing assault. When the gorgeous young woman saw this from a distance, she revealed astonishment and her expression paled from shock and disbelief. Soon, a complicated expression flickered across her face. The azure streaks of light were like countless wasps as they continuously pierced through the clouds. However, their countless strikes passed through the cloud as if nothing were there. When Han Li saw this, he unconsciously frowned and his expression turned grim. Although he knew that he wouldn't so easily rid himself of Wen Tianren, this person had yet again exceeded his expectations. With that thought, he pointed to his flying swords and had them revolve once more around the azure clouds as they hummed, transforming into 10-meter-long swords that emitted a suffocating pressure. At that same moment, Han Li slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Chapter 572, Bitter Battle. Countless gold-devouring beetles rushed out from Han Li's storage pouch before instantly forming into a huge tricolored cloud. The beetle swarm was about 100 meters wide and emitted an astonishing pressure. A distant yell of fright was heard in response. Han Li's eyes coldly glinted as his gaze fell onto the gorgeous, young woman. The woman was covering her small, delicate mouth while her eyes revealed astonishment. Han Li was surprised when he noticed that her expression seemed to hold an inexplicable hint of joy. Han Li was momentarily distracted by her inexplicable display when two massive rumbles erupted and tore his attention back to the battle at hand. He hastily turned his gaze back to the purple clouds in alarm. An ancient copper shield that glowed with white light had left the azure clouds and easily blocked the strikes of his two huge swords. Han Li inwardly sighed at this, as he still hadn't taken much time to temper the flying swords. He had relied on the extraordinary quality of materials of the swords to overwhelm the magic treasures of common cultivators. But now that he had reached late core formation stage, the might of his magic treasures had clearly fallen behind those of his peers. Even when merging them together, his flying swords didn't pose much of a threat to cultivators of a similar grade. As these thoughts surged through his mind, he had his two flying swords continue to strike the violet cloud regardless of their efficacy, but the ancient shield was able to block every strike with ease. At that moment, Han Li released a series of low-pitched whistles, causing his gold-devouring beetles to hum for a moment before swarming towards the purple cloud en masse. Although he didn't know what the purple cloud was made of, it would still be consumed by the gold-devouring beetles all the same. Seeing that huge cloud of insects suddenly appear, Wen Tianren couldn't help but coldly snort in disdain. Humph! Insect techniques? You're courting death. When Han Li heard this, he immediately felt a surge of joy. If Wen Tianren treated his gold-devouring beetles as common insects, then when the swarm of beetles arrived at the purple cloud his death was practically assured. Han Li inwardly sneered, but just as the insect swarm arrived at the purple clouds, Wen Tianren suddenly shouted, "Go!" An astonishing scene then occurred. A golden light suddenly burst forth from the purple cloud and countless gold threads shot out. The gold threads shot into the swarm of gold-devouring beetles. Then in the wake of several loud cracks, dead beetles began to fall from the sky like a heavy rain. The gold threads had actually overwhelmed the gold-devouring beetles. The beetles were greatly resistant against the strikes of magic treasures, but against these golden threads, they were completely defenseless. When Han Li saw this, he was overwhelmed by furious alarm. He hastily released a sharp whistle to have his insect swarm immediately return and revolve around him. However, the golden threads weren't about to let the beetles slip away. They shot after the beetles as they escaped, filling the sky with their bodies. Han Li grimaced and without any further thought, he hastily slapped his storage pouch and took out the ancient flower basket, before tossing it out without hesitation. The flower basket turned into a cloud of white chi in a flash of light and directly approached the gold threads. When the white chi had incorporeally passed through the insect swarm and arrived among the golden threads, he wore a strange expression and quickly formed an incantation gesture with his hands. The white chi immediately began to spin and glow with white radiance. The golden threads were enveloped by the white light and were immediately restrained, slowing them down immensely. The beetle swarm took advantage of that opening to fly back into Han Li's spirit beast pouches. However, Han Li's expression was extremely unsightly at that moment. In that short exchange, he had lost nearly 10,000 of his black-tainted gold-devouring beetles. If he hadn't used the ancient flower basket to respond, he would have suffered devastating losses. Just what kind of magic treasures were these threads for them to contain such fearsome power? He was in complete disbelief as to what had just happened. His gold-devouring beetles were repelled before they could even display their tremendous power. Han Li had momentarily become despondent before he observed the gold threads undergo a transformation while within the white chi. After seeing them gently flicker, they dimmed and revealed their true form. They were thin golden needles and were only about an inch long and had a golden luster. When Han Li saw this, he was truly shocked. When Tianren actually used flying needles, the most difficult magic treasure to refine, and in a number of at least several hundred of them no less. This caused Han Li's blood to run cold. However, Han Li's thoughts stirred as something soon came to mind. At that moment, the lightless golden needles had simultaneously released a dazzling gleam and hurriedly gathered into one spot before condensing into a golden sword in an instant. The golden sword gently trembled before suddenly breaking through the restrictions of the flower basket and shooting in Han Li's direction. Han Li's expression sank and he took out a sparkling azure talisman from his storage pouch. This was the treasure talisman that Layman Chingy had given to him at Heaven Void Hall. As the treasures it had been refined from were also flying needles, they should be an equal match. Just as the golden sword rushed towards Han Li, it split into countless golden threads with a bang as they continued forward. Without any further hesitation, Han Li spat a cloud of azure chi onto the talisman. With a flicker of azure light, the talisman instantly transformed into a streak of azure light. As soon as the azure light left Han Li's light barrier, it instantly transformed into an overbearing number of azure threads of light. At first glance, they appeared no different from the golden threads apart from their color. What are those? When Tianren was stunned and spoke with a surprised tone. The golden threads had already arrived at Han Li's side and began to interweave themselves amongst the azure threads, resulting in pulsing balls of light. When Tianren shouted in alarm and coldly asked, "The night azure needles. What relationship do you have with Layman Chingy?" "That's a treasure talisman of his night azure needles. That old ghost has always been annoyingly stingy and treats those needles as if they were as valuable as his own life. Could it be that you are his disciple?" When Han Li heard Tianren shout out the name of the night azure needles, his heart trembled but he soon regained his calm. Chapter 573 Een Devil Execution versus the Six Apex Devils. In stark contrast to the conspicuous movements of the gray cloud, Han Li held out his right arm in complete silence as a faint layer of black chi condensed on it. The black chi pulsed and gradually grew denser, and when it had become as dense as ink, Han Li wore a grim expression on his face. His entire right arm began to quickly swell, becoming over 3 times denser in an instant. There was even a layer of glaring blood light that shined from underneath the enveloping black chi. At that moment, Han Li raised his head to look at Tianren. The gray cloud had begun to release huge rumbles at a greater frequency, and had already expanded to an area of 100 meters. With hostility shining within Han Li's eyes, he suddenly shouted, "Destroy!" His thick arm suddenly shrank and a beam of black and red light shot from his palm. The beam was 10 meters long when it was released and arrived in front of the cloud in the blink of an eye while leaving behind a long strand of light in its wake. Aware that this wasn't something to underestimate, Tianren had his ancient copper shield untangle itself from its confrontation from the huge swords and arrived in front of the cloud with a flash of brilliance. The beam wasn't blocked in the slightest and passed through the copper shield as if there was nothing there. Its futile attempt to block the beam had turned the shield to dust without the slightest sound. A muffled groan sounded out as the beam passed through the cloud. In an instant, a black crack had appeared within it and the cloud began to dissolve after it was cleanly split into 2. After splitting apart the clouds, the expanse of light traveled 10 meters further before scattering into specks of starlight. At that moment, from one of the clouds, Tianren howled with rage, "How dare you sever my arm? I'll have your life as payment." Soon after that furious roar, the other cloud disappeared to reveal a severed arm floating in midair. From the cloth that remained on the arm, it appeared to be Tianming's left arm. When Han Li saw this, his eyes narrowed and he instantly recalled the name of a legendary Devil Dao technique, Cataclysmic Graft. This technique used a limb that had been refined in advance as a substitute to block an attack from reaching their body. With only a single thought, one could have their own limb take the place of any severe harm that came their way. It was particularly effective at handling curse-type heretical techniques. However, it was said that this legendary devilish Dao secret technique could only be refined by nascent soul cultivators. It was beyond Han Li's imagination for Wen Tianren to be able to fully use this technique. As for the fearsome attack that Han Li had just used, it was a secret technique from the profound Yin scriptures called the Yin Devil Execution. It operated in the same manner as the blood spirit drill. They both refined a portion of one's base essence that was folded to contain an immense, unstoppable force that was consumed after a single use. The cultivation of an individual affected how many times the base essence could be folded, signifying its strength as well as the amount of time it would require to condense. According to legend, when it was condensed to the deepest folds, it could tear through space itself and leave only the void in its path. Of course, who could actually invest that much time and effort into preparing a strike of that degree? Han Li himself was only able to condense the attack to a small degree, and that was after much effort. Having seen his last two attacks remain ineffective, Han Li had guessed that the cloud possessed a miraculous effect of shifting one's position. As a result, he determined that he needed to use the Yin Devil Execution. Although the attack wasn't able to tear through space itself, it had broken through Wen Tianren's evasion technique with great efficacy. Chapter 574. The Golden Mirrors of 8 Gates. Gazing at the huge bell, Han Li pointed at the ancient flower basket in front of him and had it transform into white qi before shooting to the top of the bell. At that same moment, a muffled clang reverberated throughout the bell. The sound wasn't loud, but with the bell mouth pointed at Han Li, he felt his mind shake from the sound and he nearly collapsed. It was the type of attack most annoying to him, a sound-based attack. Han Li inwardly cursed, but he didn't dare be negligently react. With a flash of white light, the flower basket returned to its original form as a flower basket. Soon, it started revolved and spouted out a white radiance that enveloped the silver bell, attempting to draw it in. Of course, the silver bell naturally wasn't going to just obediently submit. It shined with a blinding silver light and incessantly rang, but because it was surrounded in layers of white qi, the attacks were dulled. While Han Li still felt uncomfortable from the attacks, he was able to stay standing. At that moment, Han Li paid no more attention to the two ancient treasures above him and turned his gaze to the man across from him. Divine Devilbane Lightning. You possess a magic treasure made of golden lightning bamboo. Apart from the legendary Divine Devilbane Lightning that specialized in subduing evil and devilish arts, Wen Tianren knew of no other lightning with such heaven-defying power that was capable of eliminating his apex devil incarnations in an instant. The appearance of golden lightning bamboo had caused a bloodbath when it had last appeared in the past, but now it had appeared before him, refined into a magic treasure no less. This realization shocked Wen Tianren to the core. Han Li's expression faintly changed after hearing Wen Tianren call out the name of the lightning, but Han Li sneered before wiping his face of emotion. He merely controlled the flower basket above him and intended to restrain the silver bell before doing anything else. Wen Tianren naturally knew that he had guessed correctly after seeing Han Li's reaction, and his face grew pale. Regardless of whether or not he was the disciple of the number one figure of the Devil Dao, after realizing that he now faced an unordinary cultivator along with the fearsomeness of the Divine Devilbane Lightning, he became filled with trepidation. After seeing his apex devil struck down by the Divine Devilbane Lightning without the slightest resistance, he realized that the legends of the lightning's effectiveness against devilish techniques were completely true. So long as Han Li possessed this lighting, he would be incapable of using a vast majority of his Devil Dao techniques. Wen Tianren took a deep breath and glanced at Han Li's expressionless figure. Wen Tianren's face became incredibly gloomy and his heart became uneasy, at the faint realization that Han Li would inevitably become a nemesis. Not only were his magic treasures and cultivation equal to his own, but the Divine Devilbane Lightning could restrain a vast majority of his techniques. This was intolerable. Wen Tianren glanced at Han Li and hardened his resolve. No matter how dire the cost, you will not be leaving this island alive. Only with the golden lightning bamboo treasure in my hands will I finally feel at ease. At that moment, the gorgeous young woman that stood in the distance had been left dumbstruck by the series of exchanges in the battle. When the young woman had seen Han Li control the gold-devouring beetles, she had already guessed his true identity, much to her shock. It was truly difficult for her to believe that in only a few tens of years Han Li's cultivation had climbed to late core formation from early core formation. But after she recalled that the legendary Heaven Void Cauldron was in Han Li's possession, she grew somewhat calmer. Before this point, the young woman wasn't very confident that Han Li would win the battle. She believed that he would only last a while at most before being defeated, and didn't expect that Han Li would hold the advantage. Han Li's faint golden lightning in particular had left the woman at a loss for words. When she saw it destroy Wen Tianren's phantoms, her core was shaken. Divine Devilbane Lightning. She had recognized the gold lightning before Wen Tianren had. She was the one who had originally given Han Li the stock of 1,000-year-old heaven lightning bamboo. But now it had already become 10,000-year-old golden lightning bamboo. The woman could only guess that Han Li had somehow acquired other heavenly lightning bamboo during his travels. This gorgeous young woman was obviously Fairy Violet Spirit who had last seen Han Li at the Heaven Void Hall. This woman's appearance had greatly changed and she seemed to be unwillingly traveling together with Wen Tianren. There seemed to be quite the story behind her current circumstances. As of current, Fairy Violet Spirit was gritting her teeth as she watched the scene in the distance, faintly feeling that the battle was about to resume. Seeing that the silver bell was about to be captured by Han Li's flower basket, Wen Tianren's expression stirred and the golden radiance on his forehead suddenly grew brighter. Soon, it had extended and condensed into a small, exquisite horn. It shined with golden luster and was covered in profound talisman characters. Not only did it lack any devilish qi, but it was actually filled with an extremely pure spiritual qi. After seeing this horn, Han Li's eyes narrowed and his heart trembled. He instantly pointed to his 2 azure swords in the distance and had their sword arts dissolve. The huge azure swords hummed and one of the swords split into 24 swords with the other sword dissolving into light. Han Li then employed the sword shadow phantasm technique and had them form 3 identical copies of light as they returned back to Han Li's side. They then continuously revolved around Han Li to form a protective barrier around him. When Tianren turned a blind eye to Han Li's actions and calmly said, "Good, very good. I didn't expect that you'd pressure me to this degree. I originally believed that apart from those old nascent soul monsters that there would be no enemies who were a match for me, but it seems I was arrogant and narrow-minded. It's good that I encountered you here. In fact, it can even be considered fortunate. Else, it would have become far more troublesome for me to kill you once you entered nascent soul stage." With the golden horn appearing on his forehead, he appeared completely confident, and all signs of his previous panic had disappeared without a trace. Without showing any emotion on his face, Han Li swept his spiritual sense past Wen Tianren, discovering that apart from the strange horn, there were no other obvious changes to his body. Han Li frowned and a trace of suspicion bloomed in his heart, causing him to become even more vigilant. However, he unconsciously felt that Wen Tianren's previous words were only a bluff and that the golden horn was only some sort of trick. But before Han Li could dispel his doubts, Wen Tianren spread out his arms and successively shot out 8 balls of golden flames from his sleeves. These resplendent golden flames were fist-sized and began to quickly revolve around him. Upon seeing that Wen Tianren had released some kind of item, Han Li took a deep breath before becoming gloomy and feeling vexed. He clearly understood that while he possessed a number of magic treasures that few could match, Wen Tianren was likely to be one of those few exceptions. After all, he was a young master of the Starfall Coalition and a disciple of the top figure of the Devil Dao. It should have proven quite easy for him to acquire extraordinary magic treasures. Since he couldn't continue to battle by relying on his magic treasures, he needed another method that could either trap or kill his opponent. Unknown to Han Li, Wen Tianren was thinking along similar lines at that moment. As he faced Han Li's many powerful techniques, he felt a sense of trepidation. As a result, he ceased using any magic treasures and had decided to use his last resort, the 8 balls of golden flame. At that moment, the flames disappeared to reveal ancient palm-sized, octagonal mirrors that appeared to be made of pure gold. Their surfaces appeared as smooth as water and were glistening with golden light. Their backs were completely wrinkled and uneven, appearing quite unsightly. When Han Li saw this, a strange expression appeared within his eyes and he faintly felt as if he had heard of these ancient mirrors before, but he couldn't quite come up with a name. The woman behind Wen Tianren abruptly yelled in shock, "The golden mirrors of 8 gates." Han Li was startled and glanced at the beautiful woman. She was gazing at the golden mirrors in alarm and covered her mouth with her hand. The gold mirrors of 8 gates? After some thought, Han Li felt as if that name was quite familiar. But when he suddenly recalled the origins of the mirrors, he felt his heart drop and he suddenly felt out of breath. When Tianren deeply glanced at Fairy Violet Spirit before turning his gaze back to Han Li and icily saying, "Since my companion has already shouted out the name of these mirrors, then surely you must know how vicious they are. Now you can die without regret." The golden horn on his forehead began to flicker with a golden radiance and a slim golden light suddenly shot out it, shooting towards one of the nearby mirrors. The ray of light then continued to be reflected off of the other mirrors, each time growing slightly thicker. By the time it had struck all 8 mirrors, it was as thick as a small bottle. Chapter 575. Divine Golden Flames. When Han Li saw the light beam increasing in size with every reflection, he furrowed his brow as he stared at every Wen Tianren's every movement. His hand tightly grasped onto the red-yellow jade scepter, and a silver light flickered from his back, followed by the appearance of 2 silver wings. The golden mirrors of 8 gates. How does he possibly have such a heaven-defying treasure? Han Li couldn't help but bitterly smiled. When he recalled the origins of the treasure, his first thoughts were that he couldn't withstand a strike of this magic treasure no matter what. From the description of its power in legend, he'd have to be deranged to even think of attempting something so foolish. The Golden Mirrors of 8 Gates was a peak-grade magic treasure that had eliminated an entire generation of Star Palace masters. It was once the possession of a cultivator with immense and profound abilities who had once shaken the scattered star seas for several hundred years. This lone cultivator had been able to withstand the entirety of the Star Palace's forces without being at a disadvantage. At the time, this cultivator had truly been the top figure in the scattered star seas. Of course, the main reason for the fame of the Vagrant of the Heavenly Mirrors was his profound cultivation that eclipsed everyone else in the scattered star seas. His magic treasure, the Golden Mirrors of 8 Gates, was widely known as the top-ranked defensive magic treasure, even at the time of his existence. There had been countless cultivators that had fallen to the mirrors, including at least 6 nascent soul cultivators, emphasizing the fearsomeness of this magic treasure. Of course, Wen Tianren's mirrors were merely replicas of the Golden Mirrors. At Wen Tianren's current cultivation, it would be impossible for him to control such a mighty magic treasure. Had he attempted to take that legendary magic treasure into his body, Wen Tianren himself feared his body would rupture from its overwhelming power. Likewise, if Han Li truly believed that this were the original item, he would have immediately slipped away without the slightest intention of fighting back. Even with this not being the case, Han Li didn't have the slightest intention of receiving any of its attacks. After all, the original's reputation was far too frightful. He had even prepared the thunderstorm wings to evade its attacks should the need arise. With the complete confidence Han Li held in the abilities of the thunderstorm wings, he was able to avoid panic despite the nervousness within his heart. At that moment, the golden light had already reflected off the final mirror and grown into a head-sized golden orb of light. It floated in front of Wen Tianren and continuously pulsed as if it were about to burst. Without any hesitation, Wen Tianren waved to the light orb, which immediately flew into his palm. Wen Tianren grabbed onto the light orb and turned to look at Han Li. An odd expression fluttered within his eyes when he saw the wings on Han Li's back, but it soon disappeared. At that moment, Fairy Violet's spirit glanced at Wen Tianren's golden horn and then turned her gaze to the wings on Han Li's back. She felt her mouth turn dry as a complicated expression appeared on her face. The coming battle was about to greatly widen her horizons, and was something that had reached far beyond what common cultivators were capable of. Both parties had now taken out their last resorts in what was clearly a battle of life or death. Even the intensity of the atmosphere made it hard for her to breathe. She could only silently watch on, in the hopes that her preferred cultivator won the upcoming battle. When Tianren made the first move, he brought the golden light orb to his chest and slapped his other hand onto it, causing the orb of light to collapse and shoot out countless thumb-sized balls of light. Contrary to Han Li's expectation, the balls of light entered the octagonal mirrors. The mirrors immediately began to glow and trembled before releasing 8 dense beams of golden light. In the same moment that the beams of light shot out from the mirrors, they had already arrived in front of Han Li with an imperceptible speed. Han Li's expression distorted at the sight. The outermost layer of his sword mirages had instantly disappeared upon contact with the beams of light. Even the true bamboo cloud's warm swords were knocked away with sparks of azure light. They weren't able to put up even the slightest resistance upon making contact with the light beams. The combined 5-element bands flashed with rainbow light and blocked the beams for only a moment before releasing a wail and a violet flash of light before collapsing into fragments. Han Li was overwhelmed with shock and felt pain at their loss. The 5-element bands weren't of much use against higher-grade cultivators, but they had always been successful when handling cultivators of a similar grade. Their loss was truly a pity. After the incredibly incisive golden lights had shattered the bands, they were about to strike the final barrier of red-yellow light produced by the jade scepter. Han Li let out a sigh as thunder roared from his back. With a slight flap, he disappeared from sight, and the 8 streaks of light missed their target. A short moment later, Han Li reappeared 100 meters away. With yet another roar of thunder, he disappeared yet again. When Tianren was startled upon seeing this, but his expression soon changed after something came to mind. His legs were aflame with scarlet flame as he flew off, instantly arriving at a nearby location. In the instant he moved, Han Li appeared at Wen Tianren's original location with an azure sword streak flickering from his hand. Han Li revealed shock, but he soon disappeared once more in a flash of silver light, leaving thunder in his wake. This time Wen Tianren didn't move. Instead, he shot out another streak of golden light from his horn and had his mirrors fly upward and point down. Once the golden light entered the mirrors, they began to hum and transform into countless beams of light, filling the air around him. At that moment, Han Li reappeared about 30 meters behind Wen Tianren and the beams of light instantly converged onto Han Li, rigidly trapping him. Han Li's expression vastly changed and he hurriedly flapped his wings. But underneath the golden light, he was completely incapable of movement. Han Li then waved his hands without any further thoughts and spat out 2 flying swords towards the golden light surrounding him, and ordered them to violently chop it. The golden light was completely unaffected and began to close in on him. Han Li's heart sank and he hurriedly opened his mouth, shooting out a dense bolt of golden lightning. The golden light slightly flickered for a moment, but they didn't sustain any damage. Chapter 576. The ghost mist appears. Were it a common late core formation cultivator, they wouldn't be able to withstand the golden flames for even a quarter of an hour. However, Han Li was anything but common. At that moment, he stared at the golden flames surrounding him with a frown and slapped his storage pouch, taking out a small bottle. Han Li glanced at the small bottle and let out a sigh. It was the myriad-year spirit milk he had just acquired, and it already appeared that he wouldn't be able to last much longer without it. It was quite the cruel joke. Had he not acquired the spirit milk from Yuan Yao, he would have found himself in a dead end. But at the same time, were it not for this spirit milk, he wouldn't have encountered Wen Tianren, a disciple of Archsaint Six Paths, and be in this situation. Han Li felt extremely conflicted about how this situation had developed. According to current situation, he was currently losing, but with the half bottle of myriad-year spirit milk, he felt completely secure. Regardless of the golden light that trapped him or the golden flames that scorched around him, Wen Tianren was incapable of persevering without paying a heavy cost. If Wen Tianren wanted to compete in a battle of endurance, then victory assured for Han Li. Wen Tianren's own actions were about to doom him. With that thought in mind, a sneer momentarily appeared on Han Li's face before he sat down inside the light barrier, preparing his counter-attack once Wen Tianren had exhausted himself. Consequentially, a baffling scene transpired. The air that had recently been filled with rolls of thunder and flashes of dazzling light had suddenly turned serene and peaceful. Wen Tianren and Han Li were both sitting down, forming their own incantation gestures in silence. However, the 10-meter-tall golden flames continued to burn. When Fairy Violet Spirit saw this, her luminous eyes shifted and she inwardly sighed. From what she saw, Han Li was bound to be defeated as he was trapped within the golden flames. Although Han Li currently had a silver light barrier around him, she believed it would only provide temporary protection at most. She stood there while wearing a complicated expression, but she had no intention of stepping forward. It appeared she didn't intend to take any action until the battle between the two of them was concluded. At that moment, the Mei siblings, Old Man Zhao and the other low-grade cultivators were grouped together about 50 kilometers away from the island. Although they were too far away to see Han Li's battle with Wen Tianren, they were able to see the brilliant flashes of light in the distance and hear the deafening explosions. This alone had left them greatly alarmed. They had mistakenly believed that this was caused by a battle between the core formation cultivator on the island and the white silhouette. As such, they hadn't dared to leave, but now that all signs of fighting had disappeared, they were all left in dismay. They didn't know who was victorious or if something unexpected had occurred. Since they still didn't dare to rashly depart, they could only force themselves to stay put. On the other side of the island, the beautiful female cultivators that had been escorting the carriage were also whispering to each other with apprehension. Although they were all the personal maids of Wen Tianren, they were no different than true concubines and were treated favorably by him. On that note, if something were to happen to Wen Tianren, their fates were already sealed once they returned. However, because Wen Tianren had given them orders to remain at the carriage when he approached the island, these concubines didn't dare to rashly take action. Time slowly passed while the confrontation continued. Day eventually turned to night and night turned to early morning. Nearly an entire day passed in complete silence as if yesterday's battle had never even occurred. At that moment, Both groups of cultivators on either side of the island were impatient and filled with doubt as other cultivators were beginning to appear nearby. After an entire day of having the heavenly omen above the island, word spread that a peculiar treasure had appeared on this small island. Naturally, cultivators began to appear nearby. A vast majority of these cultivators were at foundation establishment stage, but there were also a few overly confident chi condensation cultivators mixed in. These people began to arrive at the island from every direction. When they grew near, they discovered Old Man Zhao's group along with the female cultivators around the carriage. Those who met Old Man Zhao and the Mei siblings were better off. As Old Man Zhao and the Mei siblings were quite well connected, many cultivators came to them to find out what had happened. After these cultivators heard that core formation cultivators had already entered the island, they apprehensively muttered to themselves and gathered near the old man's party, holding no foolish thoughts of rushing the island. As for the cultivators on the other side of the island that chose to speak to the beautiful female cultivators next to the carriage, the female cultivator in charge had taken out a banner of the Starfall Coalition without any reservations and immediately threatened them. Each of these cultivators immediately turned tail with pale faces. Since the Starfall Coalition cultivators were participating in whatever was happening on the island, nothing good would come about from staying around. After more time had passed, 2 core formation cultivators eventually arrived. They were traveling together, and one of them was the Deputy Island Lord of Bright Emperor Island. These 2 arrived on the side with Wen Tianren's maids, and naturally questioned them with baffled expressions. Because the 2 were core formation cultivators, the female cultivators didn't dare to slight them. The female cultivator in charge casually mentioned Wen Tianren's name to them as she answered. The 2 core formation cultivators were shocked upon hearing his name. While Bright Emperor Island was considered neutral, they didn't dare to provoke the overbearing power of either the top figure of the Devil Dao or the Starfall Coalition. After casually mumbling some sort of excuse, the 2 immediately flew back from where they came. What a joke. Although they didn't even know whether or not a treasure existed on this island, since a disciple of Arch-Saint Six Paths had arrived, they naturally had no thoughts of involving themselves. Since the young master had yet to return after approaching the island, if something had truly happened to him and they became involved, then they'd be heading to their deaths. Although a small portion of cultivators were scared away by the Starfall Coalition's reputation, about 40 cultivators had gathered around the island from other directions. When they weren't able to detect any core formation cultivators nearby, they rushed in. These cultivators harbored sinister designs of their own and weren't about to leave the island of their own accord. They planned to take advantage of the current chaos for their own benefit. As the black cloud above the island continued to swirl, it had already spread out to cover the entirety of the small island, blocking all the light from shining onto the island. A dark green beam of light suddenly shot up from the island towards the Yin clouds. At that moment, the clouds furiously roiled for a moment, then began to slowly descend and remained about 400 meters above the island before becoming serene. The emergence of these pitch-black clouds had given the impression that a tempest was about to approach. The heavenly omens transformations shook the hearts of the cultivators nearby. However, a few of the more quick-witted ones felt delight as they believed the green beam of light to be the sign for the emergence of a treasure. These cultivators were suddenly overwhelmed with greed and glanced at each other for a moment before flying towards the island in groups of 10. They believed that with so many foundation establishment cultivators joining hands, even a core formation cultivator wouldn't be able to make light of them. As for the portion of cultivators that hadn't joined, they were extremely calm and examined the others' actions with detached gazes. Since there were others willing to scout the path ahead, they were happy to sit back and watch before taking action. At that same time, when Tianren's maids were no longer capable of just waiting and approached the island with the carriage in tow. Unbeknownst to all these people was that deep within the oceans near the small island, a strange black light started to shine after an appearance of a slim black crevice. Soon after, countless threads of pitch-black chi emerged from the crevice, forming into a mist. This pitch-black mist was only about 10 meters wide at the start, but it quickly began to expand. In only a short moment, it had already spread to an area of 500 meters and continued to grow. Not only could ghostly wails be faintly heard from within the fog, but there were unceasing flashes of bizarre black lightning. Even more strange was how the nearby sea creatures were drawn into the black mist like moths to the flame. An instant later, all life in the nearby seas had already been swept clean, but nevertheless, the black mist continued to expand as if it were unsated. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. It eventually began to emerge from the ocean's surface, allowing it to be clearly seen by those present. When everyone saw this, they became numb with fear. From the looks of it, the mist would soon spread across the small island. Everyone on the island, including Han Li, were at a loss as they watched its progress. Chapter 577. Indescribable danger inside the silver light barrier. Han Li raised his head and took a drop of spirit milk before glancing down at the small bottle with a pensive expression. It was the morning of the next day and he had now taken his 5th drop of spirit milk, but the golden light outside the light barrier still didn't show the slightest sign of weakening. The flames, however, had begun to shrink. It seemed when Tianren wouldn't be able to sustain them for much longer, and Han Li would be able to escape fairly soon. With that in mind, Han Li's hand flashed with white light and he calmly placed the bottle back into his storage pouch. He then glanced at the clouds in the sky and unconsciously frowned. He had clearly seen the beam of green light shooting into the skies from the direction of the valley that seemed to have been caused by Yuan Yao's spell ritual. Although he didn't know what had specifically happened, based on the black clouds lowering down, it appeared that the soulrise technique had yet to finish. As quickly as these thoughts appeared in Han Li's mind, he buried them. He couldn't afford to be concerned with anything else until after he escaped the prison of golden light. After taking a deep breath, he felt his magic treasures begin to surge with excitement. At that same moment, the silver wings could faintly be seen once more from his back. Floating above the golden flames, when Tianren no longer appeared as proud as when he had initially trapped Han Li. Instead, his face had begun to pale and a layer of faint black qi had started to form. The golden horn on his forehead also appeared to be an inch shorter than the day before. When Tianren gloomily scowled, but his heart brimmed with furious alarm as a faint trace of dread began to take hold. When he had taunted Han Li that he would only be able to withstand the flames for an hour at most, he had been exaggerating. Knowing precisely how powerful the divine golden flames were, he had honestly believed that it would have been difficult for Han Li to persevere for even half an hour. As such, he had been willing to expend a bit of his origin qi to eliminate Han Li and prevent him from becoming an even greater problem in the future. But an hour later, Han Li still showed no signs of wavering, somewhat surprising when it had reached 2 hours, when Tianren was alarmed to find that Han Li had yet to turn to ash. After 4 hours, when Tianren had started to feel trepidation after seeing how Han Li still endured. He faintly felt that he had made a mistake, as Han Li hadn't shown any fear at the prospect of contesting his magic power with Tianren's own. It was clear that Han Li either possessed some kind of item that allowed him to quickly replenish his magic power or had some other mysterious ability. According to what he knew, the only item that could allow this kind of replenishment of magic power was the extremely rare myriad-year spirit milk. Could it be that Han Li truly possessed some? Tianren quickly found his guesses to be true. However, he had reached the point where he could no longer afford to stop. With a majority of his apex devil incarnations already eliminated and his unrestrained use of the golden mirrors of 8 gates, he had greatly exhausted his cultivation. If he were to let Han Li go, it wasn't likely for him to win. However, when Tianren was aware that given how rare the myriad spirit milk was, ordinary cultivators couldn't possibly possess all that much. As a result, he had resolved himself to continue to exhaust his true essence and continue his attempt to roast Han Li in the divine golden flames. The current damage to his true essence would take at least 30 years of secluded cultivation to repair. With each passing moment, when Tianren's complexion grew slightly paler, while the silver light barrier appeared as dense as ever. When Tianren wouldn't be able to persist for much longer. He didn't know how much spirit milk Han Li had left and he was still stuck in a deadlock. As he desperately searched for a method to break through his plight, something eventually came to mind. When Tianren pursed his dry lips and coldly commanded, "Violet Spirit, go over to where he came from and capture his Dao companion. That person should be at a crucial moment in the ritual and should be incapable of resisting you." His originally refined appearance was now completely gone, revealing a trace of sinister malice. When Fairy Violet Spirit heard this, her expression changed. This battle was truly beyond the scope of reason. She had originally believed that Han Li wouldn't be able to persist for long, but he had remained unscathed throughout the entire night. Instead, when Tianren was now in a difficult situation, much to her surprise. After hearing his command, she was startled for a moment before realizing his intentions. This young master of the Starfall Coalition intended to use the woman conducting the ritual to force Han Li into submitting. Since Han Li had agreed to act as her protector, their friendship should run deep. However, being forced to use this shameful method only further illustrated that the disciple of Archsaint Six Paths had truly reached his absolute limit. Fairy Violet's spirit quickly recovered her ice-cold expression and silently remained in place. A cold glint ran through Wen Tianren's eyes and he sinisterly said, "What? Could it be that you believe that because of how damaged my cultivation is that I cannot take your life? Or is it that you've always wanted to defect from the coalition ever since you were forced to join? Don't forget that the Starfall Coalition rules over half of the scattered star seas, and you are only an early core formation cultivator, so where could you possibly run? Obediently follow my orders, and I will turn a blind eye to your disloyal inaction." Fairy Violet's spirit's expression changed several times before her eyes wandered onto the golden flames, indecision lingering in her heart. During her moment of indecisiveness, streaks of light began to fly over from the distance. As they grew nearer, Fairy Violet's spirit and Wen Tianren recognized them to be the female cultivators and their carriage. When Wen Tianren saw this, he was greatly elated while Fairy Violet's spirit could only bitterly laugh in her mind. These Foundation establishment women hadn't been of any use at the start, but now they would be of pivotal importance. Before Fairy Violet's spirit could wryly smile, she spotted their panicked expressions as they approached Wen Tianren the moment they arrived. They looked at the current scene in astonishment and then quickly saluted Wen Tianren. They appeared extremely restless but still remained silent. Wen Tianren's appearance was harsh and a hostile expression appeared on his face. He coldly chuckled and thought to say something when his face contorted in bewilderment upon looking into the distance. Chapter 578. Encounter in the dark. Shock was clear in Han Li's eyes as he fell towards the rocks 100 meters below him. He abruptly twisted his body and bent his waist at a strange angle before kicking his feet out behind him. This caused him to shoot towards a large tree nearby before steadily coming to stand on one of its branches. Han Li's head was lined with cold sweat after his near fall. Fortunately, the shifting smoke steps didn't require any spiritual power to use. Otherwise he would have just met his end by falling to his death. If a core formation cultivator were to actually die by falling, they'd become a laughingstock. Of course, many of the nearby Foundation establishment cultivators weren't as fortunate as Han Li and were certain to have suffered. When Han Li finally regained his bearings, he heard a series of clangs from the distance. He quickly turned his head in that direction with a changed expression. Sure enough, the clangs came from the 2 sets of bamboo clouds warm swords that he hadn't taken into his body. Not far to their side were the 8-sided mirrors, the ancient flower basket and the small silver bell. At the moment, they were all completely devoid of life as if their spiritual nature had disappeared. Han Li's heart trembled and he hastily tried to release a thread of spiritual sense to inspect the treasures, however his heart immediately grew cold. No matter how hard he tried, his immensely powerful spiritual sense now remained motionless within his body. Han Li's blood ran cold as both his magic power and spiritual sense were now incapable of being used. He was now no different than an ordinary mortal. Let alone his magic abilities, his storage pouch and his spirit beast pouches were now useless as well. He turned around and paled upon seeing that the overflowing black mist had already filled the nearby skies. With his current speed as a mortal, there would be no chance of him outrunning the ghost mist. After reflecting on the current situation with a gloomy expression, he gritted his teeth and his body blurred. He then appeared beside the lifeless treasures and frantically gathered them all into his arms. Because he currently had no way of using his storage pouch, he could only hold the items close to his chest. Fortunately, they weren't too large, otherwise Han Li would have been incapable of carrying all of them. At the same time that Han Li was gathering up the treasures, the endless black fog suddenly descended onto the small island. Han Li felt an immense attractive force coming in the direction of the mist, and before he even realized what was happening, he was already being sucked in. Han Li was overwhelmed by shock and shifted his body several times, hoping to use his shifting smoke steps to escape, but it proved completely ineffective. A moment later, he had been absorbed into the pitch-black mist and found himself among several flashes of black lightning that instantly wrapped around his body. With several muffled booms, Han Li flickered with black light and disappeared without a trace into the fog. Han Li heard a torrent of countless strange sounds pour into his mind as the entire world around him blurred and was replaced with absolute darkness. He felt his body suddenly come to a stop and then fell onto some kind of ground with a muffled thump. The ground was soft and thick, leaving him without the slightest injury, relieving Han Li of his most pressing worry. He took the opportunity to glance around and found only an expanse of darkness, but he did manage to smell a strong, fishy scent. Han Li wordlessly ran his hands over his body to find it sticky and wet with several things poking into him. Upon closer inspection he discovered that he was lying on a pile of live, squirming fish and prawn. Han Li frowned and slowly tried to stand up when his head suddenly broke out in pain. At that same time, he felt his limbs turn soft and he became overwhelmed with a sense of vertigo. Han Li inwardly cursed. Without any magic power protecting his body, he was being subjected to the full aftermath of teleportation. It was likely that he wouldn't be able to stand up for quite a while. Since this was the case, Han Li emotionlessly lied down on the pile of fish and prawn, saving his strength until he could move his limbs once more. But right then, yet another ball of black lightning appeared about 10 meters above him. That faint flash of light allowed Han Li to see strange pointed rocks about 30 meters above him, and he was able to make out that this place seemed to be an underground cave. As for the strange lightning, there seemed to be something within it. Han Li's heart stirred as he gazed at it. After wildly flashing several more times, it disappeared and dropped a pitch-black object straight onto Han Li. Han Li was startled and wanted to move out of the way, but his body was powerless. He could only watch on as the object fell onto him. As a result, a soft woman's body fell onto Han Li with a muffled grunt. It seemed she had also been teleported there. The woman was clearly rattled, and not only did she not realize that Han Li was beneath her, she also crawled on him, grabbing onto Han Li's hair. Han Li smirked and let out a faint breath of pain. Huh. The woman now realized that there was another person beneath her, an unfamiliar man. She cried out in alarm and hastily tried to stand, but her body swayed several times before she weakly fell back down. As a result, she ended up falling onto Han Li once again with her upper body resting on Han Li's stomach. From her look of fright, she seemed to be somewhat young. "Who are you?" the woman asked with a trembling voice. Her heavy, thumping heart could be clearly heard in the silent darkness. The woman's voice was quite pleasant, but since he didn't know the woman and couldn't clearly make out her appearance, Han Li jokingly replied, "Just some guy." Umph. A trace of resentment appeared within her eyes as she fiercely glared at Han Li. But because her limbs were in pain, she could only raise her neck and turn her head towards Han Li just a bit, as this action didn't seem to take much effort. However, her pleasant fragrance did reach Han Li's nose, arousing a strange feeling in him. With the addition of her soft, ample body pressing against him, a certain area was unconsciously aroused. "What are you doing?" The woman immediately felt the change in Han Li's body, and she fiercely glared at him with a shameful expression. However, Han Li saw this action to be quite adorable. Han Li bitterly laughed and said, "It isn't something that I can control. I have lost my magic power and spiritual sense. While I would like to control my body with my cultivation and calm down my little lord, I've returned to become an ordinary man. I am helpless to do anything about the reaction." The woman snorted. Although she didn't say anything, she seemed to have heard him. Fortunately, she couldn't move just like Han Li and could do nothing about it, despite her angry humiliation. The darkness became silent once more, broken only by the breaths of the two. Han Li felt this experience to be completely unprecedented. There were countless fish and prawn flailing about underneath him, and an unfamiliar, fragrant woman laying on top of him. This situation couldn't be described as anything but absurd. The woman suddenly broke the silence and asked, "Were you among the fellow cultivators that entered the island?" "Seems likely, right?" When Han Li heard her, he immediately recalled the dozens of cultivators that had rushed to the small island. It seemed like this woman was one of them. Doubt flickered within her eyes and she snorted before suspiciously asking, "What is that supposed to mean?" Han Li smiled and thought to brush off her question with a vague response when disorderly footsteps suddenly sounded as several torches soon appeared in the distance and floated nearby. There appeared to be shadows that were faintly visible beneath the flickering torchlight. Han Li's heart trembled. There seemed to be people here and they didn't appear to be the other cultivators that had been devoured by the ghost mist. An instant later, the torches had drawn close to them. Han Li's eyes narrowed and he was able to clearly see the black silhouettes behind the flames. They were 5 exceptionally large men that were each at least a whole head taller than Han Li, and appeared to be about 40 years of age. They wore green robes and held a sword-like weapon in their hands with huge leather bags on their backs and were hastily traveling forward in large strides. When Han Li saw them, his heart was shaken by fear. As he was guessing the identity of these men, a strand of black hair swept past his face. The woman had turned her head to gaze at them as well, and seemed to be ill at ease from her trembling. Han Li furrowed his brow and began to move his fingers as a trace of strength had returned. It appeared that he was recovering his strength rather quickly. Chapter 579. A place with no name. A moment after Han Li realized he was regaining control of his body, the torches had grown closer to them, allowing him to see with greater clarity. The nearby surroundings had been brightened enough to reveal large piles of fish and prawn everywhere. Han Li and the woman happened to be on one of the comparatively larger piles. The areas further away from them were still pitch black and couldn't be seen, but the cave appeared exceptionally spacious as no walls could be seen. When the men carrying torches were about 100 meters away from Han Li, they stopped and quickly placed their bags onto the ground. With the exception of one person that vigilantly stood guard, the rest of them began to wildly stuff the fish and prawn into their bags. Han Li was surprised to see this while woman on top of him couldn't help but gasp in surprise, but the men hadn't heard her because of how soft her voice was. Han Li unconsciously turned his gaze to the woman and discovered in the faint glow of red light that the woman had a beautiful face. The woman immediately noticed Han Li's gaze and seemed to blush. She turned away, and her face was once again hidden in the darkness. However, her bashful eyes still glinted in the darkness. Han Li couldn't help but find her actions humorous. This woman was somewhat odd. When they had yet to see each other's appearance, she was outspoken, direct, and even a bit unruly. Now that he could see her, the initial harshness has disappeared and she immediately grew timid and bashful. In that instant, they heard a cry of alarm in the distance. The man on guard suddenly turned around and harshly whispered, "Not good. Scatter. The fire-scale beast is about to arrive." Suddenly, the men that were gathering the fish immediately tossed the bags onto their backs and madly scrabbled in another direction. All that was left behind were the flickering torches illuminating the darkness. At that moment, several hisses could be heard from within the darkness as if something had discovered the men. Several quick thumps then sounded out. Several fire-red, meter-long silhouettes leapt from the darkness and quickly disappeared with a blur. For an instant, Han Li was able to clearly see the appearances of the fire-scale beasts. The beasts had a sinister appearance with red scales and a mouthful of razor-sharp fangs. In the blink of an eye, silence once again covered the cave. Han Li let out a long breath of relief as it seemed that the strange beasts hadn't discovered the two of them, providing a silver lining for an otherwise dismal situation. Not long after the beasts disappeared, Han Li could weakly form a fist with both hands. Soon he finally recovered control over his body and could move well enough to hold onto the woman and slowly stand up. While being held in his arms, the woman whispered with a blush, Release me. I will recover soon enough." Han Li glanced at the woman and indifferently said, "If you don't mind squirming around with the fish on the ground, I'll let you go." When the woman heard this, she lowered her head and glanced at the squirming fish on the ground with a trace of hesitation. In the end, she chose to remain silent. At that moment, Han Li jumped off the pile of fish with the woman in his grasp and walked in the direction of the abandoned torches. Although he didn't know what or where this forsaken place was, it would prove rather troublesome if they didn't have any light. Han Li crouched down and picked up a torch, and wore a pensive expression after glancing around. A short moment later, the blushing woman whispered, "Please release me. I can move now." When Han Li heard this, he silently relaxed his arm and the woman gracefully landed on her feet. After quickly patting down her clothes, she also picked up a torch and examined their surroundings. After a moment, Han Li suddenly headed off in the direction that the group of men had arrived from. When the woman saw this, she was alarmed and hastily asked, "Where are you going?" Han Li replied without turning his head, "I'm not going to wait here for the beasts to return. It would be better to find somewhere safe for now." When the woman heard this, she wore an expression of fright and quickly followed after Han Li. Han Li remained silent when he heard this and continued on his way. After only walking a few steps, Han Li stopped and used the torch to illuminate the ground, revealing the men's footprints. The woman was caught off guard and nearly ran into Han Li. She was left slightly bewildered and whispered, "What's wrong?" Han Li didn't answer her. Instead, he crouched down and brought a handful of sand to his nose. He revealed an odd expression after taking a sniff. "There's a dense smell of blood. This isn't a good sign." Han Li expressionlessly said this before continuing to follow the men's footsteps. The woman was startled by what he said and quickly followed after Han Li. After the time it took to finish a meal, they eventually spotted a glitter of blue light in the distance. Han Li narrowed his eyes at the sight and quickened his steps. He soon discovered that the sparkling blue light marked an exit from this black expanse. Although it was only about 3 meters wide, it was more than enough for a person to pass through. When the two saw this, they quickly walked through it with roused spirits. In the instant they arrived at the opening, a white light flashed before Han Li and 8 flawless swords quickly appeared against his neck. A hoarse voice coldly said, "Who are you? Where are Ahu and the others? Are you new arrivals?" Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing that he was surrounded by over 20 young men and women, each of whom held a strange sparkling white blade, and wore the same strange green robes as the men from before. They were all gazing at Han Li with differing expressions. As for the beautiful woman following him, she had been surrounded as well and didn't dare to move. Han Li rubbed his nose and wryly smiled. "I imagine that we are what you consider to be new arrivals. Do outsiders often appear here?" When the middle-aged man heard Han Li, his expression relaxed but his voice still remained cold. "I would have guessed it if you hadn't said anything, as your strange clothes are something only outsiders would wear. However, it's quite fortunate for you to encounter us. After all, a majority of outsiders meet their ends in the stomach of the Umbra beasts without ever realizing what was happening." He then waved his hand and the youths withdrew their swords. Han Li rubbed his neck and glanced at the weapons with a trace of astonishment. When those blades were touching his neck, he felt an astonishing burning sensation as if they were all made of scorching hot iron. It was a truly weird experience. Han Li then swept his gaze around and discovered that they were in front of a small stone mountain. It appeared that they had just left the heart of the stone mountain. When he gazed into the distance, there was an endless yellow desert. He then raised his head to the sky and felt an even greater shock. He saw pitch-black clouds covering the sky. They appeared endless and continuously arced with deep blue lightning, causing the sky to shine with a faint blue light. It was all stranger than anything Han Li had imagined. Before Han Li finished observing his surroundings, the lean middle-aged man frowned and asked, "Did you encounter anyone when you arrived?" "They would be my companions." Han Li immediately answered without hesitation. "I saw a group of men, however. They were chased down by a few beasts. They ran off in another direction." The lean man grew nervous and he unconsciously tightened his grasp on the blade. "Beasts? What kind?" "I heard those men call them fire-scale beasts." The lean man relaxed and calmly said, "Fire-scale beasts? That's good. Ahu and the others should have no problem dealing with them. But just to be sure, Fan Li, bring a group of people inside and help them. Then take them through the nearest alternative exit." A towering dark man wordlessly brought a group of people into the cave. Chapter 580, Tall Walls. The lean man turned his head toward Han Li and the woman and indifferently said, "I'm not sure whether I should say your luck is good or bad. You actually ran into an eruption of spirit-extinguishing chi. This causes far more tears in space to appear, and even experts are incapable of escaping them. But as a result, the Umbra beasts that normally lay inside the mountain hollow had left. Otherwise, you would have immediately be torn apart upon falling inside." When Han Li heard this, his heart sank, but his expression remained unchanged. "I hope you'll forgive me for being so bold, but could your esteemed self tell us exactly where we are? From your tone, it seems this place is quite dangerous." The lean man examined the two's clothing and saw that they didn't seem to be ordinary people and wryly smiled. "Dangerous? That's about right. Regardless of whatever identities or statuses you may have held on the outside, here in the Umbra realm, you're just people that need to struggle to survive. If you can't move or make yourself useful, you will end up as Umbra beast food." Han Li frowned and wanted to ask more questions, but the lean man impatiently waved his hand. "We're pressed for time. The explanations will have to wait until after we return to the village. In just a moment, the Umbra beasts will return to their nests and we'll have to quickly block this secret entrance so that we can use it again in the future." After he said this, he turned to the people behind him and started harshly giving them commands. The men and women began to grab nearby stones and started to hurriedly stack them tightly against the hole. The lean man gazed at the clouds in the sky and his face darkened. "Let's go. If everything goes smoothly, Ahu and the others will meet us on the way. But if we dawdle, the winds will appear and we won't be able to return." After saying this, he turned around and left as the rest of people closely followed after him without a word. None of them ever called out to Han Li or the woman. When Han Li saw this, an odd expression flickered through his eyes as he began to ponder over the current situation. The beautiful woman beside Han Li watched as the group grew distant. Seeing that Han Li appeared pensive, she couldn't help but worriedly ask, "Should we follow them?" Without any magic power, she had turned into a frail and bewildered mortal. Since Han Li appeared calm this entire time, she had instinctively begun to rely on him. Han Li raised his head and calmly said, "There's no reason not to, so let's go take a look at their so-called village. Perhaps we'll think of something once we're there and are able to recover our magic power." He then headed in the direction the others had gone with large strides. The woman let out a breath of relief and followed after him. Ah yes. I still don't know your name. My surname is Han, I am a vagrant cultivator. I am Mei Ning. I was together with my brother when we were sucked into the ghost mist, but now he isn't here. A trace of worry appeared on her face when she mentioned her brother. Han Li calmly said, that's to be expected. The black lightning appears to have the power of random teleportation. Your brother must have teleported elsewhere. Otherwise, why would only the two of us teleport there despite the many cultivators around the island? If you search for him, you'll find him eventually. When the woman heard this, she felt relieved and her curiosity towards Han Li was piqued. His appearance was rather unfamiliar and she was certain that she had never seen him before. She tentatively guessed that he was a cultivator that had approached the island from a different direction. She thought to ask more questions of Han Li, but she hesitated after realizing that they didn't have a particularly close relationship, and ended up keeping silent. As the two hurried after the group of green-robed people, she pondered about the pros and cons of inquiring about him further. Although they didn't have any magic power, cultivators possessed bodies of purified essence that were far more capable than those of ordinary mortals. Seeing that the two were able to follow after them without difficulty, a strange expression appeared in the lean man's eyes, but instead of saying anything, he lowered his head and sped up. The others behind him quickened their pace in response. Han Li was somewhat surprised to see that these people were far more vigorous than ordinary mortals. Although their bodies didn't seem to hold a superior level of inner strength, they clearly cultivated some shallow martial arts. It seemed that martial arts would prove quite useful here. Nevertheless, Han Li still had misgivings from the ghost mist that had previously occurred. From the records he had looked through, although the ghost fog was frightful, it had never been as disastrous as what had just occurred. There wasn't even an opportunity for anyone to escape. Before he had even touched the ghost mist, the entirety of his magic power had already been sealed. It had been truly terrifying. If each appearance of the ghost mist was that disastrous, then even nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be able to escape it. But in the previous appearances of the ghost mist, there were many cultivators who were able to escape from it, even low-grade cultivators had. However, Han Li felt somewhat suspicious about what the lean man had referred to as the so-called spirit-extinguishing qi. From its name, it was certain to have something to do with why his spiritual sense and magic power were currently restricted. They were truly unlucky to have encountered such a particularly dreadful ghost mist that had managed to capture everyone present. He reckoned that those that survived the teleportation would be found scattered across the other corners of this land. Just as Han Li thought this, the lean man suddenly stopped and turned his head in a different direction while the rest of his party had followed suit. Far off into the desert, a yellow dragon could be seen rushing towards them through surging clouds of sand. It's Ah Hu and the others. One of the youths shouted in delight as the others became excited. The lean man nodded his head and revealed a trace of relief, but his smile soon froze when he heard a series of sharp roars from the yellow dragon. The lean man furiously yelled with a distorted expression, "Everyone, quickly go and help them. They are being pursued by Umbra beasts." He took out the long white blade at his waist and led the charge forward. The rest of the party came to a sudden realization and each of them brandished their blades as they followed suit. Han Li stood in place and merely stared at the yellow dragon in the distance with an odd expression. The lean man's party had just reached the yellow dragon when it abruptly stopped and roared before bursting into clouds of yellow mist. The party loudly yelled as they entered the dense smoke, and shouts of all pitches and tones were intertwined. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, their voices eventually quieted down. After a short moment, a series of cheers came from within the yellow mist, and the men and women all emerged with their bodies splattered with beast blood. It was difficult to tell if any of them had sustained any injuries, but each of them wore a smile of pleasant surprise. When they returned, they were joined by the burly men that Han Li had seen within the mountain. They were still carrying the huge bags on their back. When they spotted Han Li and Mei Ning, they appeared somewhat confused, but after the lean man whispered something to them, their expression brightened and paid them no further mind. The group quickly marched on with the new arrivals. 2 hours later, they had reached an expanse of pitch-black stone that interrupted the desolate sandscape. Just like the desert from before, Han Li was unable to see the end of this expanse of black stone. However, the black stones were all strangely shaped and their deep shade of black left Han Li with an eerie feeling of discomfort. But when the others saw this place, they let out long breaths of relief and wore relaxed expressions. At that moment, The clouds in the sky had begun to restlessly move about and the blue flashes of lightning had become more frequent. Occasionally they would directly strike an area nearby, causing a pit to appear among the stones. Han Li and Mei Ning were startled by the sudden turn of events, but the others seemed accustomed to it. They simply walked into the stony areas with quick strides. The lean man then shouted, "Everyone quicken your pace. The village is about to close their doors. Let's avoid being trapped outside." Afterwards, the group of people dashed forward and ran with all their might. Han Li and Mei Ning glanced at each other. Although they didn't know what was going on, they didn't dare to fall behind. Following their lead, they made several turns throughout the expanse of stone before suddenly arriving at an open area. The spacious area had lofty stone walls that were as black as could be. Not only were these stone walls all carved out of massive boulders that were at least 3 meters wide and 10 meters tall, but they extended out for several kilometers. Additionally, about every 10 meters along the walls, a sharp spike of hardwood struck out from the wall, making for a sinister appearance. Currently, the group of people were heading in the direction of an imposing wooden gate with over 10 men with white pikes standing guard on either side. When these guards saw the lean man's party approach, they loudly yelled at them with excitement. With a huge rumble, the gate slowly opened, allowing them inside. Although Han Li and Mei Ning were new arrivals, the guards merely glanced at them without asking any questions. Instead, they surrounded the returnees and excitedly asked them a few questions. As a result, the large men gave them a glance at the fish and prawn in their bags before the guards cried out in surprise. Han Li furrowed his brows at the sight. It seemed that food was a scarce resource here. Soon after, Han Li swept his eyes across the entire village. The entire village was within the protection of the tall stone walls, and all of its buildings were crudely carved cubes made from the same pitch-black stone as the walls. There was also a small stone platform built at the center of the village that was several times taller than the other buildings. Additionally, the top of the platform seemed to emit a faint purple fog that permeated through the entire village. It seemed to completely absorb any of the blue lightning that happened to strike the village. The purple fog was undoubtedly some kind of spell formation, but Han Li was unable to perceive the slightest spiritual qi inside the stone walls. Instead, he only felt a cold energy lingering in the air. Although his spiritual sense was still trapped within his body, he could still keenly sense spiritual qi. Han Li was bewildered as to why this was the case. The lean man's group had entered the village and already arrived at a large hall near the platform. There were a group of people outside the hall that were gesturing and whispering with the lean man's group when one of them looked in Han Li's direction with a deep gaze. Han Li felt his heart tremble. That person possessed the deepest inner strength of anyone he had encountered in this land. Were it in the outside world, Han Li could have easily killed him with a twirl of his finger and ignored him. But as Han Li was now, he would have to strive his hardest to deal with him. At that moment, the lean man had approached the group of people and said something to them before turning around and pointing at Han Li and Mei Ning. The group then turned their gazes to Han Li. Han Li remained silent and revealed no fear, but to his side, Mei Ning revealed nervousness from not knowing what they had in mind for them. The lean man beckoned to the two and said, "You two come over. The village elders have some questions for you." Han Li nodded his head and calmly walked over with Mei Ning in tow. The group of people that had been standing outside had already turned around and entered the hall, and Han Li soon followed. A plump old man that sat at the center of the hall gazed at them with a kind expression and said, "Please sit. Since we are all human, we will naturally do our best to aid one another. However, there is much that is different in this world from the outside. How about you two first introduce yourselves before I start introducing you to this land?" The others sat down at his side, and the one who had glared at Han Li outside the hall were among them as well. He had narrow eyes, a hostile expression and pale skin. At that moment, his spirited eyes had swept across Han Li and the beautiful Mei Ning behind him. Although he was silent, a peculiar expression flickered through his eyes. Han Li casually smiled and calmly replied, "There isn't much to say about us. We encountered the ghost mist at sea and were drawn here by it. As for my previous identity, what use is it here? There is no point in talking about it." The old man smiled upon hearing Han Li's vague answer. He examined the two with narrowed eyes before saying, "You two must be cultivators, so there is no point in concealing this." With that said, the old man's gaze dropped down to the bulging storage pouch at Han Li's waist. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he was inwardly shocked. As for Mei Ning, her expression grew pale with worry. "You two don't need to be scared. Although there aren't many cultivators among us, We are far more happy to have you join this village than we would be with ordinary people. However, you too will be incapable of using magic or spiritual power in the Umbra realm. The only powers you'll be able to use are a few crude martial arts and Umbra energy. Umbra energy? Han Li asked with a bewildered expression. The old man twirled his beard and slowly said, "That's right. It is somewhat similar to magic power, but it cannot be used to cast magic techniques. However, cultivators are able to use the inner cores of Umbra beasts to deploy a few small-scale spell formations. We have much use for them in our village. And even if you aren't proficient in spell formations, cultivators' bodies are far stronger than those of ordinary men. They will certainly be great helpers." After a moment of thought, Han Li asked, "Your esteemed self seems to understand much about us cultivators. Are there other cultivators in the village?" The plump old man smirked and said, "Of course there are, but they only number about 6. This old man happens to be one of them. When I was sucked into the ghost mist, I was only a foundation establishment cultivator." A trace of astonishment flickered through Han Li's eyes, but when he thought to ask more questions, the entire hall violently rumbled. In the distance, there seemed to be a huge monster charging at the village. The expressions of the people inside the hall had greatly changed, and they no longer paid any attention to Han Li. They all immediately walked out and Han Li soon followed after them with a hesitant expression. The village elders were commanding several hundred robust youths to all rush up the thick walls with pikes in most of their hands, while a few of them carried crude bows. Although their expressions were all tense, they acted with perfect discipline as if they had already experienced this many times. Han Li's gaze turned in the direction of a very loud rumble coming from outside the stone wall. Although he could feel the tremors grow even more astonishing, nothing else had yet to happen. Han Li rubbed his chin and expectantly glanced around for a moment. He then walked over to a tall building nearby and took advantage of the chaos to jump off a wall and easily climbed onto the stone building's roof. From the top of the building, Han Li was able to see what was happening. In the distance, he saw that the stone and sand were violently scraping through the air on a bewildering black wind while a black frost spread across the ground in its wake. It appeared amazingly cold. This seemed to be the Yin wind that the lean man had spoken of previously. It truly wasn't something that ordinary mortals could handle. However, as the Yin wind reached about 300 meters from the village, it began to disappear, accompanied by heavy tremors as a large object dropped onto the ground. Although it was still a good distance away, an astonishing aura could be felt from it. Soon, a 40-meter-tall black figure emerged from the winds. When Han Li saw the black figure's true appearance, he felt his blood turn cold. At first glance, the black figure appeared to be a gigantic gray ape, except that the beast had 4 eyes and a pair of wings emerging between its ribs. It carried a log of jet black wood in one arm as it madly charged towards the village, while its 4 eyes were radiating with crimson light and emitted a powerful, bloodthirsty aura. After the beast's true form was revealed, many people started to loudly shout, "It's an insidious mauler! Quickly send over the great shields." In an instant, a large number of women, children, and elderly began to deliver shields of all kinds to the walls. But soon after, they began to flusteredly run away from the walls as the huge beast came within 300 meters of the village. The tremors caused by the beast's footsteps had left Han Li bewildered. It appeared as if the stone walls would be taken down by the tremors long before the beast even reached them. But in the next moment, huge tentacles were formed from several strands of dense violet fog and rigidly fastened onto the huge beast's feet. As a result, the huge beast lost its footing and fell in front of the stone wall, causing everyone in the garrison to lose their balance for a moment from the resulting tremors. Han Li unconsciously turned his gaze to the tall platform with astonishment, and shockingly discovered that there were now 4 people sitting cross-legged on the platform. Their bodies were covered in a faint layer of purple chi as if they were utilizing a technique. This is Umbra energy? Han Li's heart stirred. In the following instant an order was shouted, "Attack!" A large number of pikes and arrows were shot at the huge beast like rain, completely enveloping it. As Han Li watched this, his heart thumped with excitement. Chapter 582, The Umbra Realm. Knowing that things were far from good, the huge beast loudly roared and released an icy Yin wind from its mouth. Not only were the incoming arrows all blown away by the Yin winds, but they were even covered in a layer of glossy black ice. They had all fallen to the ground without even touching the beast. As for the heavier pikes, although they managed to fall onto the huge beast's body, the Yin wind had greatly reduced their power, and they were barely able to cause a few superficial wounds. All they had managed to achieve was to further enrage the huge beast. In its fury, the beast's eyes began to flicker with crimson light. With a bang, its neck fur began to harden and grow erect, making for a sinister appearance. When Hanli saw this, his mind grew blank. The huge beast lowered its head and the erect hair instantly transformed into countless black streaks that shot at the stone wall. The wall's garrison seemed to already know that this would happen. Although their faces appeared nervous, they shouted a rallying cry as they raised their shields to meet the attack. Sharp cracks sounded out as the black streaks struck the shields. Although the black streaks managed to deeply pierce into the shields, a majority of them managed to successfully block the attack. As for the few garrison members that were struck, they were immediately thrown off the wall by the force of the strike. It was unknown whether or not they had survived. The remaining garrison were too busy to look after the injured. Instead, another order to attack was shouted, and a rain of pikes and arrows immediately followed. But just like the previous time, the huge beast managed to knock most of the projectiles away with the Yin winds. However, it seemed the beast was only able to harden the hair on its neck, so although it continued to loudly shout in response to the attacks, it was only able to crawl forward as it struggled. It no longer had any methods to attack back. As for the tentacles formed from the purple mist, they continued to hold its legs firmly in place without a single moment of weakness. As the attacks continued for another 6 waves, the huge beast seemed to have eventually exhausted its Yin wind and couldn't continue its resistance. From that moment, the arrows and pikes struck with increasingly greater frequency, piercing into the huge beast's body. As this continued, the beast sustained minor injuries and its furious roars grew more spirited as it continuously pounded the huge black log into the ground, filling it with holes. As Hanli witnessed the beast's immense strength and durability, he unconsciously became somewhat fearful of it. As if it were planned in advance, a squad of particularly burly and vigorous men quickly rushed onto the stone walls. Apart from the several 12-meter-long pikes they held in their arms, they carried nothing else. These people each began to lift the pikes in a practiced motion as soon as they arrived on the walls and fiercely launched them in the huge beast's direction. These powerful shots tore through the air, leaving Hanli surprised by the wind they produced. Each of these men had to possess powerful inner strength to be able to toss the pikes with such ease, while having each pike sail through the skies with immense speed and power. In the following instant, bowl-sized splatters of blood began to appear all over the beast's body. All of the strikes were to great effect, nailing the beast to the ground. The beast's original ferocity had completely disappeared without a trace. Huge cheers erupted from the walls with everyone wearing a face of relief. The purple coils of smoke then disappeared without a trace. A group of people then excitedly rushed towards the wooden gate with blades in their hands, intending on finishing off the beast. As for the others, they had already started to tend to the wounded. But before the wooden gate fully opened, the crestfallen beast suddenly roared with a final burst of strength and waved its arm, thrusting the huge 30-meter-long log into the sky. It carried an astonishing pressure as it directly flew in the direction of the village. Seeing that the huge beast was on the verge of dying, a few of the villagers had happily rushed out. However, they cried out in shock as they saw the log flying in their direction. But in the following instant, a silhouette had blurred before them and directly shot towards the huge log in the air. With a roar, the person fiercely struck at the center of the log with both his arms. With a loud crack, the black log flew off in another direction, falling in an area without people. This person then lightly landed on the ground in a relaxed and confident manner. He was the middle-aged man from earlier with a harsh expression and pale face. The villagers that had been saved greatly sighed in relief and immediately spoke to their savior, repeatedly thanking him. However, the pale man merely waved at them with an indifferent expression before returning back to his original position. A trace of astonishment then flickered within Hanli's eyes. After the pale man had rescued these people, he had carelessly shot a cold glance in his direction. Although Hanli didn't know what he meant by it, it clearly wasn't positive by any means. Hanli frowned, and just as he pondered what the man had meant by it, the wooden gate opened and several tens of robust men charged out of the village to finish off the huge beast. However, it didn't end after the beast was dead. With their long blades, they cleaved open the beast's skull and fumbled around within the blood and gore until they took out green, thumb-sized gem. The group cheered after they found it, and those that were watching cheered along with them. Hanli blinked, suddenly feeling that the green gem seemed somewhat familiar. After lowering his head for a moment of thought, he suddenly recalled what it was. During his trip to Heaven Void Hall, he had encountered many similar green gems in the wreckage of the puppets. Could they be the same material? After watching for just a moment more, Han Li wordlessly leapt off the stone building. The plump old man and the other elders had already returned to the hall, and Han Li still had a bellyful of questions he wanted to ask them. When Mei Ning saw Han Li returning to the hall, she followed him in with a lowered head. After witnessing the previous battle, she realized the dangers of this place and became worried. When Han Li entered the hall, the elders had already returned to their seats. When the plump old man saw Han Li enter, he smiled and thought to say something when a tall, robust man quickly entered with the green gem in his hand. The robust man placed the gem on the table in front of the elders and respectfully said, "Great elders, this is the insidious Mauler's Umber Beast gem. Please take a look at it." The old man glanced at the gem and happily said, "We've put you all through quite a bit of trouble. Before this, we sent you all out to take advantage of the eruption of spirit extinguishing chi and you succeeded in bringing back fish. In a moment we will bestow you all with great rewards. Many thanks, elders." The robust man wore an expression of delighted surprise and withdrew from the hall with an expression of satisfaction. Han Li stood to the side and watched all this with a detached expression. The strange beast that you two witnessed was an Umbra beast known as the insidious Mauler. It must have been quite a shock to you too. Although the Umbra realm spans only about 100 kilometers, there are demon beasts, humans, and all sorts of Umbra beasts within. With slight astonishment, Han Li asked, "There are demon beasts here?" The old man bitterly smiled and paused for a moment before answering, "Of course. Whenever there's a tear in space, both cultivators and demon beasts are brought here all the same. The demon beasts here aren't able to use their demon arts, but they've all developed their bodies with great effort and have incredible power. They aren't an existence that humans or Umbra beasts can provoke. Fortunately, they only guard a few specific areas and feast on Umbra beasts. They don't pose much of a threat to us humans since they are unlikely to emerge. Umbra beasts, however, are different. They are born from the Umbra chi of this place and are innately fond of devouring human flesh. Every so often, powerful Umbra beasts will come knocking at human villages. Although a majority of villages are capable of repelling them, smaller villages are occasionally defeated and completely wiped out. Conversely, the Umbra beasts are endless and another insidious Mauler will condense and re-emerge into the Umbra realm soon enough." After a moment of silence, Han Li slowly asked, "From what you've said, it seems that this isn't the only human village. There are others?" "Of course. Although there aren't many, there's about 8 other villages scattered throughout the Umbra realm. Food is scarce here, so apart from a few pieces of fertile land, the rest is barren from the heavy Umbra chi. A majority of the Umbra beasts possess poisonous flesh, and apart from some special varieties, we are incapable of consuming them. Although demon beasts are able to consume them, humans would perish upon eating them. As such, only useful people are allowed to live in villages. Anybody who is useless will be driven away and have their lives run their natural course." The old man's last words were spoken with an icy tone. Chapter 583, Stomach of the Rahu. Han Li frowned and let out a long breath before asking, "Your esteemed self called this place the Umbra realm. Does this place have any relation with the netherworld from legend? Is there any way to restore the magic power that was restricted? Most importantly, I wish to return to the outside. I have no intention of staying here. Would your esteemed self happen to know of a way out?" The plump old man shook his head and sighed. "A majority of the humans in this world were born here, and most of humans that are brought here by the ghost mist end up devoured by Umbra beasts. Only a small minority were lucky enough to reach a village. As for my own close friends and family, they are all on the outside. If it were so easy to return, why would us survivors from the outside world remain here and continue living day after day on the verge of crisis? As for whether or not this place has anything to do with the netherworld, who could possibly know? However, there is a senior that has stayed here far longer than I have, and he holds the belief that this area is a crevice between the human world and the netherworld. As a result, there is a dense concentration of Umbra chi, but there are no excessively powerful Umbra beasts that take form. Additionally, there is a far-fetched rumor being spread around by a few cultivators that believe this world has nothing to do with the netherworld. These cultivators believe that this world is actually the stomach of a legendary devil beast, the Rahu. Legend says that the Rahu is capable of both devouring stars and tearing through space, and that it is fond of concealing itself on the seafloor, only emerging to feed itself every so often. That is supposed to explain how the strange mist emerges from the sea and can link the two worlds together. Han Li's expression greatly changed when he heard this. The Rahu? How could that be possible? It makes far less sense than the netherworld. I don't believe that this entire world is contained inside a devil beast. The old man leisurely said, "That's right. When I first heard of this I was shocked as well. Although it is hard to swallow, there is still a possibility it's true. If the tears in space appeared periodically, then one might expect that they all appear at the same place. However, this isn't the case. Whenever new arrivals are sucked into the Umber realm, they all come from different areas in the seas that others haven't heard of. For example, I came from a small island in the South Bay province of the Great Court of Jin. As for the other cultivators, they've arrived from places such as the Five Dragon Seas, the Heavenly Sand Continent, and the Scattered Star Seas as well. Nobody recognizes where anybody else has come from, but here we are all the same." "The Great Court of Jin? You're a cultivator of the state of Jin?" A trace of astonishment flickered within Han Li's eyes. When he was in the Heavenly South region, he had heard much of the esteemed state of Jin. The old man's eyes brightened. "Could it be that you also came from the Great Court of Jin?" Han Li shook his head and said, "No, but I have heard quite a bit about it. I know it to be an immensely large country, and I had always wanted to visit it but never had the opportunity." The old man revealed a trace of disappointment and said, "So it's like that. That is somewhat regretful. This old man truly wishes for an opportunity to return." The old man then radiantly smiled and chuckled. "Fellow Taoist would have known what a true world of cultivation was had he visited our great Jin. To the best of my knowledge, there is no other cultivator world that compares in scope or activity of ours. It wouldn't be a lie to say that the great state of Jin is a sacred site for cultivators." Han Li rubbed his nose, but despite the bitter smile on his face, his heart stirred in response to the old man's words. The old man smiled and chuckled. "This old man has strayed off topic. As for your previous question about whether or not there's a method of restoring one's magic power, I can only tell you should abandon your hopes while you remain in the Umber realm. In addition to Umber Chi, there's also spirit extinguishing Chi in the air as well. It is periodically released from the depths by eruptions, spreading it throughout the sky. So long as cultivators are within its range, their magic power and abilities are completely sealed. It is quite fortunate that you were brought over here during an eruption of spirit extinguishing Chi." Han Li suddenly felt gloomy upon hearing all of this. Were it not for the eruption of spirit extinguishing Chi, he wouldn't have even been brought here by some trifling ghost mist. After a moment of silence, Han Li resentfully said, "Since we were able to enter, then there must be a way of leaving. I refuse to believe that there isn't." The old man twirled his beard and unhurriedly said, "Well, technically there is a way out, but it requires assistance." A trace of joy appeared in Han Li's mind and he hastily asked, "What is it?" As Mei Ning heard this, her expression fluctuated with roused spirits. "It's..." The old man revealed a hesitant expression. Han Li's expression stirred and an odd emotion flickered within his eyes. "What? Could it be inconvenient for you to say?" The old man grimaced as he looked at the two. His eyes then narrowed and he said with a deep tone, "Please don't misunderstand. There is no point in concealing it. Although I do want 2 more cultivators to join the village, I'm not making it deliberately difficult for you. I am merely afraid you 2 fellow Taoists will impatiently rush out and throw your lives away." After Han Li heard this, he immediately chuckled, but his smile soon disappeared as he solemnly said, "Be at ease. Although I appear young, I've cultivated for many years and am disinclined to make any rash actions. If it truly is impossible, I won't pointlessly risk my life. However, I would still like to hear of the method." After some consideration, the plump old man replied, "Since that is the case, this old man won't conceal it any longer." He then walked to the hall's entrance and raised his head to the sky with a pensive expression. Mei Ning bit her red lips and asked, "Brother Han, what do we do? Could it be that you truly wish to climb Stormwind Mountain?" Her current complexion was extremely pale. After she heard the method to return, she began to despair, believing that it was impossible to achieve. Han Li gazed at the sky and indifferently said, "I haven't given it much thought yet, but I do know that I will be giving it a try eventually." When Mei Ning heard this, her expression stirred. Just as she thought to say something, someone suddenly approached them. It was a 16-year-old, dark-skinned youth with a curious expression. The youth stared at them and elegantly said, "So you are the 2 new arrivals." Chapter 584, Stone Talismans and Beast Crystals. Han Li walked around on the platform and curiously examined a stone disc with a trace of astonishment. The disc was over 3 meters wide and was placed flat onto the platform. There were many strange decorative patterns carved into it along with many profound talisman characters. Although there was no one currently operating it, It continuously emitted a purple mist that spiraled into the sky and covered the village. As a proficient scholar of the Tao of formation spells, Han Li began to study the stone disc with narrowed eyes. Not longer after, his expression fluttered before revealing a trace of enlightenment. He then furrowed his brow as he sunk deep into thought. While Han Li was completely entranced, he suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice from behind him. Could it be that fellow Taoist has obtained some profound insights? Han Li's heart was shaken and he inwardly cursed in surprise upon realizing that someone had unknowingly appeared behind him. It would have been quite dangerous if they had meant him any harm. However, it wasn't entirely Han Li's fault for his carelessness, as he was accustomed to having his spiritual sense surround his body. He was still slowly adapting to the loss of his magic power and spiritual sense. Han Li grew inwardly vigilant and wordlessly turned around. A white-haired old man with long hair stood before Han Li. His face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes exuded a strong spirit, and he was currently looking at Han Li with a wide smile. Han Li hesitantly asked, "Are you a cultivator?" He could no longer tell due to the loss of his spiritual sense. The old man smiled and replied, "I am Bao Huanzi, an old cultivator from the 5 Dragon Seas. You must be one of the 2 newly arrived cultivators." The 5 Dragon Seas? Han Li's mind stirred with interest upon hearing the name. Han Li's expression relaxed and he said, "So it turned out to be fellow Taoist Bao. My surname is Han and I am a vagrant cultivator of the Scattered Star Seas." The Scattered Star Seas? There was previously a fellow Taoist that originated from the Scattered Star Seas, but unfortunately he perished during a mission after encountering a fearsome umber beast. Regardless, there are truly too few fellow Taoists proficient in the Tao of Talismans. From how deeply engrossed you were while looking at the stone talisman, you must hold quite some skill in the area. The old man sighed and quickly changed the subject. "Stone talisman? Are you talking about the disc?" Han Li wore a baffled expression. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The long-haired old man narrowed his eyes as he proudly said, "Hee hee. It's no surprise that you wouldn't know of such things, as I reckon that stone and jade talismans have all but vanished in the other lands. Only a few sects in our 5 Dragon Seas are still able to refine these ancient talismans." When Han Li heard this, his baffled expression disappeared and replaced with a frown. He glanced at the old man and said, "I've truly never heard of stone or jade talismans ever being created in this world. I've spent quite some time studying the Tao of Talismans, and the talisman characters on the stone disc leave me filled with amazement. Your explanation has dispelled some of my confusion, but is it mistaken on my part that I've perceived spell formation characteristics in these talismans?" The old man revealed a trace of shock before rubbing his hands together and wearing a wide smile. "I truly didn't expect that fellow Taoist was proficient in the both talismans and formation spells. You've earned my respect. Fellow Taoist Han isn't mistaken. This purple cloud stone talisman is quite a bit different from true stone talismans. In order to utilize Umbra energy, it was altered with a few spell formation characteristics, effectively turning it into both a talisman and a spell formation. But as a result of this modification, its power has also greatly decreased." Han Li nodded his head with a pensive expression and took another glance at the stone disc. A trace of confusion flickered from Han Li's eyes. "From what you've said, you are able to use Umbra energy to perform magic techniques by using Umbra beast gems and spell formations. However, I don't see any beast gems embedded in the disc. Could there be something else that is peculiar about the stone talisman? It seems there is still much that fellow Taoist doesn't know. Surely you've seen the insidious mauler from today. Although a majority of people in the village cultivate martial arts and have gained fleshly might beyond that of ordinary people, it isn't possible for a lone person to challenge great Umbra beasts with martial arts alone. Even if they were able to defeat one with superior numbers, there would be many casualties and would be an unsustainable tactic. As such, we've used Umbra energy to disable the enemy with a few magic techniques during the village's time of need. However, this also consumes the village's stockpile of gems, so it must first be considered whether or not the village would be able to persist without them." The old man smiled and paused for a moment before continuing, "Regardless, these beast gems are incredibly difficult to acquire. Generally, the larger the demon beast, the more likely there's a beast gem inside their skull, but that isn't a guarantee. There were several times where we invested great amounts of effort and resources to slay a huge demon beast, but no beast gems were found on its corpse. As for the villagers that slayed a few of the fire-scale beasts on their way back, they were actually able to find a beast gem among them, but this tends to be an exception. In summary, the demand for beast gems is astonishingly high due to the constant assaults by the Umbra beasts. However, we've only managed to maintain a stockpile of about 10 Umber Beast gems over the years, so we only use them with reluctance. As a result, the Beast gems are kept among the village elders, and are only to be used when required. After the battle is concluded, they are immediately returned. As for the stone talismans, they are instilled with several days' worth of power, and the talisman is left to persist for several days. The Beast gems aren't allowed to be embedded in them, wasting the slots that were specifically refined for them. The old man appeared somewhat dissatisfied with the village elder's methods and rubbed a square groove at the side of the stone disc with a wry expression. Hanli silently smiled in response. He reckoned that the old man had told him that last part in order to involve him in a power struggle within the village. However, Hanli didn't have the slightest interest in becoming tangled up in the matter. Chapter 585. Reappearance of Demon Script. Many villagers along the way felt that Han Li's face was somewhat unfamiliar and curiously glanced at him. However, none of them bothered to approach or question him. As a result, Han Li was able to arrive in front of a rather worn black stone building unobstructed. After a moment of hesitation, he pushed the door in front of him, but it didn't budge in the slightest. Han Li was surprised by the door's resistance and suspected that there was something wrong with the door. But after taking another deep breath, he used the entirety of his strength. Although he hadn't cultivated any exterior martial arts, his body had passed through the essence cleansing of both foundation establishment and core formation and was able to muster great force. With a heavy groan, the door slowly began to give way inch by inch, and Han Li was elated at the sight. At that moment he discovered that for some reason, the door was twice as thick as an ordinary door. It was no wonder the door was nearly stuck. Han Li quickly entered the room and was faced with a moist stench of decay. He grimaced and quickly held his breath until the outside air rushed into the room and cleared out most of the unpleasant scent. He then took a short breath of fresh air before he began to look through the room, using the faint light from the doorway. The room was rather simple. Apart from the rows of stone tablets that took up a majority of the room, there were also a few stone tables. The stone tablets were about 3 meters tall and 6 meters wide, much to Han Li's surprise. As for the stone tables, they had records and a few scrolls as well as what seemed to be lifeless magic tools. Han Li quickly recovered from his surprise, and after some thought, he burst into laughter. How could one find wood or bamboo to make paper within this realm? As for jade slips, they were incapable of being used without magic power. As such, the stone tablets would be the only way to record something, so these stone tablets should be the records they had left behind. As for the magic tools on the table, they seemed to be just like his own flying swords and must be removed from this place before they could be put away. As for storage pouches, Han Li hadn't spotted any of them in the room. It seems they had been dealt with in a different manner and weren't left on display. After glancing at the general situation in the room, Han Li casually walked over to a stone tablet and saw that it was covered in a thick layer of dust, obscuring whatever was carved into it. Han Li casually tore off a piece of his jacket with a frown and started to wipe it clean. Soon Han Li was able to see what was carved onto the tablet. These weren't characters that were widely used in the cultivation world, but rather were a type of rarely seen script. Fortunately for Han Li, he was vastly experienced and could easily recognize them. But as soon as Han Li glanced at the tablet, his interest immediately disappeared. This was merely the diary of a foundation establishment cultivator. Han Li immediately set it to the side and began to look through the other stone tablets in the room. There were about 20 in total. It was only when Han Li reached the 6th stone tablet that his interest finally began to stir. He had found what he was looking for, the cultivation experiences of the nascent soul cultivator. Han Li was entranced and motionlessly stood in front of the stone tablet for an unknown amount of time before letting out a long breath and revealing a complicated expression. Han Li muttered, "So it turns out that condensing a nascent soul is such a fearsome affair. Even with the assistance of the 9-curl spirit ginseng, my odds of condensing a nascent soul still aren't very high. It seems that being dropped into the Umber realm was somewhat beneficial after all." Although the tablet didn't describe any specific method of cultivation, the nameless nascent soul cultivator had recorded his experiences from the foundation establishment stage to when he had condensed a nascent soul with impeccable detail. Han Li felt delighted surprise upon reading through them. With the pointers given through the nascent soul cultivator's experiences, Han Li would make far less mistakes due to misconceptions when condensing a nascent soul. After reading through the stone tablet several times to make sure that he hadn't overlooked anything, Han Li put it to the side and began to look through the remaining tablets. He had originally intended to depart, but after some thought, he figured that since he was already there he may as well read through them all and learn what he could. As such, Hanli looked through each of the tablets in a lax manner. As expected, the remaining tablets didn't contain anything truly useful. Although a few of them contained cultivation arts, they were all beneath his notice as he had the profound Yin arts in his possession. After the time it took to finish a meal, Hanli arrived at the final tablet. He absent-mindedly swept the dust off of the tablet and examined it before revealing an astonished expression. This tablet was completely different from the rest. It was filled with finely carved, rice-sized characters that were far smaller than anything on the previous tablets. Furthermore, when Hanli swept his gaze over them, he discovered that there were two different types of characters written on the tablet. One was a common ancient language, but the other was in demon beast script. Hanli's curiosity was greatly piqued, and he began to carefully look through it while becoming increasingly more excited. The stone tablet was a manual specifically intended to teach the demon language. Furthermore, it was extremely detailed and gave word-by-word explanations. The cultivator who carved this had an immense familiarity with the demon beast language. Although Hanli couldn't immediately grasp the teachings, if he recorded the text and slowly read through it day by day, he was certain to be able to learn it. As such, he would be able to clearly understand the demon techniques that were recorded in the old hide book and the copper demon plate. As for whether or not humans could learn the techniques of demons, Hanli didn't bother thinking much about it. Even if the demon techniques were of no use to him, there were only benefits to be gained from learning the demon language. Who knew whether or not it would be useful in the future? After all, this was an incredibly rare opportunity. After spending a rather long period of time, Hanli managed to utilize his eidetic memory and commit every character on the tablet to memory without fail. He then took a deep breath and left the room without even bothering to take another look at the magic tools on the tables. After leaving the stone building, Hanli began to wander around the village and examined a few of the more peculiar buildings. He would examine them closely and talk to a few of the nearby villagers about them. Fortunately for him, these villagers were rather simple-minded. Although he is a complete stranger, they amiably answered any questions he had. With this, Hanli quickly began to understand a few basic things about the Umber realm. For example, since there were no iron mines or such, they could only refine weapons from the bones of particular Umber beasts. Of course, weapons couldn't directly be made from the bones themselves and were immersed in a liquid known as dark water, hardening the weapons as a result. Additionally, they gained the added effect of Yin flames, causing them to become particularly powerful against Umber beasts. But because the supplementary effect of the Yin flames quickly expired, these weapons had to be re-immersed in dark water every so often in order to maintain their deadliness. This greatly aroused Hanli's curiosity. Furthermore, every few months, there would be a storm of Yin winds that lasted several days. During this time, a majority of the Umber realm would be covered in bone-chilling black Yin winds. Humans are incapable of moving outside during this period, as they would be turned into black ice sculptures by the Yin winds. Only with the protection of the village's spell techniques could the villagers remain unharmed. In contrast, Umber beasts were most active during the storm and would frequently appear, sometimes attacking the villages in groups, much to the worry of humans. Hanli had acquired quite a lot of information in this manner before suddenly being inspired to ask about the slender-eyed white-faced man that seemed to bode him ill. They told him that he was an outsider surnamed Feng who had been sucked in several years ago that possessed astonishing martial arts. He had killed powerful Umber beasts many times since arriving and was rather renowned in the village. As a result, he had become an elder despite his young age and was responsible for teaching the youths in the village martial arts, gaining great prestige amongst the village youth as well. While Hanli didn't feel particularly fearful after hearing this, he inwardly frowned and felt that the man would prove quite troublesome. After strolling around the village for a while longer and seeing what there was to see, he leisurely made his way back to his building. But just as he arrived, Hanli suddenly heard a man's voice coming from within the room. "What? Everything I just said was sincere. So long as Lady May marries me, not only will you have no lack of food, but you need not risk your life to carry out missions. I have remained alone for many years, not because I am a fickle person, but because Lady May is the first that truly touches my heart." At some unknown time, the middle-aged man surnamed Feng had arrived within the room. Chapter 586. An eye for an eye. When Hanli heard what was being said he was stunned, but he soon found himself unsure whether he should laugh or cry. He eventually realized that the speaker was the middle-aged man surnamed Feng. Han Li finally knew the reason he was so hostile towards him. The man mistakenly believed that Han Li and Mei Ning had some sort of intimate relationship because they had arrived together. However, it was no surprise to Han Li that this elder Feng would feel his heart stir upon seeing Mei Ning. The women in the village that he had seen weren't beautiful in the least. While Mei Ning wasn't on par with country-shattering beauties such as Yuan Yao or Fairy Violet Spirit, she was still exceptionally gorgeous by all accounts. With the addition of her many years of cultivation, she possessed an alluring aura that mortals couldn't possibly match. I can pretend that I didn't hear that. I am a cultivator, I can't marry a mortal. Please leave. To Han Li's surprise, Mei Ning was unwavering even while alone and spoke with a blunt coldness. The middle-aged man grew enraged at Mei Ning's refusal and his tone grew sinister. Humph. It seems Lady Mei still doesn't realize the situation she is in. This is the Umbra realm, and your status as a cultivator has no value here. Perhaps commoners might hold some reverence towards you, but in my eyes, without any Umbra beast gems you are merely an ordinary mortal. Could it be that you truly believe your male companion would be able to fight me? My martial arts were unrivaled in the entire Four Crest Seas. If I wanted to kill him, who could stop me? It was beyond Mei Ning's imagination that a mortal would dare to threaten her, and her voice began to tremble. You dare to threaten me? Of course I dare. Why wouldn't I? What do you intend? Not knowing what the man would do, Mei Ning suddenly yelled out in terror. When Han Li heard this, he rubbed his nose and bitterly chuckled in his mind. Although it could be said that he had no prior relationship with the woman, she was still a fellow cultivator that was trapped in the Umbra realm just like him. He wasn't so heartless that he could ignore her current plight. With that thought, Han Li wryly smiled. Bang! Before Mei Ning screamed a second time, he kicked open the room and confidently walked in. Mei Ning was pushed into a corner of the room by the middleman surnamed Feng. When he heard the door burst open, his evil grin was replaced with a look of astonishment. When he saw that Han Li was the one who entered, his expression quickly grew sullen. When Mei Ning saw Han Li, her pale expression immediately brightened as she ran out of the corner to Han Li's side. The woman managed to regain her bearings and immediately warned, "Fellow Taoist Han, be careful. That man wishes to do you harm." Without turning his head away from the man surnamed Feng, he calmly said, "Relax. I heard what he said from outside the room." The middle-aged man coldly stared at Han Li and asked with a harsh tone, "When did you return?" "I didn't hear any movements." He was extremely confident in his inner strength. With it, he could hear the rustling of leaves and grass from over 40 meters away. However, he was baffled by the fact that he hadn't been able to detect Han Li. Han Li lazily turned his head towards the man surnamed Feng and half-heartedly said, "It seems you are quite confident in your martial arts. However, it was quite stupid of you to target me." When the middle-aged man heard this, a malicious look appeared in his eyes. "Stupid? It's been a while since anyone has called me that. I'll have to break one of your arms to discipline you." His body then blurred without another word and he shot towards Han Li. As his palm fiercely struck towards Han Li's right forearm, it grew somewhat larger and carried a powerful gale. From his actions, it appeared that he truly wanted to break Han Li's forearm in two. As Han Li watched his quick and violent strike, his figure blurred with a calm expression and he left behind 4 different afterimages as he met his strike. The middle-aged man was greatly shocked and reflexively turned his palm halfway to strike the silhouette before him. However, that silhouette was only an illusion, and his palm only struck air. This is... Before the middle-aged man realized what had happened, a small azure dagger had silently been pressed against his throat. The man felt an ice-cold sensation tremble throughout his body and his hair stood on end. The middle-aged man heard Han Li speak from behind him with an emotionless tone, "It's best that you don't flail about. Although I don't wish to leave the village due to murder, if you force my hand I will reluctantly do so." The middle-aged man immediately froze as the dagger at his throat was incredibly sharp. He didn't believe in the slightest that Han Li would hesitate to slice open his throat, and it would take but the slight movement. However, the fear on his face was accompanied by complete disbelief. He hadn't been able to perceive Han Li going behind him in the slightest. "Since your esteemed self planned to break my arm, it is only proper that I return the favor in kind." Without waiting for a response, Han Li swiftly grabbed onto his forearm at an odd angle and suddenly squeezed. Crack. The middle-aged man's forearm bones were cleanly snapped with an inconceivable burst of strength. Ack. Although the middle-aged man was extremely hardy, he still felt an immense pain from his arm and groaned in pain. However, he wasn't an ordinary man and managed to forcibly stifle his yelp despite the cold sweat covering his face. Han Li resisted the impulse to finish him off and his body blurred away. With a calm expression he warned, "Remember that if you dare to enter this building again, it won't end with your arm. I'll be taking your life as well." Han Li was able to suppress the man by utilizing the miraculous effects of the shifting smoke steps, but he didn't really intend on killing him as there would surely be someone who had seen the middle-aged man enter this building. He didn't wish to suddenly be a target of pursuit immediately after coming to this unfamiliar land. By breaking the middle-aged man's arm, he had given himself half a month's breathing room before he would recover his strength. This would give Han Li enough time to plan out what he would do in the future. He knew that such a minor punishment was only a temporary measure, and that if he let him go, he would surely come back for trouble, given his forceful temperament. If a suitable opportunity arose in the future, Han Li wouldn't mind secretly killing him. "I've truly made an error in judgment. I didn't expect that your esteemed self was a top-rank martial arts expert. I admit defeat." With an ashen expression, the middle-aged man uttered this before quickly leaving the building. His departing figure made for a rather sorry sight. When Mei Ning saw the middle-aged man depart from the building, she let out a breath of relief. She then saluted Han Li with a slight blush and said, "Many thanks for Brother Han's assistance." Han Li casually fiddled with one of his flying swords before casually placing it back inside his robes. He nonchalantly said, "It was nothing. If you truly hold no interest in this person, then you should do your best to avoid him. However, if Lady Mei intends to remain in this village, it wouldn't be a bad idea to become his bride." Mei Ning shook her head and bluntly said, "Marry him? Absolutely not. Ever since I set foot on the path of immortal cultivation, I made a pledge that I would only be wed to a high-grade cultivator. How could I possibly agree to marry a mortal without any spiritual roots?" Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon hearing the woman. He silently walked over to a chair and calmly sat down before closing his eyes. While the woman was unable to achieve the same level of calm as Han Li after what she had just experienced, she went to the stone bed and also sat down. Not long after, her expression fluctuated as she expectantly asked, "Fellow Taoist Han, do you have any good plans to escape this place?" After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and insipidly said, "Did Lady Mei not listen to the method to depart this place? How could I possibly have a good idea for that already?" When Mei Ning heard his response, she clearly didn't believe him and her eyes quickly reddened. "Fellow Taoist Han, don't deceive me. When I heard the elder's method, I believed that it was impossible. Although fellow Taoist remained silent, you appeared calm and confident. You clearly must have some method of escaping this place. Could it be that Brother Han believes this little woman to be a hindrance and plans to move by himself?" Chapter 587. Transient Spirit. Han Li frowned for a moment before calmly saying, "Fellow Taoist Mei, since we arrived here together, it could be considered that there is some destiny between us. Since Lady Mei already mentioned it, I won't conceal it any longer. I feel that I am somewhat able to climb Stormwind Mountain. Regardless of whether it's the flying umber beasts that circle the mountain or the hallucinogenic mist, I have methods of dealing with them. However, these methods will only work for me alone. I do not have the skill to bring along anyone else, as I would only be able to take care of myself when danger approaches. Fellow Taoist Mei would be certain to die. Since you are so young, it would be better to stay here. Perhaps there will be another opportunity to leave in the future." The final sentence was supposed to comfort her, but when Han Li heard himself say it, he couldn't help but feel that it sounded quite artificial. However, he had been speaking the truth. Mei Ning's face instantly paled and she bit her lips in silence. When Han Li saw the woman turn silent, he sighed and closed his eyes once more. To tell the truth, he didn't have a bad impression of Mei Ning. Were she capable enough, he may have provided assistance. But as of right now, Han Li couldn't afford to increase the burden to himself. He could only still his heart and leave the woman behind. Fortunately, even if she was left behind in the Umber realm, she wouldn't have too difficult a life. At worst, her path of immortal cultivation had come an end. He didn't have anything to feel guilty about. The room settled into silence. After an unknown amount of time passed, Han Li believed that the woman was crestfallen. When he was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly heard her say, "If I can temporarily restore a bit of your magic power, would you be able to bring me out?" "What?" Han Li's eyes shot open and he stared at the woman with disbelief. His sleepiness had completely disappeared. Mei Ning had her hands wrapped around her knees as she sat on the bed. Her face turned to the side as if she hadn't spoken. Just as Hanli was doubting whether or not he had misheard, the woman stretched her body out and raised her head with determination clear in her eyes. I have a method to temporarily restore a bit of magic power to Brother Han. Although it will last only a moment, it should be of great assistance when Hanli climbs the mountain. However, in addition to taking me away from this land, I have another condition for my assistance. After Mei Ning said this, her expression appeared strange, causing Hanli to feel slight doubt. Hanli stared at the woman and spoke with a heavy tone. It's not that I don't believe you, but even a nascent soul cultivator was trapped here, incapable of restoring his abilities. Is fellow Taoist Mei joking? At that moment, his expression was filled with doubt, but it also contained a trace of hope. If he could temporarily restore his magic power, his odds of escaping would be almost certain. Even if it was only a small bit of magic power for a short amount of time, it would be more than enough. His storage pouch had several threads that didn't need spiritual power to activate. With their wondrous powers, his safety would be further guaranteed. As for his spirit beast pouches, although the gold-devouring beetles and the bloodjade spider require spiritual sense to control, he would just barely be able to use the weeping soul pearl within his body to control the weeping soul beast. Although those Umbra beasts weren't malicious spirits, they were condensed from Umbra Chi, something reminiscent of Yin Chi. They should at least be easily restrained and wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. With that thought, Hanli grew excited. With a hesitant expression, Mei Ning whispered, although this little woman doesn't have mutated spiritual roots or heavenly spiritual roots, I possess the transient Jade Phoenix Marrow constitution. Brother Han should know what this means. Through a secret technique, I will be able to give Brother Han my transient spirit chi. The transient spirit chi is extremely pure spiritual power, and will be able to ward off the spirit-extinguishing chi for a moment. Of course, the transient spiritual chi will eventually scatter, and fellow Taoist will once again be without any magic power. Transient Jade Phoenix Marrow constitution. Hanli was stunned for a moment. But soon after, he started to examine the woman with a strange gaze as his face revealed a trace of understanding. Mei Ning slowly said, that's right. If fellow Taoist doubts me, he may examine me to know that my words aren't false. At the same time, a slight blush arose from her face. You must excuse me. After a moment of hesitation, Hanli stood up and walked over. With something so important he had no choice but to make certain. At that moment, Mei Ning forced herself to be calm as she rolled up her sleeve, revealing her arm. The arm actually had a spot of gecko cinnabar on it. Gecko cinnabar is supposed to tell whether or not someone is a virgin. As Hanli watched, the woman clenched her teeth and she lightly pressed her thumb onto the spot before quickly releasing it. Hanli's heart stirred as he watched from the bedside. He saw the spot of gecko cinnabar gradually fade away to reveal a silver phoenix pattern. The flowing brilliance made it appear astonishingly lifelike. Hanli muttered in delighted surprise, so this is the transient jade spirit phoenix. Fellow Taoist should now know that I spoke truthfully. Mei Ning glanced at Hanli to confirm that he had seen it and hastily rolled down her sleeve with a flushed expression. Hanli nodded his head and silently returned to his seat as he started to think. Although she cannot be compared to those with extraordinary spiritual roots, she still possessed a rare constitution that was rarely seen even once every 100 years. Its presence was to be celebrated in the cultivation world and everyone knew of its existence. Although only female cultivators could possess this constitution and it didn't provide any assistance on the path of cultivation, they would be in great demand by many male cultivators. This was because once the woman entered late foundation establishment stage, her body would produce a strand of pure transient spirit chi. This transient spirit chi was known to be one of the 7 pure spiritual powers in the world. While it was of no use to a woman, it could easily cleanse a man's essence and allow their cultivation to greatly progress. Of course, while this essence cleansing effect was of lesser value to higher grade cultivators, it was still comparable to ancient rare medicinal pills. However, this transient spirit chi was something that could only be passed to a man willingly. There was no way to forcefully extract it from her by using a secret technique. Chapter 588. Sensual Kiss. Hanli was surprised that the woman had spoken so bluntly. However, his surprise only lasted for a moment before his expression quickly returned to normal. The Umbra realm is extremely dangerous and surprises are almost certain to happen. It would be best that I immediately recover magic power so that I may take out a few treasures. Otherwise we may be unprepared when danger comes knocking. Mei Ning heard Han Li. She nodded without the slightest surprise, but she soon thought of something and a slight blush appeared on her face. She whispered, "If I still had magic power, I would be able to easily give you the transient spirit chi with a mere touch of the hand. But under these circumstances I am only able to transfer it to you through mouth-to-mouth contact." When Mei Ning said mouth-to-mouth contact, she lowered her head and her voice grew nearly indiscernible. Han Li was startled, but upon seeing her heart-wrenching bashfulness, his heartbeat quickened. In order to restore his magic power, he would have to kiss this beautiful woman. This was an alluring affair that Han Li wouldn't even have thought of, arousing a strange sensation in his heart. The air in the room became obscurely warm. Seeing Mei Ning silently lower her head, Han Li knew that she wouldn't take the initiative despite having little experience in this regard. After all, they didn't have a particularly intimate relationship. With that thought, Han Li wordlessly stood up and arrived at the stone bedside with a blur, sitting closely at the woman's side. Mei Ning unconsciously pulled back, but Han Li's arm was wrapped around her waist, holding her in place. The woman's heart began to heavily thump as she raised her head. When she saw Han Li's mysterious smile, she bowed her head again with a blush. However, Han Li raised her head with his free hand and prevented her from turning away. Mei Ning felt her mind grew completely blank as her heart fluttered. Han Li took a deep breath and smelled her faint fragrance. Then when he saw the bashful charm that exuded from her eyes, his heart grew fervent and he could no longer restrain himself. He lowered his head and fiercely pressed his lips onto hers. It was warm, fragrant, and even a little sweet, arousing a feeling of ecstasy. As this occurred, Mei Ning's eyes grew weak and despondent. But a short moment later she regained her bearings and she weakly attempted to push Han Li away. Although she had already made preparations for Han Li's advance, she became overwhelmed with shyness as she faced the real thing and became completely flustered. Although this woman had many suitors, she had never been intimate with any of them. The kiss sent waves of ecstasy throughout Han Li, leaving him filled with desire. When she pushed her hands against Han Li, he boorishly pressed against her soft body. Taking advantage of the fact they were on the bed, he greedily grasped her lips with his own as if they were ambrosia. Given Mei Ning's inferior strength, she had lost hope of breaking free once she entered his embrace. Although she had weakly struggled for a moment, she had eventually given up all resistance and closed her eyes, taking in the dense masculine scent that surrounded her. Her cheeks were flushed red as her long eyelashes fluttered, and her mind grew confused and lost. For a time, the woman had completely forgotten to bestow the transient spirit chi. However, due to Han Li's exceedingly staunch will, he was able to regain clarity from his crazed passion after a short moment. Han Li parted lips with Mei Ning for the time being and brought his mouth to her fine small ears. He chuckled and said, "Lady Mei, although the feeling of a man and a woman being together is truly wonderful, don't forget to bestow the transient spirit chi to me." When she heard this, her body trembled and her face grew to an even deeper shade of scarlet. Han Li's boorish behavior from before had now disappeared. He gently pressed his lips against her small mouth and began to feel a cold sensation slowly enter his body from their lips. Han Li didn't dare to be negligent and hastily climbed off Mei Ning and sat down cross-legged to the side as he began to circulate the spiritual chi throughout his body. Soon after, Mei Ning sat upright on the bed and flusteredly straightened out her disheveled robes with a scarlet face. For a time she was incapable to regaining her bearings. The woman hesitantly stole a quick peek at Han Li and saw that his eyes were closed, causing her to unconsciously sigh in relief. She then stood up from the bed and walked over to the chair that Han Li originally sat in. A complicated expression appeared on her face as she began to stare at Han Li's tranquil expression. After an unknown amount of time, Han Li eventually opened his eyes and saw the worried expression in Mei Ning's eyes. In that instant, she hastily turned her face away, not daring to meet his gaze. Han Li smiled upon seeing that the woman was at a loss. However, his smile immediately disappeared as he slapped his storage pouch. Items began to continuously emerge with flashes of white light, appearing at Han Li's side. Not longer after, a large pile had formed. There were materials such as demon beast hides among these items. It was unknown what Han Li intended to use them for. You can use magic power. Although Mei Ning held confidence in her transient spirit chi, she had shouted in joy upon seeing that Han Li was truly able to use his storage pouch. Han Li smiled and said, "I don't possess enough magic power to even cast low-grade magic techniques, but opening a storage pouch shouldn't be a problem." After making sure that he had everything he needed, he put away the ancient treasures such as the golden mirrors, the flower basket, and the silver bell into the storage pouch with a wave of his sleeve. When Mei Ning saw this, she was overwhelmed for a moment. An odd expression appeared on her face when she glanced at the pile of items at Han Li's side. Feeling that something was amiss, she hesitantly asked, "Brother Han, I haven't asked you this yet. Are you a Foundation establishment cultivator?" Han Li had no intention of concealing anything and openly replied, "Of course not. I am a core formation cultivator." "What?" Although Mei Ning had suspected this, she couldn't but cry out in surprise. Han Li chuckled and paid no further heed to the woman's sudden change in expression. He slapped the spirit beast pouch at his side, summoning a small monkey in a flash of brilliance. Surprisingly, the weeping soul beast was extremely excited once it appeared. It sniffed around Han Li several times before frequently hopping around him. Han Li's heart stirred at the sight. Having yet to recognize this famed beast, Mei Ning merely glanced at the monkey with a curious expression. "Lady Mei, stay here for a moment. I wish to take advantage of my remaining magic power and attend to a few matters," Han Li calmly said. "A few matters?" The woman blinked in slight confusion. Without saying anything further, Han Li began to store various items amongst his robes and departed from the room without paying any heed to the items he left behind. Upon leaving the room, Han Li glanced around. The sky appeared the same as always since there was differentiation of day or night, but regardless, there was far less movement in the village. It was likely that a majority of people had fallen asleep. Han Li beckoned to the weeping soul beast, and had it enter his sleeve with a quick scamper. He then smiled at Mei Ning before confidently walking off. As for Mei Ning, she merely remained in the room with blank confusion on her face. Han Li walked through the village with extremely nimble movements, avoiding the gaze of others. In an instant he stopped in front of one of the larger buildings in the village. After taking a quick glance around, he pushed open the door without any hesitation and walked inside. Han Li's expression then revealed joy. As expected, this was one of the buildings that stored dark water. Han Li took out several large-capacity void containers that he early grabbed from his storage pouch and filled up about half of the building's reserves before leaving. Then after turning a few corners, he spotted a rather unusually fashioned stone building. His expression stirred and he stopped in place. If hadn't guessed incorrectly, this should be the residence of the middle-aged man surnamed Feng. At that moment he felt his meager magic power begin to fade away. Han Li had acquired it from some unfortunate cultivator that he had already forgotten about. He felt that it would prove quite useful as of present and took it out of his storage pouch. Mei Ning bit on her lips and softly whispered, "I will do my best." Han Li nodded and thought to say something else when he heard footsteps from outside. An old man's voice soon followed, "Is fellow Taoist present?" "Who is it?" Han Li bafflingly asked. He felt that the voice was rather familiar, and soon recalled that it had belonged to the long-haired old man. Fellow Taoist and I had quite an enjoyable chat yesterday on top of the stone platform." Since the cultivator from the Five Dragon Seas had said this, he found it awkward to keep the door shut. Since he was also curious about why he had suddenly paid him a visit, he walked towards the door and opened it, revealing the chuckling long-haired old man and two other old men behind him. One was red-faced and white-haired while the other had a hunchback and an eerie aura. "Please come in." Han Li confidently invited the three in without asking them of their intentions. "So this is fellow Taoist Mei." When the three saw Mei Ning, they revealed a slight trace of astonishment before calmly saluting her. Mei Ning returned the greeting and moved to stand by Ha Li's side. She remained silent as if she were deferring the matter to Han Li. The three pensively glanced at one another. After the three took a seat, Han Li glanced at the other two and slowly asked, "Are these two also?" Fellow Taoist guessed correctly. "These two are fellow cultivators. They arrived from the great state of Jin. This is fellow Taoist Yun from the Heavenly Talisman sect, and this is fellow Taoist Jin from the Four Seas Institute." Han Li nodded his head to each of them. The two then examined Han Li before politely smiling at him. Han Li calmly asked, "May I ask what brings you three here?" The three old men unconsciously glanced at each other. After a short moment, the long-haired old man dryly coughed and spoke with a deep tone. "Fellow Taoist Han might not know this, but Elder Feng, the village's instructor for martial arts, suddenly died after being devoured alive by a nameless, exotic insect. It is said that the exotic insect bit his neck in his sleep, and he died a miserable death as a result." With a completely unchanged expression, he indifferently said, "Oh, so it was like that?" What kind of exotic insect could possibly be so fearsome? The three then began to mutter among themselves. They were unable to tell whether or not Han Li was related to this. The long-haired old man stared at Han Li as he slowly said this. This wasn't entirely clear. By the time he screamed, he was already on the verge of death. When the other villagers saw that a flying insect had flew from his sound, they immediately struck it with their weapons, but as the insect was incredibly hard, they weren't able to wound it in the least. As the insect was covered in blood, it was difficult to tell the exact details of its appearance. The other two solemnly glanced at Han Li in silence as well. With an unchanged expression, Han Li leaned back in his chair and lazily said, "What? Could it be you three believe that I killed him? Are you three here to punish me?" The old man's expression slightly changed and he chuckled. "How could that be possible? We absolutely don't believe that fellow Taoist Han could have done such a thing. Even if he did it, we would be incredibly happy. That mortal named Feng had always viewed us with disdain just because of his martial arts. It is better that he is dead." Han Li narrowed his eyes and glanced at the three in silence. The long-haired old man's eyes shifted and probingly said, "However, I heard that yesterday Elder Feng paid a visit to fellow Taoist's room. Soon after, he left in a crestfallen manner. Additionally, they found that his arm was broken during the time of death. It seems even without any magic power, Han Li still possessed some powerful techniques." Upon hearing their words, Han Li raised his eyebrows. It seemed these three held some influence in the village. They were actually able to find out that the man surnamed Feng entered his room yesterday and that he was driven off. After a moment of silence, Han Li's voice grew cold. "Could you three fellow Taoists be here for that matter? If that's the case, please be direct. I have no interest in beating around the bush." This? The old men couldn't help but glance at each other with a hesitant expression upon seeing Han Li be so direct. Unwilling to speak in circles, Han Li's expression grew impatient. "Since you are unwilling to speak, then I won't force you. How about you return?" Spurred by Han Li's words, the hunchbacked old man said, "Fellow Taoist Han, would you be interested in governing the village with us?" "What do you mean?" Han Li frowned, already guessing what he had truly meant. Seeing that his companion had already struck the main point of the matter, the long-haired old man revealed everything. "Since we are fellow cultivators, I will speak bluntly. Surely fellow Taoists saw that apart from the head elder, all of them are mortals. They hold greater power in the village because they were here before us. Cultivators are held to the same standard as mortals and eat and starve as they do. The mortals even have us risk our lives to hunt umber beasts. Contrarily, we are the only ones that are capable of using spells with the umber beast gems, yet they all hold the gems in their hands. It is utterly humiliating to be treated as criminals without cause. Since this was the case, us cultivators have joined hands to grasp authority in the village. Would fellow Taoist Han care to join us?" Chapter 590, Bone Case. With an unchanged expression, Han Li indifferently asked, "So you wish to seize power?" The red-faced old man spoke with strange gaze flickering from his eyes. "That's right, how can cultivators like us serve at the beck and call of those so-called elders? We should be the elders of the village, not those mortals. I am a Grand Foundation Establishment cultivator. It is unbearable to have been controlled by mortals for this long. Because we had too few cultivators, we didn't dare to take action, but with the addition of you two, success will be very likely." Han Li swept his gaze past the three and expressionlessly said, "I'm not interested. Please return. I'll pretend that this discussion never took place." Han Li's response had greatly shocked them. The long-haired old man then forced a smile and further attempted to persuade him. "Does fellow Taoist truly wish to become an inhabitant of this village? So long as we seize the positions of elders in the village, the power will be divided amongst us few. As a result, even if the conditions are poor, we can act freely." Han Li stroked his chin and serenely said, "I think that you fellow Taoists are misunderstanding something. The two of us never said we intended on staying in this village. We will be leaving in 2 days. As such, your words are a result of nothing more than fantasy. Lady May and I will have nothing to do with the matter." After a moment of shock, the long-haired old man couldn't help but say, "Leaving? Are you two searching for another village since you are unsatisfied with this one? You two might not know this, but our village is among the best villages in the area. The other villages' conditions are far worse than ours." Han Li smiled and lightly shook his head in silence. The hunchbacked old man wore a face of astonishment when he came to a realization. "Could it be that you two intend on climbing Stormwind Mountain?" Hanli smiled and said, "What is it? Since we are unwilling to remain here, is there anything strange about wanting to leave?" With an odd expression on his face, the red-faced old man twirled his herd and said, "This isn't something that is merely strange. Don't you two realize that Stormwind Mountain is extremely dangerous?" Hanli glanced at him and flatly said, "Although I don't know much of it, I've gained an approximate understanding from the chief elder." The hunchbacked old man's face contorted several times before he fearfully said, "Humph! What does he know of Stormwind Mountain's fearsomeness? He probably only knows this from hearsay. Fellow Taoist Yun and I have personally experienced the true terror of Stormwind Mountain. It isn't something that cultivators can face without magic power. The tremendously powerful umber beasts that surround the mountain are an instant death sentence if you were to alarm them. Even if you manage to luckily slip past them, the violent winds and the illusory mist are incredibly deadly. There wouldn't be the slightest chance of climbing to the top of the mountain. Furthermore, being able to leave the Umber realm during an appearance of a crevice in space was only a rumor. No one had truly tested it. Perhaps it wasn't possible to begin with." Han Li's expression stirred and he asked with great interest, "You two fellow Taoists have already climbed Stormwind Mountain? Could you tell us about it?" The red-faced cultivator revealed trepidation as he slowly said, "Of course, fellow Taoist Han. We also wish to talk of it. Hopefully, fellow Taoist will abandon his hopes of succeeding by a fluke. Originally, fellow Taoist Jean and I were unwilling to spend our lives here when we had just arrived at the Umber realm. After spending a year of preparation, we along with 3 other fellow Taoists set off to Stormwind Mountain together. Before we even arrived at the peak, one of our members was discovered by an umber beast and was devoured. The rest of us difficultly pushed forward, but 2 in our ranks were frozen over from the winds a quarter way up the mountain. As fellow Taoist Jean and I carried a few ember stones on our body, we were able to persevere. But as we climbed higher, the winds became increasingly powerful and we were incapable of holding steady footing. In the end, we only made it halfway up the mountain before were blown off a cliff by the gales. We hadn't even reached illusory mists. Surviving by sheer luck, we lost all will to continue onward and could only return helplessly. And after we managed to return to the village, we were bedridden for several months due to having the winds penetrate deep into our bones. Once we eventually recovered, we had completely abandoned any thought of climbing Stormwind Mountain." Han Li rubbed his chin and pensively muttered, "That is quite fearsome." The old man spoke in a sincere tone. It was far more fearsome than could be described. "Please perish the thought and abandon the attempt. Although it may seem possible, the mountain will take your life. Besides, you are still young. Once we reach our end, all the authority in the village will fall into your hands. Fellow Taoists, please don't try to change my mind. I will only abandon my hopes after personally failing an attempt. Naturally, if I am truly incapable of reaching Stormwind Mountain's peak, then I will give deep consideration towards your proposal." The 3 were somewhat displeased at his response and further attempted to persuade him. However, Han Li had remained completely determined. Helpless, the 3 turned their gazes to Mei Ning, but she only calmly said, "I will follow Brother Han's decision regardless." Their gazes turned blank at her response. Fortunately, Han Li hadn't refused them. If he managed to survive his attempt to climb this mountain, they would have another opportunity to recruit him. Since they were unable to persuade them, they could only force a smile before taking their leave. After they arrived a distance away, the hunchbacked old man solemnly asked, "Do you think they will betray us?" The long-haired old man shook his head. "Betray us? What do they have to gain from betraying us? Surely you saw that the youngster surnamed Han was an intelligent person. He wouldn't do something so foolish, and the woman is taking his lead as well. We can only hope that the 2 will realize the truth once they draw close to Stormwind Mountain and turn back. After all, our revolt only has a 50-50 chance of success. With the other 2, our strength is considerably increased." Fortunately, youngster Han unwittingly eliminated the greatest obstacle, Feng Tianji. His martial arts would have posed a difficult problem otherwise. The red-faced old man nodded his head. "That's right. This person is truly cautious and wouldn't do something so strenuous and unrewarding. But just in case, we should send people to monitor them to avoid any potential mishaps. Brother Ian is quite thorough. Please have it done. However, we must be careful and avoid having him discover them. Regardless." A doubtful expression appeared on the long-haired old man's face. The hunchbacked old man bafflingly asked, "Regardless?" The long-haired old man muttered, "It might an error on my part, but I felt that youngster Han seemed completely confident that he could depart from the Umber realm. He seemed completely unfazed when we mentioned the dangers of Stormwind Mountain. Could it be that he truly has a way to climb to the peak of Stormwind Mountain? The hunchbacked old man shook his head and dubiously said, "How is that possible? The Yin winds are unsurmountable. Brother Yun, I and the countless frozen corpses around the mountain can attest to this. It is only a vain thought to believe one could actually escape this place. Yes, it must have been a trick of the eyes." After some thought, the long-haired old man concluded that it was truly impossible and smiled in self-mockery. But when the red-faced old man heard this, his heart suddenly stirred and a thought came to mind. When the three old men departed, Han Li spoke a few words to Mei Ning and left the room. He went over to the residence of the middle-aged man surnamed Feng and saw that he did truly die from having his throat torn open by the gold-devouring beetle. After taking a look at his corpse from a distance, Han Li left and began to continue his inquiries with the villagers about the circumstances of the land, the whereabouts of other villages and the distribution of the Umbra beasts. Eventually all of these small details gathered together in his mind as information vital to escaping this land, and he was able to draw out a detailed map from the villagers' descriptions. In the following 2 days Han Li had finished most his preparations and went to inform the village chief elder that they intended on climbing Stormwind Mountain. The plump old man naturally felt that this was a pity and urged Han Li to say, but after seeing Han Li's unwavering resolve, he didn't push the issue. After Han Li returned to the residence, he and Mei Ning slept through the night. But in the early hours of morning on the next day, someone had stealthily paid them a visit and knocked on their door. When Han Li saw the red-faced old man, he was shocked. "Fellow Taoist Yun. Fellow Taoist Han, I will keep matters short. Although I don't know whether or not you truly have the ability to leave this land, you could be considered my last hope. If you truly are capable to slipping past the disasters of Stormwind Mountain, I hope that you can deliver this box to my Heavenly Talisman sect." With a serious expression, he took out a rough case made of bone and handed it over to Han Li with both hands. Chapter 591. Spirit Subjugation Talisman. Han Li glanced at the case, but didn't move to receive it. With an indifferent expression he asked, "What do you mean?" He wasn't about to take the case before realizing what the case was. The red-faced old man let out a long sigh and said, "There is no need for fellow Taoists to think much of it. The case contains the refinement method for the one of our sect protecting talismans, the Spirit Subjugation Talisman. Originally only the sect master could learn it. I only have one intention. I wish for fellow Taoist Han to deliver the talisman refinement method on my behalf. I don't wish for the talisman to forever be lost from the sect." Soon after, he lifted the cover of the case to reveal several pieces of engraved bone. A trace of hesitation appeared on Han Li's face. "The Spirit Subjugation Talisman? Since only the sect master could learn, then your esteemed self must be the Heavenly Talisman sect master?" The old man conceded, "I shamefully admit that I am the 57th sect master of the Heavenly Talisman sect. My sect was a small dying sect from the state of Jin's Flower Cloud province. It is quite laughable that a foundation establishment cultivator like myself acted in the position of sect master." A strange expression momentarily appeared on Han Li's face, but he soon frowned. After a short moment, he glanced at the old man and slowly said, "The Spirit Subjugation Talisman should certainly be unique considering that only the sect master could learn it. Fellow Taoist Yun doesn't fear that I would learn of its contents? Additionally, while I have heard of the resounding name of your country, I've never been there before, and I am unsure whether or not an opportunity would truly arise. From how I see it, aren't you being a bit too rash?" When the red-faced old man heard Han Li's questions, he didn't reveal the slightest surprise. Instead, he replied with an appreciative expression, "Since I am giving this item to you, I've already accepted that fellow Taoist Han will learn the talisman refinement technique as payment. To tell the truth, I'm not sure you would be interested in learning it after taking a look at it. Although the refinement method of the Spirit Subjugation Talisman has been passed down generation from generation, it had only been refined a scarce few times by the founders. It merely has been continued to be passed down despite not being refined by the later sect masters. And since my own sect was already greatly weakened, this talisman will only serve as a sentimental dream of mine. As for whether or not Brother Han can arrive in the country of Jin, it doesn't really matter. I merely find peace of mind that the sect founder's creation isn't forever lost from the cultivation world. Even if the talisman refinement method truly isn't capable of returning to the sect, it will be good enough if fellow Taoist Han passes it down so that it doesn't remain lost. When I later faced the previous generations of sect masters in the underworld, I will have an excuse. The red-faced old man spoke with a bitter smile. When Hanli heard this, he was somewhat dumbfounded. The heavenly talisman sect master was only seeking peace of mind. It seemed that the exchange was incredibly one-sided to Hanli and that he wouldn't suffer any loss. If he truly was incapable going to the great state of Jin, then he had no obligation to return the bone case. But if he was able to visit this famed country, then delivering the item would only take a minor effort. Furthermore, it seemed that the spirit subjugation talisman was a rather miraculous talisman for it to be so difficult to refine. It greatly piqued Hanli's interest. According to his vast experiences, apart from commonly refined talismans of the 5 elements, there were talismans with unfathomable, extraordinary effects known as secret talismans. These secret talismans weren't difficult to differentiate among the 5 elements. Chapter 592. Absorbing souls with gusts of winds. 2 azure streaks flew out from the Umbra beast corpses towards a nearby boulder. Afterwards, a man and a woman clothed in blue beast leather appeared on top of the boulder with a blur. The man's appearance was ordinary in contrast to the woman's heart-swaying beauty, but a vast intelligence shined from his eyes. These 2 individuals were Hanli and Mei Ning. Hanli held 2-inch-long daggers in each of his hands. There was semi-transparent string wrapped around both of their hilts which appeared to be a slim beast tendon. Hanli walked over and glanced down at the Umbra beast carcasses before turning his gaze to the vigilant crowd. He smiled and amiably said, "I hope you won't take offense. I saw that 2 Jadine toads were about to escape and I couldn't help but take action. But regardless, I have no desire towards these Jadine toads. I merely wish to ask you a few questions." One of the older party members doubtfully asked, "You truly do not want the beast carcasses?" It seemed he was the leader of the group of youths. Hanli nudged the beast carcass with his foot and affirmatively replied, "Of course I don't. I already have plenty of food." Although the man felt somewhat strange, he felt that there was nothing to lose and he eventually nodded his head. "All right, go ahead and ask." Hanli nodded, satisfied to see his tactful response, and calmly asked, "You are natives to this land?" The man frowned and replied, "That's right. We are villagers of Red Soil Village." "That's good. We arrived here to make some inquiries. Have there been any new arrivals that have joined your village? We are searching for someone." After a moment of thought, he hesitantly said, "New arrivals? None. However, after the appearance of the last spatial tear, we spotted several remains of both men and women in the Umbra beast lair. By the time we spotted them, Umbra beasts had already cleanly devoured them until nothing but bones were left." Standing behind Hanli, Mei Ning grimaced and said, "Bones?" In the past 6 months, the 2 had already visited 3 villages. Although there were a couple of cultivators that had narrowly survived the spatial tear, there was no sign of her brother. Seeing that Hanli only wished to find someone, he relaxed and openly said, "That's right. We've already buried their remains, but we have their possessions. They were placed in a village warehouse. Would you like to take a look?" Hanli glanced at the silent Mei Ning before nodding. "That'd be good. We'll have to trouble you." If her brother's possessions happened to be among them, then the search would be over. He had to confirm them just in case. After calling out to those behind him to deal with the caresses of the toads, he cordially chatted with Hanli. Hee. From your tone it seems you're quite cultured. I could tell you're an outsider. Have you just arrived this land?" Hanli beamingly smiled in response. The 2 then followed the group for a couple of kilometers before arriving at an unfamiliar village. This village was far smaller than the others. Although they also have stone walls surrounding them, they were only about 20 meters tall and worn out as if it were neglected. From the size of the village, it seemed there were only about 100 inhabitants at most. After entering the village, their leader pointed at a relatively large stone room and apologetically told the 2 cultivators to head to the building by themselves. As the toad carcasses were vitally important, the villages had to deal with them first. Hanli didn't mind this and spoke a few words of thanks before heading there with Mei Ning. Hanli glanced at the torn, bloody robes and asked with slight surprise, "These truly belong to your brother?" Hanli truly didn't expect that as soon as they entered that Mei Ning would immediately spot her brother's remnants. Her face had immediately grown pale at the sight and her eyes had become completely dispirited. Mei Ning stared at the remnants with red eyes and difficultly muttered, "How could I possibly mistake these clothes? I personally made them for him. The storage pouch also has our sect's insignia." Not knowing what to say to console her, He could only hesitate for a moment before patting the woman's shoulders and quietly slipping away from the stone room. He knew that it would better for her to be alone for the time being. Just after he left, he began to hear faint sobs from the room. Han Li let out a sigh and then looked to the sky in silence. A while later, Mei Ning left the room with swollen eyes. She calmly said, "Let's go. Since my brother has passed, there is no longer any need to visit the other villages. Let's head straight to Stormwind Mountain." It seemed she had stifled the pain from the loss of her brother. Han Li calmly replied, "Before we head off to Stormwind Mountain, there is still something I must do. I need to acquire a few Umber Beast gems." Mei Ning was stunned for a moment before asking in surprise, "Beast gems? What use is there in collecting them? They're quite difficult to come by." "I have my own uses of collecting them. I reckon that in the entire world, the Umber Realm is the only place where one can find Umber Beast gems. Even if one could find them elsewhere, they would likely be extremely scarce. Gathering Umber Beast gems would have been incredibly difficult if we wished to acquire them when we had first arrived. However, we won't be the ones handling the Umber Beasts. It will be this one." Han Li suddenly shook his sleeve and a green flash of light appeared before him. Mei Ning glanced at the small monkey with suspicion. "This one?" With a certain expression, Han Li said, "Of course." Because Han Li used the safer routes on his journey to find other villages, Han Li was able to handle the low-grade beasts by using only his flying swords. However, this didn't result in any Umber Beast gems. Knowing that they had some relation to the puppets of Heaven Void Hall, Han Li naturally wanted to collect a few. At that moment, he called out to Mei Ning and had the Weeping Soul Beast return to his sleeve. He would spend the night at Red Soil Village before setting off to testing the efficacy of the Weeping Soul Beast on Umber Beasts. A 20-meter-tall clawed beast leisurely walked out of a valley. Its huge claws were overpowering and its mouth was filled with vicious fangs. As the hegemon of the area, it had no fear of any high-grade Umber Beast suddenly attacking it. But at that moment, its dull ears suddenly heard something moving, and it turned its head with a malicious light glinting from its eyes. About 100 meters away, a foot-tall monkey had unknowingly appeared. The small monkey was currently staring at the colossal beast with immense excitement. When the huge beast caught sight of the small monkey, it merely snorted several times, wishing to scare it away. Violet Spirit pursed her lips in a smile and explained, "That is the Four Celestials belt. It is embedded with 4 miraculous gems that are capable of resisting wind, fire, water and earth. Additionally, it is capable of keeping one's mind calm. It truly is a rare treasure." He had relied much on this belt to journey in this land without obstruction. The Four Celestials belt. It will prove quite useful at this moment. After some hesitation, he bent down and took the belt off of Wen Qianren's corpse. He then searched through the corpse without reservation and found a dark green plate of inner armor along with several other treasures. "Brother Han, who might this fellow Taoist be?" Violet Spirit's bright gaze then glanced at Mei Ning behind him. Han Li calmly replied, "That is Lady Mei. She is a fellow Taoist who was teleported alongside me." "So it's Lady Mei. I've had the pleasure of seeing you before." Mei Ning felt somewhat awkward, but she gazed at Violet Spirit with curiosity regardless. Fairy Violet Spirit was undoubtedly worthy of grand reputation. Even Mei Ning remained mesmerized by her beauty by a while. She couldn't help but guess at the relationship between the two. Fairy Violet Spirit kindly smiled at Mei Ning and revealed an apologetic expression to Han Li. "Fellow Taoist Han, please don't blame me for not assisting you that day. At the time." Han Li waved his hand and interrupted her with a casual tone, "There is no need for Lady Violet Spirit to speak of it. Although I didn't know why you were together with Wen Tianren, I was able to see your unwillingness to be with him. Moreover, I clearly remembered that you refused to act against my companion in the valley." Fairy Violet Spirit inwardly sighed with relief upon seeing that Han Li wasn't angry with her and immediately smiled, saying, "Since Brother Han has already recognized my difficulties, then I will say no more. However, would it be possible for me to travel alongside you too?" "Of course. You've already walked halfway into the fog and it would be difficult to turn back. Since we've already made it this far, there is no point in wasting the effort." "Many thanks, Brother Han." Fairy Violet Spirit's moist eyes began to shine, revealing an incomparable beauty. Not long after, the three disappeared into the mist, leaving behind Wen Tianren's frozen corpse. At that same moment, a strange scene was occurring inside a cave. A gorgeous woman sat cross-legged on the ground across from a ghostly image surrounded in black qi. The ghost was also sitting cross-legged. Although it appeared quite vague, it appeared reminiscent of a young woman. Junior Martial Sister, have you truly decided to cultivate the yin-yang revolutions with me? It doesn't seem to be a wise decision. A somewhat unfamiliar woman's voice urged against it. Senior Martial Sister Yen should know that because my original core was already shattered from using the Soul Rise technique, I had nearly split off my path of cultivation. Furthermore, I didn't expect that after paying such a heavy cost that the Soul Rise technique would be interrupted by the sudden appearance of the ghost mist. Because Senior Martial Sister's soul had greatly condensed, she no longer has any hope of possessing a body. But fortunately there is a silver lining. There is dense Umbra Chi here. It is quite beneficial to those cultivating Ghost Dao techniques. As for the yin-yang revolution arts, it is a rarely seen human ghost pair cultivation technique. By taking advantage of the Umbra Chi, not only will Senior Martial Sister's cultivation quickly increase, but I will also have a chance of returning to core formation stage. Even nascent soul stage wouldn't be impossible. Yuan Yao spoke with complete calmness. Since it's like that, I won't refuse any longer. However, I must warn Junior Martial Sister that although the technique will be incredibly effective by drawing the support of the Umbra Chi, you will suffer dire backlash and you will also lose your right to reincarnation. You should consider it carefully. There is a reason why none in the Azure Yang sect hadn't used the cultivation art despite possessing it for so long. The woman ghost seemed to have spoke those last two sentences with a trace of helplessness. Junior Martial Sister doesn't need to say any further. I've already made my decision. There will be no regrets. Yuan Yao wore an expression of grave resolution. All right, since Junior Martial Sister doesn't fear the consequences, then I won't regard it either. Let us cultivate the yin-yang revolution's art. After a long sigh from the vague ghost, the ghost extended its two arms of black qi. When Yuan Yao saw this, she extended her hands without hesitation and closed her eyes upon contact, setting forth on the path of cultivation once more. Chapter 595. Breaking away on a flat cliff on Stormwind Mountain, there was a huge silver ape that was over 40 meters tall. It was beating its chest and was carrying Han Li, Mei Ning and Violet Spirit on his back. Han Li gravely glanced at the sky in silence and the two women's faces were pale, faintly revealing a trace of panic. There were over 1,000 Umbra beasts circling above them. There were beasts that were over 20 meters in length along with those that were only a foot long, all with wings sprouted out from between their ribs. But regardless, they all looked fierce and malevolent without exception. However, these flying Umbra beasts seemed to fear the overbearing pressure of the transformed Weeping Soul beast and didn't dare to draw closer to them. They merely stayed in deadlock by flying from a distance away. Han Li felt somewhat uneasy. From the greed revealed inside the Umbra beast's eyes, it was unknown how long their patience would hold before they started to attack. At that moment, Han Li was cursing the plump old man who had given him the information on the mountain. Although he did say that there were flying Umbra beasts, he didn't say that they had existed in such large quantities. It was unknown whether it was deliberately concealed or that it truly wasn't known. After passing through the area with the dense fog, they originally believed that they could have a moment of respite. However, they didn't expect for these flying beasts to immediately surround them. Helpless, Han Li could only release the Weeping Soul beast and have it transform. Han Li was completely confident in the Weeping Soul beast's abilities at restraining Umbra beasts, but there were truly too many Umbra beasts in the sky. Han Li was unsure that the Weeping Soul beast could deal with so many of them. But having reached this point, Han Li couldn't afford to think of it much more and could only do his utmost. Having come to that conclusion, Han Li turned around and whispered something to the fearful Mei Ning and Violet Spirit. Afterwards he handed them a small piece of jade and a soft beast hide shield. He then shook his sleeve and over 10 daggers fall to the floor with a series of clangs. Each of the daggers had a string of thin beast tendon tied around their hilt, connecting them to each of Han Li's fingers. However, Han Li had yet to control 10 of them from one time. It was unprecedented. Soon after Han Li finished his preparations, the Umbra beasts up above had finally lost their patience. The largest among them, a 3-headed Umbra beast, suddenly let out a terrifying shriek and swooped down without any regard of the Weeping Soul beast's strength. The battle had finally begun. At the same moment the demon beasts attacked, The huge ape took a deep breath and shut its mouth before spewing a mist of silver light from its nose, enveloping most of the umber beasts. These umber beasts immediately released a miserable shriek as they dropped from the sky. However, two of the smaller umber beasts managed to escape the mist's capture and swept down towards the three humans. One of the umber beasts was then smashed away by the huge apes first and fell down a cliff. As for the other, it appeared to be a 2-meter-long eagle and took advantage of this opening to swoop down right upon Han Li's head. Han Li grimly remained in place, but his fingers made a series of swift and nimble movements. 10 daggers then shot into the air and turned into a net of glinting daggers in front of the umber beast's path. A dismal scream left the umber beast's mouth. Even without the infusion of magic power, the bamboo cloud's warm swords were incredibly sharp. In an instant, the small umber beast was skewered without resistance. As bloody chunks of flesh filled the sky, Han Li quickly dodged in a blur, but some of it still landed on him. After a slight grimace, he paid it no more attention as there were far more pressing matter at hand. Another wave of winged umber beasts were flying towards them. This wave had twice the number of the previous group of umber beasts. Additionally, there were more umber beasts that approached them from behind with an eagerness to attack. Han Li's mind grew stern and he instantly waved his arms, forming a net of swords yet again. However, the net enveloped a slightly wider range that also protected Mei Ning and Violet Spirit. With mists of silver light and azure glints, wretched screams filled the sky. 7 days later, under the scorching sun of noon, an expanse of glimmering sea was entirely deathly calm. There weren't even the slightest waves or sea breeze, as if the sea was completely void of life. Suddenly, a series of waves began to roil and suddenly release a cloud of black fog. The pitch-black fog rapidly traveled throughout the air and instantly spread over several hundred meters. At that moment, thunder began to clap and the silver light flashed from the black fog before a sphere of silver radiance appeared from within it. A faint, wide silhouette with a pair of silver wings could be seen from the radiance. Before this person could be clearly seen, the silver radiance wildly flashed several times before completely disappearing, leaving echoes of thunder behind. A second later, a person could be seen from the edge of the black mist, but soon he intermittently disappeared and reappeared, filling the sky with flickers of light and rolls of thunder. It appeared as if it wished to escape from that desolate place as quickly as possible. The sea then returned to silence. Only the rapidly expanding black fog remained, only to silently release bursts of black lightning. About 500 kilometers away from the black mist, the silver light faded away to reveal Han Li, holding Violet Spirit in one arm and holding Mei Ning in the other. From how tightly they were holding on to him, it appeared quite intimate. Han Li was somewhat better off. Despite his overwhelmed senses, he managed to keep a calm face. However, the two women in his embrace were slightly scarlet, revealing a heart-moving tenderness. Han Li took a glance around and wore an expression of relief. He then relaxed his grasp on the two women in an honorable manner and said, "This should be enough. The ghost mist can't reach us now. I must truly give my thanks to fellow Taoist Han. If it weren't for your miraculous movement technique, it would be quite likely we wouldn't have been able to escape. Elder Sister Violet Spirit speaks truly. If it weren't for Brother Han's amazingly swift actions, we may have been sucked back into the Umber realm. We've troubled Brother Han greatly." As soon as Violet Spirit and Mei Ning left Han Li's embrace, their bodies began to shine with light as they floated at Han Li's side. Several days before, the three had encountered many dangers, but they managed to climb up to Stormwind Mountain's summit by relying on the Weeping Soul Beast's strength. During the time they waited for the spatial tear to open, the two women found each other's company extremely agreeable, and not long after they became sworn sisters, much to Han Li's surprise. Several days later, a 100-meter-wide spatial tear appeared about a kilometer above Stormwind Mountain. Heaven-Earth spiritual chi began to massively flow in from the outside, restoring the trio's magic power in an instant and allowing them to fly into the air with elation. However, he truly didn't expect that in the instant he left the tear that a huge attractive force would pull him from behind. He wasn't able to move in the slightest and was slowly being dragged back in. Fortunately, Han Li had quickly come to his senses. He immediately unfolded the thunderstorm wings and flickered several times to tightly grab onto the two women before launching himself out of the black mist by using lightning movement. As a result, the two had given him their heartfelt thanks. When Violet Spirit recovered her bearings, she casually swept her gaze to the ocean and frowned. "Where is this place? How can it be so odd? It's completely calm." Mei Ning's face appeared puzzled after taking a glance down. What? It is truly as elder sister Violet Spirit says. This is quite amiss. There isn't the slightest breeze and the seas are completely still. Han Li remained silent as he narrowed his eyes and released his spiritual sense. He began to sweep the depths of the nearby seas. After a short moment, Han Li revealed an expression of shock. Violet Spirit had also swept her spiritual sense deep into the seas, and after a moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. What? Could it be Brother Han has discovered something? There are so few fish in the sea and they all seem to be extremely fierce sea beasts. However, none of them appear to be demon beasts. Please wait a moment. Han Li then took a deep breath and flicked his finger, shooting a 10-meter streak of azure sword light deep into the waters below. A short moment later, a grotesque sea beast corpse floated onto the water's surface, much to the shock of the two women. Chapter 596. Marriage to a concubine. The sea beast corpse before them was over a dozen meters long. It had azure scales on its body and small, sharp teeth. It also had massively swollen eyes. It appeared quite fiendish, but what was most noticeable about its appearance were the crooked tusks that grew from the bottom of its cheeks. Han Li grew closer to the corpse and carefully examined it several times before a flicker of understanding appeared in his eyes. He then cleaved the demon corpse into two with a streak of sword light. With a wave of his hand, a pitch-black item flew into his grasp. He took a whiff of it without any hesitation and found that it had an odd pungent smell that faintly contained a trace of flowery fragrance. Han Li tossed the item away and revealed a strange expression as he muttered, "So it's a fragrant tusk beast." Fragrant tusk beast? Violet Spirit was stunned and glanced at Mei Ning. The two women revealed a trace of confusion as it was their first time of hearing such a name. It is natural that you two wouldn't know of this sea beast. These beasts are absent in the scattered star seas. They are unique to these strange depths. Fairy Violet Spirit gravely said, "From your tone, it seems Brother Han already knows that we are no longer in the scattered star seas." Han Li swept his gaze past the dull ocean and nodded his head with a wry smile. "That is correct. We are no longer in the scattered star seas. Although I've never been here before, I've heard many people speak of it. If I haven't guessed incorrectly, this place should be the endless seas." He then turned his head to the sky and silently became lost in thought. The endless seas? They clearly hadn't heard of this name before. Violet Spirit muttered to herself before wearing a smile and gently asking, "Brother Han seems to hold some knowledge of these seas. Could you give us sisters an explanation?" Han Li awoke from his indescribable wave of emotion, calmly nodded his head. "Of course. That won't be a problem. As the term implies, the endless seas is known to the heavenly south region to be without end. Han Li leisurely began to speak of the legends and hearsays of the endless seas in full detail. At the same time he spoke, a question buried deeply in his heart began to surface after remaining there for such a long time. With a tone of astonishment, Violet Spirit said, "From Brother Han's words, this endless seas should be north of the heavenly south region. And not only is there little life in these seas, but there also exists no islands." Han Li rubbed his nose and calmly replied, "That's as right, much to our great distress. Without islands, we fundamentally have no method of determining our location. We have no way of knowing how far we are from the heavenly south continent." The two women couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. After some thought, Han Li firmly said, "Regardless, we must head south without delay and reach the mainland before we run out of spirit stones. Hopefully it won't be too far away." Violet Spirit agreed with a trace of helplessness. "Since that is the case, we can only hope that the heavens favor us." Mei Ning naturally followed along without complaint. As a result, the three recognized their bearings before immediately heading south. Several days later, Mei Ning and Violet Spirit became entirely convinced of Han Li's judgments. During their entire journey, there were no islands to speak of and the sea was completely void of qi. Additionally, there wasn't a single demon beast in the oceans, only fierce-looking sea beasts. When these women discovered these circumstances for the first time, they were completely baffled. Perhaps due to their previous experiences of having undergone tribulations together, the three behaved quite harmoniously and bantered along the journey. As for Han Li, he couldn't help but feel his heart stir in the presence of these two beautiful women. However, now that he had arrived at the endless seas, the face of an icy woman came to mind, Nangong Wan. It was unknown where this masked moon sect core formation cultivator had gone, but when he thought of her, A strange emotion began to well in his heart. He couldn't tell whether it was foolish attachment, tender affection, or annoyance, as if 1,000 different feelings had muddled his mind. He couldn't make heads of what he currently felt. Regardless, the party of 3 continued their flight for 4 months before eventually spotting an expanse of green on the horizon. The 3 were immensely rejoiced at the sight, and their most pressing worry was relieved. They then flew towards the mainland in excitement. The state of Shi was the heavenly south region's northmost country. It was about a third smaller than Han Li's home country, the state of Yu, and it was divided into 7 provinces. The Min province was the largest province among them and was also the one that neighbored the endless seas. As of current, Han Li had brought Mei Ning and Violet Spirit to a restaurant's private room in a small city of the Min province. Violet Spirit coquettishly glanced at Han Li in feigned anger and said, "Brother Han, so it turned out that you came from the heavenly south region. You've sure put us through a bit of trouble for having hid this so well." Not long before, Han Li had divulged a few small details about his identity, astonishing the 2 women. Of course, the 2 had already guessed as much considering Han Li's familiarity with the endless seas, so it hadn't come with too much surprise. Han Li hoarsely laughed, appearing to be in a good mood. "What is there to say? I unintentionally fled to the scattered star seas. I truly didn't expect to be brought back to the heavenly south so soon." Violet Spirit pursed her lips in a smile and playfully said, "Since Brother Han is a lord of the land, he must properly entertain us sisters, of course." Because she feared that her stunning beauty would arouse trouble, she had already restored her original appearance to when she had first met Han Li. However, Han Li still felt shaken by her beauty as if he could see it through her disguise. Of course. However, I've lost all relation to my sect after fleeing to the scattered star seas. How could I possibly be a lord of this land? However, I'm going to give you each a jade slip that I made in particular to translate the script and language of the heavenly south. Since you won't be able to return to the scattered star seas for a while, you may as well learn the language. It will make things far more convenient in the future." Han Li then took out 2 white jade slips he had made the previous night and handed it over to them. "Many thanks, Brother Han." Violet Spirit was initially stunned. She soon thanked him, chuckled, and accepted the jade slip. Mei Ning also took the jade slip and gratefully whispered thanks. "However, I imagine you 2 will have your plans for the future. As for me, I will be preparing to inquire what has happened in the heavenly south region the past couple hundred years before immediately finding a cave residence for secluded cultivation. Because I've faintly felt that I've already reached the peak of core formation stage, I want to make preparations to form a nascent soul." After Han Li said this, he sipped on the fragrant tea before him and lightly pursed his lips, calmly paying attention to the women's reaction in front of them. After a moment of consideration, Violet Spirit's luminous eyes rippled as she said, "I've only formed a core just recently and I've yet to stabilize my cultivation. I also intend on finding a cave residence to cultivate for a time before further planning what to do. Little sister Mei, what do you intend on doing?" After a moment of hesitation, she muttered, I don't know. I've only reached mid-foundation establishment stage. Based on my aptitude, my hopes of reaching core formation are quite slim. Apart from finding a heaven-defying spirit medicine, my only hope is to find a high-grade cultivator and marry him as a concubine. Perhaps I will be able to form a core through pair cultivation." Violet Spirit shook her head and dissuaded her. "Don't you feel indignity from marrying as a concubine? How will that do?" Han Li frowned in response, but he remained silent. Violet Spirit continued, "Becoming a concubine isn't much different from becoming a cultivation vessel. If you were to come across a malicious high-grade cultivator, it wouldn't be unimaginable for him to regard you as a cultivation vessel. This plan isn't reliable." When Mei Ning heard this, she bit her lips in silence with a sad expression on her face. After seeing Mei Ning's sad face, Violet Spirit suddenly thought of something and covered her smile in her hand before saying, "Even if little sister wishes to become a concubine for pair cultivation techniques, then it would be best to find a reliable person you are familiar with. For example, I feel like Brother Han would be very reliable and wouldn't wrong little sister in the slightest." Han Li was shocked, but soon he calmly rubbed his nose as if this had nothing to do with him. Mei Ning then let out a gasp of surprise and her face soon blushed, revealing a gorgeous allure. She then lowered her head in silence as if she didn't oppose Violet Spirit's scheme. After all, Han Li held deep cultivation that had already reached late core formation stage. Although he was about to prepare to condense a nascent soul, from her experience in the Umber realm, she came to realize that Han Li wasn't an insidious or unfeeling person. As a result, Even if she didn't have the qualifications to become his Tao companion, she would be quite satisfied to become his concubine. With her alluring beauty and cultivation, it was inevitable that she would attach herself to a powerful male cultivator. Else, she would encounter great difficulty in the cultivation world, or worse, she would immensely suffer at the hands of others. And with her brother gone, she only had herself to rely on, causing a dreadful encounter to become all the more likely. The atmosphere in their private room suddenly became exceptionally stale following Violet Spirit's words. Chapter 597, Drifting Cloud Sect. Seeing that Han Li remained silent, Fairy Violet Spirit smiled and asked, "Brother Han, how do you feel about marrying her? Little sister Mei Ning's beautiful appearance should qualify her more than enough to become your concubine. Surely you wouldn't refuse such a pleasant matter that has come to knock on your door?" Han Li unconsciously frowned and turned to look at the charming bright appearance of Mei Ning. Mei Ning held her head low and a faint blush was revealed from her snow-white neck, revealing a rather touching scene. It seemed she had tacitly agreed with Violet Spirit's proposal. Han Li slowly spoke with a calm expression. Based on her appearances alone, she wouldn't qualify as a mere concubine of a high-grade cultivator. Even being a Tao companion wouldn't be out of the question. However, I am different from common cultivators. I had dedicated myself to the pursuit of immortality. I cannot easily involve myself with the affairs of men and women. Furthermore, I am a lone wanderer and often encounter perilous situations. How could I possibly take in a concubine? If fellow Taoist Mei were to follow me, it wouldn't be a good thing for her at all. It would only lead her down a path of unprecedented hardship. Mei Ning's body faintly trembled upon hearing him and her blush hastily faded away. She only raised her head to reveal a paled face. As if greatly discontent from Han Li's refusal of the beautiful woman, Violet Spirit annoyedly said, "But in the end, Brother Han is still rejecting her. Needless to say, with your late core formation cultivation, who could possibly pose a threat from you apart from nascent soul eccentrics? Perhaps fellow Taoist may soon succeed in condensing a nascent soul. After that, the entire world is free to roam as you choose. How would you be unable to protect little sister Mei Ning?" Han Li flatly said, "Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit should already be aware. Although I believe myself to be a level higher than similar grade cultivators, I've always provoked enmity from foes far stronger than I. Until I reach nascent soul stage and possess enough power to defend myself, I cannot possibly consider taking in a concubine. When the time comes that I am incapable of defending her, she will only face a bitter reality." Violet Spirit creased her brow, knowing that Han Li had spoken truthfully. Moreover, she faintly felt that Han Li was somewhat displeased. She could only sigh and avoid further mentioning the topic. Mei Ning eventually recovered her calm and bit on her lips, staring at Han Li and asking, "Since Brother Han didn't reject this little woman based on her lacking appeal, would you be willing to accept me after you enter nascent soul stage?" Han Li glanced at the woman and calmly said, "Nascent soul stage? I don't have any certainty that I will be able to condense a nascent soul. Furthermore, even if I am able to reach nascent soul stage, I have no idea how many years it will take. Would fellow Taoist may be willing to wait over 100 years for an uncertain chance that I would able to condense a nascent soul?" When Mei Ning heard this, her expression grew unclear and she was incapable of responding. As a foundation establishment cultivator, even 30 years was too long, let alone 100. Although Han Li made for a very good choice for pair cultivation, she didn't have the time to wait over an uncertain result. After all, the cultivation world was a truly cruel place. Although she spent only a short amount of time together with Han Li and had a favorable impression of him, it was impossible for her to have fallen so completely in love with him that she'd ignore the consequences. Seeing her hesitation, Han Li could only inwardly sigh and place 2 bottles from his robes onto the table before pushing them towards her. Han Li unhurriedly said, "These are a few cultivation progression pills that I concocted from demon cores. Instead of seeking a man to pair cultivate with, it may be better to diligently cultivate by yourself. Perhaps you'll even form a golden core like fellow Taoist Violet Spirit." Since these medicine pills were for foundation establishment cultivators, they no longer served a use to Han Li, but since the woman had passed on her transient spirit chi to him, he may as well use this opportunity to repay the favor without much effort. As such, he would no longer need to dwell on the matter. Medicine pills concocted from demon cores? Mei Ning appeared moved and unconsciously reached for one. After opening the bottle's lid, a fragrant odor instantly filled the room. "These are top-grade medicine pills. Mei Ning then stared at Han Li in confusion. She was at a complete loss for words. He had treated her with such philandering disregard in the Umber realm, but he had just recently refused to take her in as a concubine. Even more baffling, he had taken out precious medicine pills for her. Fairy Violet Spirit glanced at the medicine pills with a trace of astonishment, but she immediately chuckled. Hee hee. Brother Han is truly magnanimous. Since fellow Taoist Han has said as such, little sister should accept them. Perhaps with a few more medicine pills, you will truly be able to enter core formation. If that were to occur, us sisters should join hands so that we may travel unfettered. Mei Ning glanced at Han Li with a complicated expression and whispered a word of thanks before taking the small medicine bottles into her storage pouch. Han Li faintly smiled in response and turned towards the window, glancing down at the small city streets. It was quite bustling with activity, reminding Han Li of a familiar scene that he had long forgotten. His smile then turned into a faint sigh. Seeing that Han Li wore such an expression, Violet Spirit and Mei Ning couldn't help but glance at each other in confusion. The Nan province was located in the western portion of the state of Shi. The land here was quite complicated, containing many various hills and jungles with the occasional swamp miasma occasionally wandering the land. As a result, there were only a few main roads connecting the several villages in the area, and few ever treaded into the wilderness. As for the mountain range, they were home to particularly vicious beasts, deterring anyone from visiting them. Contrarily, this had caused the area to be abundant with rare medicinal herbs and beasts, much to the joy of the country's cultivators. This had led to a majority of the country's cultivators to be located in this province. A few of the more powerful cultivators' sects even monopolized the few areas with more abundant spiritual qi. As for the mountain range in the province that was known as the Dream Cloud Mountains, it was an area famed in the heavenly south for its sacred spirit veins. In the profound spirit veins of the mountain grew the legendary spirit well tree, the final type of the three divine woods. The local powers held this tree in even greater esteem than the heaven-lightning bamboo and soul-nurturing wood because of a spirit milk that was produced from the tree every 200 years known as wine nectar. Although the liquid couldn't be directly used, it could be refined to many types of exceptionally powerful spiritual medicines. Among these was a legendary sacred medicine known as the Spirit Tempering Pill. The Spirit Tempering Pill was also known as the Soul Pacifying Pill. Not only could it increase a certain amount of cultivation, it could also harden one's heart and calm one's soul, alleviating a cultivator of any inner demons that may haunt them. Condensing a nascent soul was quite unlike forming a core. Apart from requiring a certain degree of luck and deepness of cultivation, condensing a nascent soul also subjected oneself to the disturbances of illusion and inner demons. After all, transforming one's core into a nascent soul was a fearsome test of mental endurance and willpower. The heaven-defying treasure of Dream Cloud Mountain spirit veins with the addition of the extraordinary concentration of spiritual qi that it contained had attracted countless sects with the desire to establish their base there. As a result of endless battles and subterfuge, the territory was currently being held by an alliance of 3 sects: the Ancient Sword Sect, the Drifting Cloud Sect, and the 100 Possibilities Pavilion. With the 3 strongest forces in the state of Shi combining power, other sects could only extinguish any hope of seizing the spirit veins and watch in helpless envy. Sitting down on the steps of one of the peaks of the Dream Cloud Mountains, Han Li was pondering about information that had to do with the mountains and was examining the nearby environment. There were a few young men and women silently walking on the mountain paths, each with an expression of excitement. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled. As the great Drifting Cloud sect was about to recruit a new batch of new disciples in the coming days, these qi condensation youths were brimming with anticipation. Having spent half a month in this place, it was only natural that he knew of this. This famed pill concoction technique was one of various reasons he chose to infiltrate it. However, he wasn't going to enter as a core formation cultivator, but an ordinary qi condensation cultivator. Unless a mid-nascent soul cultivator were to closely examine him, none would be able to see through the miraculous effects of the nameless qi restraining incantation. It was only because of this that he dared to follow through with his plan. When he suddenly recalled what had happened before he had parted with Violet Spirit and Mei Ning, he bitterly chuckled. According to his original plans, he found a place to establish a cave residence and consumed a few medicine pills in order to reach the peak of core formation stage. While the transient spirit qi had progressed his cultivation somewhat, it wasn't enough to genuinely advance him into false nascent stage. However, something unexpected had occurred that had completely overturned his plans. When he took a medicine pill, he astonishingly discovered that the medicine pill had completely lost effect on him. Regardless of whether it was the grade 6 demon beast pills or the grade 7 demon beasts, they all had no effect on him. He was left at a complete loss. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.